Yo, Atlas speaking, and welcome to part 7 of What If I Was Reincarnated in Naruto as a branch Hyuga and awakened the Tenseigan. Let the tale begin. Chapter 181, Provoking Hanzo. Since receiving the battle armor, Tatsuma hadn't actually worn it yet. After all, they were all standardized, and although the size fit, it couldn't perfectly accommodate everyone's body type and habits. For Tatsuma, the shoulder design of the battle armor was a bit too wide, clearly scaled down from adult sizes without considering the characteristics of children's body types. Normally, Tatsuma would never choose this set of battle armor, but as one of the commanding officers, Orochimaru's orders had to be followed obediently. Because the battle armor was too loose, both Tatsuma and Minato chose to add an extra vest between the lining and the armor plates. Although the vest's scroll pockets were completely useless when covered by the armor plates, ensuring a better fit for the battle armor was enough. The Rain ninjas should have already noticed our actions. I wonder how many ninja they'll send to fight us. It'd be best if it's 50,000, so each of us can fight 10. That would be enough for a good spring cleaning. Inside the makeshift tent, Nawaki, wearing only the armor plates and bare-bodied, was filled with excitement as he tried to adjust to them. Watching Nawaki struggling with the inconvenience brought by the battle armor, Tatsuma couldn't help but say helplessly, "Nawaki, if the Rain Ninja were to attack tonight, would you go into battle like this?" Upon hearing this, Nawaki glanced down, perhaps feeling a bit embarrassed. He quickly put on a pair of pants, but in his haste, he tripped over them and fell to the ground. Oh, ah! Nawaki, now lying on the ground, suddenly rolled over, his hands clutching his groin area in pain. His legs kicked up in the air in agony. Outside the tent, Orochimaru, who had just finished finalizing details with Tsunade and the others, was about to return to his tent to rest when he heard his disciple's cry of pain. He suddenly had a bad feeling and quickly lifted the tent flap. Opening the door, he saw Nawaki writhing in pain, his movements resembling someone offering flowers. Muscles in Orochimaru's face twitched uncontrollably. Seeing Nawaki clutching his groin, Orochimaru couldn't help but glance at Tatsuma and Minato sitting on their hammocks. Orochimaru suspected whether these two youngsters had used that technique called Rasengan on his disciple. However, Orochimaru also concluded that Nawaki didn't seem to be seriously injured. After his face alternated between dark and pale for a while, he quickly lowered the tent flap he had lifted and left. Tatsuma and Minato had just gotten down from their hammocks and were about to greet Orochimaru when they noticed he had already left like the wind. They exchanged helpless glances. After a few minutes, Nawaki finally recovered completely. With trembling hands, he carefully put on his pants and stuffed several wads of cloth in the groin area before remembering to take off the battle armor. Wiping his upper body with a towel, Nawaki suddenly snapped back to reality and said, "Was it very windy just now? I felt like the wind was blowing on me." "Ahem, your sensei paid you a visit." Tatsuma forced himself to hold back his laughter and said to Nawaki seriously. He had received professional training and generally wouldn't laugh unless he couldn't help it. Minato couldn't help it and let out a suppressed chuckle, and Tatsuma, too, couldn't contain himself and burst into laughter. Meanwhile, Nawaki seemed to have turned to stone. "Why didn't you just put your clothes on properly from the beginning?" Minato asked curiously after the laughter subsided. After the laughter, Minato also asked curiously. Nawaki's face turned gray, and with a hint of a sob, he said, "The weather in the land of rain is so humid, wearing clothes is super uncomfortable." "Are you feeling comfortable now?" Tatsuma jabbed Nawaki in the heart. Nawaki, as if donning a mask of pain, hurriedly mumbled and put on the clothes on his hammock, quickly dressed himself, and put on the battle armor, lying on the hammock without daring to move. Seeing that Nawaki was truly disheartened, Tatsuma and Minato stopped teasing him. They each took out scrolls and began reading until the sentry outside the tent sounded the alarm, signaling the end of their day. They extinguished the lamps and began to sleep. Though they called it sleep, it was just a rest with closed eyes. Even though there were sensory ninja on watch around the camp, they were accustomed to this shallow sleep, as they were all professional ninjas. Hoo hoo hoo, but less than 5 minutes later, the tent resounded with thunderous snores. In that instant, both Minato and Tatsuma opened their eyes. Hoo hoo hoo, the snoring continued, and the coldness and killing intent in their eyes grew stronger. They didn't mind staying up all night, but they couldn't bear this snoring. It was like no one would enjoy the buzzing sound of a mosquito hovering around their ears. But if something were to disturb them at this moment, the entire camp would likely be awakened, so they had to endure it. Beep! Finally, another alarm sounded, and Tatsuma and Minato instantly jumped up from their hammocks. Tatsuma lifted Nawaki's hammock and then gave him a naked chokehold, while Minato performed a cross-arm lock. The pain and sudden feeling of suffocation instantly woke Nawaki up. He wanted to shout enemy attack, but his mouth and throat were restrained, preventing him from making any sound. When he realized it was Minato and Tatsuma restraining him, he quickly calmed down. With only one hand still free to move, he kept pounding on the ground. "Are you going to snore again in the future?" Tatsuma asked fiercely, while loosening his grip slightly around Nawaki's neck. Nawaki greedily breathed in the air and then shook his head desperately. Only then did Tatsuma and Minato release him. The three of them got up from the ground, fully awake now. At this moment, Jiraiya opened the tent flap, saw the three of them, nodded in satisfaction, and said, looking lively, "Of course! We youthful ninja always strive to work harder than anyone else." Nawaki raised his thumb, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. However, he was met with the hostile gazes of Tatsuma and Minato. Jiraiya also noticed something was amiss, but he knew these three had a good relationship. He figured it was just some childish squabble or playfulness. Waving his hand, he said, "Quickly clean up and freshen up. We'll be leaving soon." "Yes." Although the anger hadn't subsided, Tatsuma and Minato still responded quickly, preparing everything swiftly. They packed their ninja tools and scrolls. Even though they couldn't use the armor, they could still tie it around themselves. During the assembly, rain started to pour again. Tatsuma and Minato, thinking quickly, put on their raincoats. Nawaki, without a raincoat, could only look on with envy. At the gathering point, Jiraiya and Tsunade arrived early, not wearing raincoats and getting soaked. Orochimaru, arriving a bit later, was already wearing a raincoat. His hair even looked smoother than the day before, not like someone heading into battle but rather like someone attending a formal event. Near this campsite, there were almost 5,000 Konoha ninja, with nearly 4,000 participating in the battle. This number already exceeded the living combat power of the Rain Ninja. But this was only a part of it. Under the temporary leadership of Tsukumo Hatake, the ANBU, along with the Konoha ninja previously dispatched by Orochimaru, deeply infiltrated the inside and outside perimeters of the Land of Rain. Together, they numbered over 1,000. It was estimated that there would be 5,000 ninja in total participating in the final assault. Konoha had never mobilized such a large force even when facing Sand and Cloud Ninja. This indicated the determination of Sarutobi Hiruzen to end this war. This operation was directly commanded remotely by the village. As the main leaders, Tsunade and the other two had only limited authority to make decisions. Therefore, before setting out, they didn't give any speeches. After a simple roll call, they departed. The Konoha Ninja Army's objective was extremely clear, to directly target the hidden Rain Village, the core of the Land of Rain. Their purpose was straightforward, to defeat the Rain Ninja directly, rather than just targeting specific factions or teams among them. Konoha's actions were not overly concealed, so it was certain that the Land of Rain would detect them. Hanzo would undoubtedly try various tactics to counter them. However, Konoha didn't care, they aimed to defeat the Land of Rain head-on. Of course, such a direct incursion into the heart of the Land of Rain would likely be surrounded and targeted. The village had anticipated such a scenario when devising their tactics. This was also why Tsukumo Hatake didn't join the main battlefield. As the saying goes, attack with the direct and win with the hidden. The direct force, or rather the 4,000 ninja led by Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru, constituted the direct force. The direct force engaged the Land of Rain's main army head-on, while each side's hidden forces lay hidden in the rear, observing the maneuvers of the opposing direct forces. If Konoha wins first, then the Rain Ninja's hidden forces must come out first. However, being the first to reveal their hidden forces would deprive them of the element of surprise, as they would be captured by Konoha's hidden forces from behind, and vice versa. Although this world doesn't have a comprehensive summary of military tactics, Tatsuma couldn't help but marvel at how even different civilizations, in their development, would traverse similar paths when informed of the village's arrangements. When the army reached about 10 kilometers outside the hidden rain village, it was already dawn. If they were in Konoha, they would already be able to see the bright sunlight. However, in the heart of the Land of Rain, it remained dark, and the somewhat damp and cold weather made people involuntarily tense. The army's marching speed slowed down significantly. After all, at this point, they were highly likely to encounter various traps, possibly even large-scale traps that could result in significant casualties with one wrong move. Ninjas from the Hyuga, Inazuka, and Aburame clans frequently demonstrated their skills, continuously dealing with one trap after another. After advancing for a while, Orochimaru gave the command, and the team came to a complete stop. However, it wasn't a complete standstill. Instead, they held the front line, constantly adjusting internally and quickly reallocating various functional teams, extending them to both sides. Hanzo! Do you intend to continue hiding? Calling out like this was undoubtedly Tsunade's doing. Not only did she have enough momentum, but also because of her identity. Upon hearing Tsunade's call, the quiet rainforest in the distance quickly stirred. Figures emerged from what seemed like an empty rainforest. Humph. I didn't expect Konoha to send you 3. Do you enjoy the taste of defeat? Suddenly, Hanzo appeared among the ranks, his words mocking the 3 for their previous command roles, always seeking negotiation with the Land of Rain and suffering defeat after defeat. Just as the 3 were about to retort, Tatsuma suddenly grabbed Nawaki, who was eager to charge forward, his eyes gleaming. Meanwhile, his right hand swept from behind his waist, revealing a kunai adorned with an explosive tag. Tatsuma directly threw the kunai into the empty space between the two armies. Boom! Rumble suddenly, flames soared into the sky. Orochimaru frowned, couldn't help but turn his head to look at Tatsuma. He was surprisingly perceptive, or rather, he was so confident in anticipating the Rain Ninja's defensive traps. On the other side of the flames, Hanzo's face turned ugly. With this explosion, most of the Land of Rain supplies were gone in an instant. He also noticed that little brat. He must make him pay. Both armies quickly entered combat mode. Orochimaru also issued a gesture command to engage in battle. Just as the flames began to dissipate, a figure suddenly rushed towards Tatsuma. Bang! The sickle swept across Tatsuma's neck, but Tatsuma turned into a puff of smoke and a stump of wood. Hanzo, who had used body flicker, instantly turned as dark as a pot. He had been played by such childish tactics. As expected of Hanzo of the Salamander, leader of the Land of Rain. I acknowledge you and your Rain Ninja, but in this battle, Konoha will emerge victorious, and the war will come to an end because of this battle. Upon hearing the childish praise, Hanzo looked up and saw Tatsuma holding Nawaki on a nearby tree, his eyes filled with unmasked hostility. Just as he was about to strike again, 3 figures appeared in a triangular formation beside him. Orochimaru, with a sinister yet elegant smile, said, "Lord Hanzo, is it not beneath you to lay hands on a child? Are you suggesting that you'll bear my wrath for him?" In an instant, all 4 began forming hand seals, and their seals seemed identical. Tsunade and Jiraiya were startled, looking at Orochimaru, whose sinister yet elegant smile remained unchanged. During the past few months of operations in the countries of Rain, Earth, Waterfall, and Rice, Orochimaru had been doing more than just fulfilling Konoha's missions. Orochimaru's thumb slid between his teeth, then his tongue lightly licked the blood staining his lips. In that moment, all 4 completed their hand seals simultaneously. Summoning Jutsu. Chapter 182, Hanzo vs. the Sannin. A plump salamander, a gigantic toad, a mountain-like Katsuyu, and a winding colossal snake suddenly appeared on the battlefield, causing the surrounding Konoha ninja to body flicker away one after another. Humph. The foul snake from the Ryuchi cave is indeed repulsive. Before their opponent Hanzo could speak, the massive Gamabunta, puffing on a cigarette, spoke up. His hand rested on the hilt of a huge short sword, his eyes glaring unfavorably at the purple-horned serpent. Tsunade and Jiraiya looked at Orochimaru with surprise. They hadn't heard about Orochimaru becoming a summoner for the Ryuchi cave. Noticing the gaze of his two teammates, Orochimaru's lips curled slightly upward. These two had been making significant progress in the past 2 years. He, the original genius, had stagnated due to various trivial matters. He had obtained the Ryuchi Cave's summoning scroll before and became a summoner for the Ryuchi Cave. Since then, he had been looking forward to this moment. Him! Orochimaru. The most genius ninja in the team. He's back! Orochimaru. You didn't mention that you'd be fighting alongside the toads from Mount Maiboku. I despise toads the most. Even the serpent beneath Orochimaru was shaking its head, trying to throw him off. Orochimaru quickly stabilized himself, lowering his body, and said in a deep voice, "Manda. State your terms." Humph. Offerings must be added. Only then did Manda stop shaking its head. With its emerald snake pupils, it scanned the surrounding Konoha ninja, its snake tongue constantly flickering. Orochimaru's face stiffened, then turned ugly. He gritted his teeth and said, "The rain ninja across from us, you can have as many as you want." "Oh, is there discord? And not just one discord, but more?" At this moment, Hanzo, standing on top of the salamander, finally spoke, his tone full of sarcasm. He looked at Gamabunta, Katsuyu, and the giant snake Manda disdainfully, saying, "Are these insects giving you the illusion that you can defeat me?" In an instant, Bunta and Manda, who had been eyeing each other warily, stopped their internal movements. Their eyes, full of killing intent, fell on Hanzo, but Hanzo remained unfazed. He could tell that the summoning beasts of these three individuals were the ninja beasts of the three major sanctuaries. But so what? The gap between them couldn't be bridged by ninja beasts alone. Even if the ninja beasts came from so-called sacred places, it didn't matter. Bunta, with the most explosive temper, couldn't hold back. He leaped towards Hanzo, his massive short sword aimed at Hanzo's head atop the salamander. "Be careful!" The sound of chains echoed as Hanzo vanished. The sword in Bunta's hand was entangled with chains and pulled away, while at the other end of the chains was the scythe held by Hanzo. Hanzo swung the scythe, aiming for Bunta's forehead. Jiraiya, standing on Bunta's head, quickly formed seals, spewing out ignited oil in one breath. The flames were slashed by Hanzo, but they also stopped his descent. He tapped his feet on Bunta's head for a moment before retreating to create distance. And here, the battle became the signal for the large-scale engagement of the two armies. Both Rain Ninja and Konoha Ninja crossed the charred middle ground, rushing towards each other. "Minato, oil bombs!" Tatsuma abandoned Nawaki and approached Minato. Minato nodded, quickly forming seals with his hands. In his open mouth, globules of oil spewed out towards the Rain Ninja. The charging Rain Ninja were drenched in oil. Even with the pouring rain, it was difficult to wash away the sticky oil from their bodies. At this moment, Tatsuma had also completed his seals, taking a deep breath. "Fire release! Fire Dragon Flame Bullet!" Boom! A strand of flames appeared in front of Tatsuma's mouth, transforming into a fiery dragon that lunged towards the Rain Ninja covered in oil. Boom! Boom! The fiery dragon's fangs and claws ignited clusters of oil, and the heat of the flames washed away the early autumn chill, turning the rainforest hot. Watching hundreds of Rain Ninja trapped in flames, Hanzo, who was currently battling Tsunade and her team, frowned deeply. He was about to use Body Flicker to eliminate that annoying brat. He was just about to perform Body Flicker Jutsu when Orochimaru seemed to have guessed his intentions and flicked both hands towards Hanzo. Many hidden shadow snake hands. Dozens of snakes shot out from his sleeves, instantly entangling Hanzo and interrupting his movement. Hanzo frowned, his chakra surged as he forcefully broke free, attempting to body flicker again. But Orochimaru's instant delay had already bought enough time for his teammates. Tsunade leaped high from Katsuyu's head, paying no attention to the unfamiliar jutsu Orochimaru suddenly used. She just swung her fist down at Hanzo. Hanzo raised his scythe to block, and Tsunade's fist landed on the scythe. Bang! Hanzo's body suddenly sank, causing the giant salamander beneath him to lower its body as well. The ground beneath the salamander was instantly compacted, sinking slightly compared to the surrounding area. Struggling to break free from Tsunade's grip on his arm, Hanzo's expression also became serious. These three young people, individually, weren't strong or troublesome enough for him. However, their coordination was too seamless, leaving no room for any rhythm gaps. One could say they truly lived up to the teachings of Sarutobi Hiruzen, right? While there was a momentary delay here, ninjutsu on Tatsuma's side had already been completed. After the heavy rain extinguished the flames on the rain ninjas' bodies, only charred corpses remained. Even those who didn't die were left convulsing on the muddy ground. These were the rain ninja who hadn't directly faced the fire dragon attack, only being burned by the oil. But over a dozen rain ninja who were directly hit by the fire dragon were nowhere to be found. Tatsuma returned to Minato's side, breathing lightly. Using such a large-scale fire release and such heavy rain, even with the talents of expand and sea overturning, was somewhat challenging. "Are you okay, Tatsuma?" Minato asked, and Tatsuma shook his head. Seeing this, Minato continued, "It's a powerful jutsu, I'm willing." "Prepare lightning water dragon bullet." Minato, interrupted, felt a bit regretful but still asked, "Do you have enough chakra?" "No problem, but this time, I'll be using a lot of chakra." "Make sure to keep up," Tatsuma replied, shaking his head. He began to form hand seals, and Minato nodded in response, swiftly forming his own hand seals. Chakra from lightning release was continuously extracted. Water release. Water dragon bullet. The hand seals rat, dragon, rabbit, tiger didn't seem to follow the usual pattern of water release. But they made contact. Rainwater around them was quickly mobilized, and the rainwater along with the accumulated water on the ground began to rotate. Soon, the flowing water enveloped the two of them, and a massive water dragon emerged on the battlefield. Seeing the size of the water dragon, Minato gritted his teeth, accelerating the speed of chakra refinement. Lightning release. Thunderclap. Minato opened his mouth, releasing lightning release chakra up to his control limit, which transformed into lightning and infused into the water dragon. In an instant, the water dragon was surrounded by dazzling lightning, and although its eyes were made of water, they seemed to have a lifelike brilliance. Tatsuma switched to the bird hand seal midway, allowing him better control of the lightning water dragon. Under his control, the lightning water dragon behaved like a real dragon. Swiftly swaying, it evaded several large-scale ninjutsu attacks, then lunged towards the rain ninja below. The water dragon moved at an incredible speed, and even when the rain ninja used body flicker jutsu, they could only barely avoid colliding with the dragon. The lightning on the surface of the water dragon expanded its attack range, dragging any rain ninja touched by the lightning into the dragon's body. Swordsmanship. Kusarigama counter slash. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A scythe, tethered by chains, flew from a distance, cutting through the lightning water dragon. Rain ninja caught in the dragon's body fell out one after another, but the lightning also followed the scythe and chains, creeping toward Hanzo. In an instant, the paralysis caused by the lightning made Hanzo stiffen. Tsunade's attack arrived simultaneously, an enhanced strength punch slamming into Hanzo's chest, knocking him off the giant salamander. As Hanzo fell, he saw a gaping mouth lunging toward him, ready to bite. Startled, he finally regained his senses and his body moved abruptly. Inside the snake's mouth, Hanzo performed the body flicker jutsu, escaping just before Manda closed its mouth. His Manda spat out some snake saliva, its emerald eyes spinning in surprise at Hanzo's terrifying speed. This body flicker jutsu was the fastest it had ever seen from a ninja. Just as Hanzo escaped the snake's mouth, he saw a massive sword slashing towards him. His brows furrowed, and he couldn't help but mutter, "Abuse." Abuse was the name of Hanzo's summoning creature, the giant salamander. But at this moment, the fat salamander had disappeared without a trace. As Hanzo shouted, the ground suddenly trembled. A massive salamander burst through the ground, pushing aside Bunta's descending hand. Simultaneously, its mouth opened, and purple poison mist sprayed out. Fire release! Big flame bullet! Jiraiya naturally wouldn't allow the salamander to spew poison mist unchecked. In an instant, he completed his seals, spitting out burning oil that collided with the poison mist, incinerating it. Meanwhile, Hanzo retrieved his scythe, slashing down the venomous snakes summoned by Orochimaru in succession. Then, he maneuvered his scythe around a tree, dodging the acid sprayed by Katsuyu and deftly landing on the head of the salamander. But none of these mattered. The combined attack of the three individuals and their summoning creatures was effortlessly defused by Hanzo and Abuse. Seeing the serious expressions on the faces of the three, Hanzo couldn't help but smirk beneath his mask, saying, "You think you can defeat me with such power?" Upon hearing this, the three's faces darkened. Bunta and Manda let out angry grunts, and even Katsuyu became unusually quiet. Orochimaru was the first to regain composure. He regained his calm and smiled, saying, "But, Hanzo-sama, you can't do anything to us three, can you?" However, it seems that the Rain Ninja are unable to stop Konoha's attacks. With these words, Hanzo grunted heavily. He hadn't expected Orochimaru to lack the youthful impulsiveness and hot-tempered typical of young people. Being reminded by Orochimaru, Tsunade and Jiraiya also snapped out of it. Just Tatsuma and Minato, in a short period, had caused casualties of over 200 Rain Ninja. The effective fighting force of the Rain Ninja now numbered less than 4,000, with many still lurking outside. Furthermore, the Rain Ninja's calculation of their effective force differed from Konoha's. Konoha placed great importance on this decisive battle. Only Chunin and above were allowed to participate as combatants. However, the Rain Ninja included any ninja capable of fighting, even genin, in their combat strength. Yet they barely managed to muster less than 4,000. As for their main force, it numbered only around 3,000. With 4,000 Chunin and above facing a legion of 3,000 including genin, the outcome was foreseeable given enough time. The only one who could change the situation, Hanzo, was being held back by Tsunade and her companions. This made Hanzo grow impatient. He said viciously, "Then I'll kill you three and claim victory in this battle." But as soon as he finished speaking, a massive explosion erupted in the distance. He turned to look and saw the white-haired youngster who should have needed a brief rest to recover his strength and chakra due to exhaustion, rejoining the battlefield. Moreover, the amount of chakra he emanated made even Hanzo feel uneasy. Chapter 183, Injuring Hanzo. Minato looked at Tatsuma beside him in a daze. After a series of large-scale ninjutsu, he noticed that Tatsuma's expression had become somewhat tired. This rapid chakra depletion and the body's unconscious conversion of stamina into chakra were normal signs for a ninja, but what was abnormal was that Tatsuma's chakra had instantly become saturated again. "Tatsuma, are you okay?" Minato asked with some concern. Tatsuma smiled and replied, "I'm fine for now." The 8 trigram seal formed by the 4-symbol seal and the double 4-symbol seal are an extremely flexible sealing jutsu. It has a miraculous effect on energy sealing and can autonomously adjust the rate of energy leakage. Tatsuma had partially released the 4-symbol seal engraved on his arm by Uzumaki Mito. He didn't dare to fully release it, afraid of falling into a state dominated by emotions. However, even if only a small opening of the seal was released, the dispersing tailed beast chakra quickly replenished Tatsuma's depleted chakra, and it even had a revitalizing effect on his body cells. Although this strictly controlled flow of Ninetails chakra couldn't affect Tatsuma's current emotions, this chakra, unlike his own refined chakra, couldn't be freely manipulated. Still, it was a decent supplement. Tatsuma reached into his pouch behind his waist and pulled out a small scroll, saying to Minato, "I can't use ninjutsu for the time being. I need to engage in close combat. Be careful." To actively use the Nine-Tails chakra and perform large-scale ninjutsu, Tatsuma couldn't do it yet. He needed a little time to adapt to this particularly energetic and subjectively active chakra. Hearing this, Minato also drew out a kunai, nodding in agreement. In fact, Minato was now more proficient in close combat. Deep in the heartland of the Land of Rain, his fire release and wind release would be greatly affected, while lightning release was his least proficient nature transformation technique. And in comparison, his speed, which was already not inferior to that of a Jonin, was his advantage. Coupled with the close combat skills he had honed over the years, his close quarters threat on this battlefield was undoubtedly greater. It was only earlier that he had to choose long-range attacks to complement Tatsuma's large-scale ninjutsu. Seeing Minato was ready, Tatsuma quickly unsealed the scroll in his hand. The chakra short sword gifted by Sakumo Hatake fell into his hand. The two exchanged a glance, and almost simultaneously, they unleashed their power and charged towards the distant rain ninja. Wind release, blade of wind. Wind nature chakra overflowed from the chakra short sword, wrapping around the blade. The blade extended seemingly out of nowhere, slicing through several rain ninja directly. With Tatsuma, who no longer needed to conserve chakra, the blade of wind technique ended directly without even a withdrawal motion. He swiftly leaped up and charged towards a Chunin from the Land of Rain. Water release, water blade slash. This time it was the gathering of water release chakra. Tatsuma descended from high altitude and swung down, the rain ninja hastily blocking with a ninjato, only to be easily cut through by the chakra short sword. The blade, infused with water release chakra, sliced through the rain ninja's body. The water release chakra rapidly corroded the rain ninja's body, causing his blood to flow faster, resulting in severe blood loss, and he fell to the ground unable to rise. Over a year ago, when facing ordinary Chunin, Tatsuma still needed to be cautious and might even need to use some traps to win. But now, he could go all out without much thought. In terms of strength, speed, chakra quantity, and mastery of ninjutsu, Tatsuma had completely surpassed them. Minato, not far away, was in a similar situation. Although his strength and chakra quantity were not as great as Tatsuma's, his speed was even faster, and it was an all-encompassing speed, not just in traveling. Minato effortlessly dodged the combined attack of 3 Chunin from the Land of Rain, almost slipping through the cracks between ninja tools and ninjutsu. As he threw a kunai with his right hand, his left hand had already swept past his lower back. Another kunai appeared in his left hand as he dashed between 2 rain ninja. His left hand flicked up, aiming for the throat of one rain ninja, while his right hand formed a chakra sphere, pressing it against the waist of another rain ninja. Rasengan. Sizzle boom. In an instant, 3 strikes were triggered simultaneously. In the next moment, Minato shifted his position again. As he attacked the next rain ninja, the 2 rain ninja who had their throats cut only just reacted and collapsed to the ground, leaving aside the one sent flying by Rasengan. Orochimaru, who was battling Hanzo, caught sight of this scene in the brief moment, finally realizing what kind of ninjutsu Rasengan was. No seals, instant activation, extremely destructive. Even Orochimaru couldn't help but marvel at such a technique. He hadn't developed such an ultimate jutsu himself. Jiraiya also felt envious. He lacked such a powerful close-range jutsu. While Mount Myaboku had the frog kata to compensate for close combat weaknesses, this jutsu required Sage Mode to be effective. For Jiraiya, Sage Mode still seemed distant. He always struggled to quiet his mind to sense natural energy. There were several opportunities just now where he and Hanzo were close, but lacking a powerful close-range attack method, he couldn't inflict any damage on Hanzo, unlike Tsunade who had enhanced strength at least. If he could learn Rasengan and then use Sage Mode to compensate for his weak sensory abilities, Jiraiya felt he could become a ninja without any weaknesses. He wondered how Sakamoto Tatsuma's mind worked. How could he be so clever? Why couldn't he think of such a powerful jutsu himself? Bang! Distracted, Jiraiya's hands suddenly couldn't keep up with the rhythm of the battle, and he was kicked hard in the ribs by Hanzo, causing his thick armor to dent deeply. Cracked Jiraiya's expression changed, not because of the pain, but because he knew what the impact of a broken rib in battle would be. They already needed to rely on teamwork to match Hanzo, and now, if he was injured due to distraction, the balance would tip. Orochimaru and Tsunade also furrowed their brows tightly. Orochimaru released a large number of snakes to disrupt Hanzo's movements, while Tsunade used body flicker to appear next to Jiraiya, performing medical ninjutsu, and asking at the same time, "Are you alright?" "Not really." Jiraiya's face turned somewhat pale. His ribs weren't just cracked, they seemed to be fractured and displaced. His breathing became difficult, and each breath was accompanied by intense pain. "We don't have time for you to recover," Tsunade said discontentedly, swiftly resetting Jiraiya's ribs. Although her hands could only reach inside his armor, the space to move was very narrow. But as the best medical ninja and the owner of enhanced strength, Tsunade successfully restored Jiraiya's armor to its original state, making room to reset his ribs. However, they couldn't afford to consider the other injuries caused by the fractured ribs at this time. Jiraiya nodded without saying much. By now, Orochimaru could no longer restrict Hanzo, but thankfully, Tsunade, who had finished treating Jiraiya, arrived in time and drove Hanzo away. Meanwhile, Katsuyu split into another form and crawled onto Jiraiya, working to stop the bleeding from his internal injuries. Jiraiya did his best to relax his body and let Katsuyu treat him. Seeing this from afar, Tatsuma furrowed his brows and pressed his lips tightly together. That expression and demeanor of contemplating countless strategies reappeared on his face. After just a second of consideration, Tatsuma firmly said, "I'll go help. Minato, you watch over the battlefield." "Got it!" Minato didn't hesitate. If he hadn't known his own limitations, he would have wanted to help too. But now, letting Tatsuma go was undoubtedly the most sensible choice. Although there were other jonin in the field with stronger overall abilities than Tatsuma, ninja combat wasn't just about numerical comparison. Being stronger didn't necessarily mean being more suitable. While Tatsuma's body flicker wasn't as fast as Minato's, it was still faster than most ninja on the battlefield. He swiftly traversed the field, and while some rain ninja tried to stop him, they couldn't keep up, or they were intercepted by Konoha ninja. Seeing Tatsuma charging in, Tsunade's face showed a look of urgency, about to shout for him to retreat, but Hanzo had already noticed. Needle Jizo. Many hidden shadow snake hands. Just at the moment when Hanzo's attention shifted slightly, Jiraiya and Orochimaru, lying on the ground, seemed to have already realized it and began to unleash ninjutsu. Strands of silver hair emerged from the ground, entwining around Hanzo's legs, while snakes slithered out from Orochimaru's sleeves, tightly coiling around Hanzo. Hanzo's face became serious as he erupted with strength and chakra simultaneously, trying to break free. Seeing this, Tatsuma, who was not far away, didn't dare to delay. Bang! With enhanced strength erupting beneath his feet, a deep pit appeared, and Tatsuma's figure shot like an arrow towards Hanzo. A water vortex appeared on his right hand. Hard vortex water blade? Hanzo's heart skipped a beat, his first reaction being to recall the representative ninjutsu of Senju Tobarama, the second Hokage, but he hadn't seen Tatsuma forming seals at all. Just as he was suspicious, Tatsuma, with all his speed and strength unleashed, had already arrived above Hanzo's head. Ibuse, not far away, tried to rescue Hanzo, but was entangled by Bunta and Manda. Spiral, heavy water strangulation jutsu. Different from Senju Tobarama compressing water into rotating spears, Tatsuma's technique, in the moment of completion, was like a large water funnel that enveloped Hanzo. As Hanzo was engulfed by the rushing water, his first sensation was one of heaviness. In contrast to the usual lightness felt in ordinary water, this seemingly clear water was as viscous as glue. Exerting strength to break free from the entanglement of snakes and hair, Hanzo felt that his movements became extremely difficult. Every slightest movement seemed to drain his strength, as if moving at all would exhaust him completely. And this was just the beginning. The viscous and heavy water engulfing Hanzo suddenly began to spin. Hanzo felt an unbearable stinging sensation on his skin, as if his skin was being pulled in different directions. The folds could no longer hold, bursting open, allowing crimson blood to be drawn out and churned into the water flow. In just a moment, the watery blue funnel suddenly gained a hint of hazy red, like elusive crimson mist, which could not blend with the heavy water but was continuously pulled and dispersed. Ah! Even the battle-hardened Hanzo couldn't help but let out a cry of pain. The strangulation by heavy water was no longer confined to the surface of his body. Hanzo felt his muscles and bones being churned. At the same time, the snakes and hair entangling him were also being broken by the pull of the heavy water. Feeling his body loosen, Hanzo exhausted all his chakra, bursting outward while exerting all his strength to break free. Boom! The water funnel was torn apart, and the source of it, Tatsuma, was thrown violently into the distance. However, the bloody figure standing in place made everyone somewhat incredulous. The mighty Hanzo had actually been injured so severely by a child's technique. Hoo-hoo! The mask emitted Hanzo's eerie breathing. He could sense that Tatsuma, wary of his poison, hadn't strangled his head, otherwise, his injuries might have been more severe. But at the same time, everyone present had to die. Crack crack! Hanzo forcefully reset several dislocated joints, the rain washing away his blood to reveal tattered clothes and a body full of fresh wounds. Tatsuma, rising from the ground, rubbed his chest and looked at Hanzo standing in the rain. He couldn't help but admire Hanzo's strength. His technique could twist and tear even steel, but it only caused Hanzo minor injuries. Konoha's dragon. Given time, you are definitely worthy of my direct attention. I, Hanzo, acknowledge your talent. Join me in battle. You are now more than capable of being one of the challengers who can relieve my boredom. Despite the injuries, the pain quickly subsided for Tatsuma. He stood up, looking at Hanzo with utmost seriousness. He also wanted to spar with such a strong opponent and sharpen himself. Chapter 184, Fight when it's time to fight, run when it's time to run. Although Tatsuma had the desire to challenge Hanzo, he was well aware of his own limitations. His taijutsu, which allowed him to hold his own against most ninjas, at least for a short while, was completely inadequate against Hanzo. Even Mifune, who could rely on his speed and kenjutsu to prevent ninjas from casting techniques, was unable to defeat Hanzo. This highlighted Hanzo's exceptional skill in taijutsu. Ninjutsu was now the only way Tatsuma might pose a threat to Hanzo. However, his current specialty was large-scale ninjutsu, which was extremely useful in a battle scenario. But when facing an individual like Hanzo, this was somewhat ineffective. Close combat would only work if a perfect opportunity like the one before presented itself, otherwise, it would be a futile attempt. While Tatsuma was contemplating, he noticed Jiraiya signaling to him with a secretive look. Tatsuma approached Jiraiya, leaned in slightly, and listened to what Jiraiya had to say. Jiraiya straightened up slightly and leaned closer to Tatsuma, saying, "Don't fall for it. Hanzo is still too far out of your reach right now. He's stalling the outcome of the battlefield." With Jiraiya's reminder, Tatsuma quickly suppressed his initial excitement. His skill allocation was heavily biased towards group battles and didn't offer much advantage in one-on-one combat. If Tatsuma ignored this battle, he could more quickly help Konoha achieve victory, and Hanzo would surely be aware of this. Thus, Hanzo was deliberately using his presence to lure Tatsuma in. The temptation to challenge and even defeat a formidable opponent like Hanzo was incredibly strong. Tatsuma had unconsciously started to take the bait, and without Jiraiya's warning, he might have blindly bitten down on the hook. But what about your side? Even though Tatsuma now knew the correct course of action thanks to Jiraiya's advice, he was still worried about Jiraiya's current situation and whether he could maintain the balance in this fight. Jiraiya's face hadn't yet recovered, but he wiped the sweat from his forehead and forced a smile, saying, "Don't worry, I'm injured, but didn't Hanzo also suffer at your hands?" Tatsuma thought for a moment before nodding quickly. Seeing Tatsuma calm and not acting impulsively, Jiraiya sighed in relief, placed a hand on Tatsuma's shoulder, and then slowly stood up. After adjusting to the discomfort in his body, Jiraiya patted Tatsuma's shoulder and said, "Go, secure victory for Konoha. Jiraiya-sensei, let me help with him down first. I'll use Shuriken Shadow Clone Jutsu, and you and Bunta can use Toad Oil Flame Bullet." Supporting Jiraiya, Tatsuma whispered. Jiraiya nodded upon hearing this. In the complex terrain of the rainforest, the Shuriken Shadow Clone Jutsu wasn't very effective, but it was great for exhausting Hanzo and his salamander, Abuse. Seeing Jiraiya agree, Tatsuma used Body Flicker to transport Jiraiya to Gamma Bunta's head. Feeling a stranger's presence, Bunta instinctively shook his head, but Jiraiya quickly said, "It's Tatsuma." Tatsuma? Bunta found the name somewhat unfamiliar, yet vaguely familiar. Strictly speaking, this was only his second encounter with Tatsuma, the first being when Minato summoned him to sign the summoning contract. In Mount Maiboku, whether it was Jiraiya or Minato, they often talked about Tatsuma. Bunta remembered that he was the successor of Shikatsu Forest, and the chakra emanating from him made Bunta feel a complex sense of awe and fear. Thus, he chose to remain quiet. Jiraiya quickly explained the combined ninjutsu plan to Bunta, who did not object. The two of them, along with the toad, began preparing the ninjutsu, though they didn't start forming seals yet, as timing the release of ninjutsu was crucial. Bunta wielded his giant short sword, constantly creating opportunities. Orochimaru seemed to notice this and slightly retreated, only using ninjutsu to harass Hanzo. Finally, after Tsunade's retreat and Hanzo breaking away with the salamander, the opportunity arose. Tatsuma threw the shuriken, and then he and Jiraiya almost simultaneously formed seals. Bunta also used all his strength to throw the salamander away. Ninja Art. Shuriken Shadow Clone Jutsu. Fire Release. Toad Oil Flame Bullet. The moment the seals were completed, the shuriken aimed at the salamander multiplied rapidly, filling the rainforest in an instant and overwhelming the salamander. Bunta opened his mouth, and the toad oil gushed out like a broken oil pump, enveloping the shuriken as it flowed. Jiraiya's fire release attack instantly ignited the oil. Encased in the flaming oil, the shuriken shadow clones maintained their form and flew swiftly toward Abuse. Abuse! Seeing this, Hanzo's eye twitched. Abuse's poison sac had just finished preparing, and the poison mist hadn't yet been utilized. Now it would have to be wasted, and to make matters worse, Hanzo was not beside Abuse. The salamander, thrown by Bunta, seemingly didn't notice the thousands of shuriken hidden within the flames. Hearing Hanzo's shout, the salamander Abuse, upon landing, immediately turned and opened its mouth to spray a dense poison mist. The poison mist clashed with the flames, and the explosion echoed across the battlefield. Boom! 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 A series of explosions resounded, but Hanzo's face remained grim. Using all his strength to speed toward Abuse, he was still too late. Shuriken, concealed by the flames and oil, pierced through Abuse's poison mist and aimed directly for its mouth. Thud, 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 ding, 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 bang, bang, bang. A series of sounds came from Abuse's mouth, causing it to stop spewing the poison mist in pain. Meanwhile, Jiraiya and Bunta's combined toad oil flame bullet attack was not yet over. Boom! Sizzle the flames scorched the salamander's skin, and the spreading oil continued to increase the burn area on Abuse. Wah wah! Abuse's strange and mournful cries echoed as it fell to the ground, rolling around. The wet, puddled terrain extinguished the flames on Abuse, but it revealed black and red wounds. Hanzo, full of rage, reached Abuse and gently stroked it, saying, "Go back." Abuse struggled for a moment but was pressed down by Hanzo. He continued, "I can handle everything here." Hearing this, Abuse hesitated for a few seconds before choosing to dissipate into smoke and disappear. With abuse summoning ended, Hanzo stood among the salamander's blood, his killing intent growing. He held a chain sickle in his left hand and wiped his right hand across his chest. The remaining scraps of fabric were torn away, revealing his strong but scarred upper body. He looked up at Tatsuma on top of Bunta, his murderous intent completely undisguised. "Go! Quickly, go!" Jiraiya shouted loudly. Tatsuma nodded and used body flicker to swiftly move toward the area with the most rain ninjas. Hanzo's eyes followed Tatsuma closely, and just as he was about to move, a giant short sword slammed into the ground in front of him. At this moment, Manda, resembling an Ouroboros, stretched its long body into a circle with its head positioned between Hanzo and Tatsuma. Manda's emerald green eyes stared at Hanzo, and its tongue flicked in and out. Standing atop the snake's head, Orochimaru had an extremely serious expression. He deduced the reason the village had sent the three of them to deal with Hanzo. Hanzo wouldn't go all out against the three of them, as he had to consider the wrath of their Tekahir Sarutobi Hiruzen. However, this restraint didn't extend to others, including Tatsuma, Sarutobi Hiruzen's grand disciple. Hanzo wouldn't need to worry too much about them because if anyone sought revenge on behalf of Konoha, it should be Tsunade, the sensei. But Tsunade wasn't yet qualified for that. Therefore, if Hanzo was determined to kill Tatsuma and succeeded, Tatsuma would die in vain. From this moment on, their mission was not just to stall Hanzo but also to protect Tatsuma, who had thoroughly angered Hanzo. The best way to achieve this was to divert Hanzo's attention away from Tatsuma. Once the outcome of the battle became clear, even Hanzo would have to acknowledge it. Tsunade reappeared atop Katsuyu, now with additional black sealing marks on her face, mostly concealed by her forehead protector, with just a little visible. Her entire demeanor had changed drastically, and any injuries or fatigue from her earlier fight with Hanzo had fully recovered. Cough, cough. Jiraiya coughed heavily twice, spitting out 2 mouthfuls of blood, but his complexion became rosy again. He didn't care about the potential after effects of this action, he needed to be in his best condition for the fight. Hanzo glanced at the three of them and understood that they wouldn't let him go after Tatsuma unless he defeated them first. If that's the case, he thought, let's see whether Konoha achieves victory in this war first, or if he, Hanzo, wins this battle. Whoosh! Hanzo used body flicker jutsu to charge at Tsunade. In group battles or when facing a ninja team, it was common knowledge to first eliminate the medical ninja who could heal themselves and others. However, Tsunade was the one who defied this norm. She was a medical ninja but also one who could fight on the front lines of war and battle. Heavily kick of pain. Kinjutsu. Iai slash. Tsunade's downward kick collided with Hanzo's upward swinging sickle. The blade sliced into Tsunade's lower leg, instantly cutting through her skin, slicing her flesh, severing her Achilles tendon, and lodging into her bone. For an ordinary person, such an attack would have been crippling. But Tsunade, gritting her teeth, unleashed another burst of power, forcing the sickle down. She then launched a punch at Hanzo. Hanzo, unaccustomed to such a fighting style, was caught off guard and sent flying by Tsunade's punch. As he flew backward, he saw his sickle being pulled away, and in midair, he clearly saw Tsunade's lower leg being completely severed by the sickle he had retracted. But as soon as he landed, Hanzo saw Tsunade lunging towards him. Her right leg, which he had just severed, not only was intact but showed no signs of injury. Another kick infused with endless enhanced strength came at him, and Hanzo quickly raised his sickle to block. Crack! The sound of bones breaking came from where Tsunade's right leg struck, but she paid no heed and continued to unleash her power. Boom! Hanzo, who had just landed, was once again sent flying and crashed into a tree with a diameter of 4 to 5 meters, deeply embedding himself into it. Until the moment I, as his sensei, die, I will never let my disciples die. This is the belief I inherited from my grandfather. Belief? You little brats dare to talk to me about belief? Chapter 185, In the face of conflicting interests, any debate is superfluous. Spouting all this pompous talk, but isn't the battle here? No, isn't this war itself caused by you? Stepping out from the trees, those standing on the ground, Hanzo had to tilt his head to see Tsunade standing atop Katsuyu. Yet, in terms of aura, Hanzo seemed to be the one looking down from a high position as he spoke. As the 5 great nations, you possess ample financial resources and manpower to initiate any war and, for the sake of your own people, move the battlegrounds to other countries. You continue to advance until the fires of war burn in the homes of civilians in other nations. Yet, you will justify why their homes are on the battlefield. Clearly, those are their homes. It's you who see them as battlefields. The land of rain merely seeks to resist against you, the 5 great nations, and then we become the villains who initiate the great shinobi world war in your words and beliefs. Countless rain ninjas have died in battle after battle. They too have their own families, their own disciples. They also uphold the ninja way and beliefs. How is it that the ninjas of the great nations are considered nobler than us, even in terms of beliefs? Upon hearing Hanzo's furious roar, the rain ninjas who were previously in a slump rose once again. Tsunade's face flushed red with urgency, unable to come up with any rebuttal. Because everything Hanzo said was the truth. It wasn't just the land of rain, even the land of rivers was involved. If within the village, Tsunade could angrily blame Danzo for escalating the war by moving the battleground to the land of rain and angering Hanzo, but ultimately, it was her own decision to engage in battle within the land of rivers, for the sake of her own nation, moving the battleground to another country. Moreover, when the flames of war spread to the land of rain, initially Hanzo only sent diplomatic letters, demanding the withdrawal of the land of fire and the land of wind from the land of rain. It was Konoha's decisions that gradually drew the land of rain into this war. Perhaps there were more reasons for Hanzo's involvement in the war, but Tsunade couldn't refute the reasons he stated because they were true. Tatsuma furrowed his brows and pursed his lips. He, too, wouldn't argue against Hanzo because seizing others' interests and rights for one's own benefit is extremely common, especially when it comes to dealings between nations. There's simply no way for a nation to remain completely virtuous. Individuals can choose to stay out of conflicts or refrain from disturbing others, but between nations, such control is nearly impossible. It's just that there's no need to argue against it either. This is just how the world works. Even if you're doing something wrong or bad, as long as you succeed, there will naturally be countless people singing your praises, whitewashing your actions. What Tsunade shouldn't have done was to give Hanzo the opportunity to speak like this. Everything Hanzo said was the truth, and it carried significant weight. One careless word could disturb morale. Such individuals shouldn't be given the chance to speak. But Tatsuma understood this. He couldn't help Tsunade understand. Tsunade, feeling frustrated and somewhat embarrassed, retorted, "But Konoha clearly ordered you to stop. Why do you continue the war?" As soon as the words were spoken, Tatsuma knew things were going downhill. Orochimaru's face twitched as well. There was no need for Hanzo to speak again, all the rain ninjas were now consumed by rage. From the perspective of the rain ninjas, they were the victims, and Tsunade represented the aggressor. It was like a perpetrator telling the victim, "Even though I stabbed you, I clearly said I'd stop, so why are you resisting?" "This is Konoha," Hanzo said, lifting his head to look at the dim, lightless sky. "Even though my land of rain may not have the strength to rival the great nations, we never lack the spirit of willing to die for our cause. Isn't that what you Konoha ninjas are most passionate about? Well then, let your Konoha ninjas experience our spirit." With those words, the pent-up anger of the rain ninjas erupted. The counterattack began. The morale of Konoha plummeted instantly, caught off guard, as a large number of Konoha ninjas were hit by the attacks of the rain ninjas. "Katsuyu! I understand." Tsunade shouted anxiously, and the Katsuyu beneath her nodded. There was a tone of resignation in her voice, but Katsuyu instantly split into countless smaller versions, crawling towards the battlefield. Tatsuma also rallied himself at this moment. Even though his sensei had uttered textbook-like foolish words, Konoha had to win this war. The morale of the rain ninjas was high, which could compensate for some of their numerical deficiencies, but the gap remained. As long as they held onto the numerical advantage, this battle, this war, could come to an end. Appearing among the group of rain ninjas with body flicker, Tatsuma swiftly formed hand seals as rain ninjas swarmed around him, aiming to attack. Water release. Continuous water bullets. With the seals completed, Tatsuma swung his hands, unleashing countless water bullets like cannonballs. They hit the surrounding rain ninjas, exploding upon impact and dealing secondary damage while sending them flying. However advantageous their initial attack might have been, it was insufficient to crush the morale of the rain ninjas. Except for those who couldn't get up, the rest quickly rose to their feet. Despite their obvious mobility issues, they paid no heed and chose to rush towards Tatsuma without hesitation. Tatsuma dodged the continuous attacks of the rain ninjas. Amidst the dense assault, he sustained some injuries, but they were minor, and he seized an opportunity to break free from the fray. Observing the rain ninjas converging together, Tatsuma formed hand seals with both hands, then clasped them together, taking a deep breath. Water release. Water trumpet jutsu. A stream of water spouted from his mouth, spreading out like a trumpet and crashing onto the ground, engulfing and sweeping away the surrounding rain ninjas. With the synergy of expansion, sea overturning, and the influence of tailed beast chakra, Tatsuma's wide-range ninjutsu had astonishing destructive power. In an instant, dozens of rain ninjas were swept away, propelled into the distance. Whether they collided with trees, rocks, or were directly struck by the rushing water, any of these scenarios would leave them significantly incapacitated for the duration of this battle. However, there was still a steady stream of rain ninjas attacking Tatsuma, who was isolated and without support. Nevertheless, this relieved some pressure on some of the Konoha ninjas. Seeing more and more rain ninjas besieging him, Tatsuma knew that if this continued, once the encirclement was truly formed, he would likely lose more than just half his life. Amidst his agile evasions, Tatsuma reached behind him and retrieved a sealed scroll. Without unsealing it, he directly activated the sealing jutsu inscribed on it. The scroll rapidly expanded as Tatsuma formed seals again. Then, he clasped his hands together, took a deep breath, and exhaled. Water release. Great exploding water colliding wave. In truth, Tatsuma wasn't particularly skilled in this technique, an A-rank water release ninjutsu. Even with his enhanced chakra reserves, he couldn't utilize this technique effectively. Its use now was merely supported by the remaining tailed beast chakra within him. Water gushed forth from Tatsuma's mouth, forming torrents that surged towards his surroundings, engulfing the scroll that was about to burst. Meanwhile, the sealing jutsu formula on his left hand had silently disappeared. The raging and violent tailed beast chakra filled Tatsuma's entire body, complemented by his talent, sea overturning, which continuously transformed the Nine-Tails chakra into water, surging outwards. Boom! At that moment, the scroll submerged in the water burst completely, countless explosive tags flying out, scattered by the rushing water. Riding the current, they struck hundreds of rain ninjas nearby. The explosive tags seemed to stick to the rain ninjas like powerful adhesive, unable to be removed as the rushing water disrupted their balance, rendering them unable to move and tear off the explosive tags. Seeing the rain ninjas around him enveloped by the water, Tatsuma ceased his ninjutsu and then formed a new set of seals. Detonate the seals. Boom! 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 Explosions echoed underwater as thousands of explosive tags were detonated almost instantly, many of them attached directly to the rain ninjas. Hanzo, who was entangled in battle with Tsunade and the others, witnessed this scene with fury. Over 10% of the rain ninjas were casualties in this single attack, forced to retreat. The retreat of personnel isn't the most critical aspect. What truly matters is that in an instant, Hanzo's hard-earned speech, along with the period that Tsunade managed to uplift through her exceptional cooperation, was almost completely destroyed. Just doing a simple calculation, one of Tatsuma's jutsu could handle over 300 rain ninjas. With less than 10 jutsu, he could wipe out the entire rain ninja army. Even though reality might not be that extreme, the impact on the rain ninjas on the battlefield is undeniable. Some rain ninjas even began to despair, realizing that they had to struggle to deal with just one Konoha ninja, while Konoha ninjas could be saved in an instant by Katsuyu. What about Konoha? With just one strike, they could easily force over 300 of their comrades to retreat. It's not that there are no other elites besides Hanzo in the Land of Rain, it's just that the impact brought by Tatsuma isn't something an ordinary jonin can achieve. The amount of chakra required for just that mouthful of water is beyond their imagination. Despair swept over all the rain ninjas on the battlefield in an instant, while, conversely, the morale of the Konoha ninjas soared once again. Although there wasn't a stirring speech to boost their morale, Tatsuma, this child, has embodied the desire for victory through his actions. What reason do they have not to strive? Different people may have different feelings about this, but for Tatsuma, it doesn't matter. Even though he managed to land on a tree branch and maintain his balance, he knows he's utterly exhausted. Perhaps it's the relentless rampage of the Ninetales chakra in his body, causing damage to his cells and chakra pathways, making even the slightest movement extremely difficult. However, his frowning and pursed lips are deceptive. No rain ninja dares to gamble on how much strength Tatsuma has left at this moment. Minato, who is extremely familiar with Tatsuma, was the first to react. His extraordinary speed allowed him to weave through the crowd and arrive by Tatsuma's side. With Minato's arrival, Tatsuma breathed a sigh of relief. With a swift motion of his right hand from his ninja pouch, a military rations pill fell into his palm. Then, he descended towards the ground, taking advantage of the opportunity to consume the military rations pill. Minato also followed his actions, covering up his behavior. Minato's actions also gave Konoha's ninjas a target. They surged toward Tatsuma, not to embrace him, but because Tatsuma had punched a hole in the Rain Ninja's line of defense. This was the biggest weakness in the Rain Ninja's defense line. With the influx of Konoha's ninja, Tatsuma finally became less conspicuous, quickly resting. Meanwhile, the Rain Ninja around them continued to diminish in numbers as they fought against Konoha. Finally, the Rain Ninja couldn't hold back any longer. Flares were fired into the sky, momentarily illuminating the dim skies of the Land of Rain. The one who strikes first holds the advantage. Unable to endure any longer, Tatsuma knew they had gained stability. Chapter 186. Even if you make mistakes, don't fall into the trap of mental self-destruction. Are those Konoha ninjas? They're so powerful. On a cliffside, a boy with orange hair peered out at the battlefield in the distance, his face filled with astonishment. Beside him, a girl with purple hair nodded gently and said, "It seems like they're even stronger than Hanzo-sama." Watching Hanzo-sama, who was surrounded by just 3 people and unable to break free, and then seeing the Konoha ninjas who had just swept through the battlefield with a single ninjutsu, the girl's face was also full of astonishment. But, they're Konoha ninjas. Behind them, a boy with dark red hair, his bangs completely covering his eyes, spoke somewhat discontentedly, his tone mixed with anger and sadness. The boy with orange hair didn't turn around but said, "We just want to learn how to become ninjas. After we become ninjas, we can also help make the Land of Rain better. It doesn't matter who we learn from, right?" But the boy with dark red hair wanted to argue further, but before he could speak, footsteps came from behind, and he quickly curled up into a ball. The other 2 also hastily covered themselves with raincoats, but the footsteps around them stopped. "There are 3 kids, squad captain, what should we do? Perhaps they're Konoha spies? Let's take care of them first." As the words fell, the footsteps resumed, getting closer and closer to them. Rustle, rustle. Several shuriken flew towards them, as if probing, because they weren't aimed directly at the 3, but they still frightened them enough to scramble up from the ground. Seeing the 3 get up, the Rain Ninja quickly threw kunai with explosive tags hanging from them towards them. Bang, bang, bang. Explosions rang out. Originally at the back of the group, the red-haired boy now found himself at the front, but when the explosive tags detonated, an invisible chakra shield appeared. But nobody paid it any mind, because although the explosive tags didn't directly hit them, the rocks beneath their feet were still destroyed by the explosions, causing the three to fall, fortunately into a river below the cliff. The river, swollen from the late rains, was still abundant, so although they fell from the sky, they didn't sink to the bottom but were swept away by the current. The rain ninja who had resolved this minor incident quickly rushed to join the main force for reinforcements. However, squads of Konoha ninja appeared, blocking their path and engaging them in fierce combat. After a long while, Konoha achieved victory on the battlefield. There were hardly any rain ninja left standing, and even those few who still had fighting capability abandoned their weapons, their faces filled with despair. The reinforcements from the rain village were much fewer than expected, and at this point, they had all become part of the defeated army. In the center of the battlefield, Hanzo looked at the three young ninja before him, panting heavily and needing to support each other to stand steadily. He glanced around at the devastation and couldn't help but feel sorrow. He had fought for half a lifetime to achieve something, and in this battle, it was almost entirely lost. Tatsuma also stood in the distance, looking over here. With his intervention, Hanzo appeared much more weary than in the original story. Unlike in the original story where his clothes remained intact until the end, the current Hanzo looked somewhat disheveled. His upper garment had been torn to shreds, and his pants had numerous holes. There were bandages all over his body, covering wounds that had not yet healed. Even abuse had withdrawn due to injuries, but unfortunately, none of this could inflict serious harm on Hanzo. Perhaps, as Sarutobi Hiruzen said, Hanzo's strength was already comparable to that of the 5 Kage. In a situation where the 5 Kage were not involved, there was almost no one who could defeat Hanzo. Even the tactic used to kill the third Raikage might not work against Hanzo, considering how potent his poison was. That's why Konoha had to isolate him for battle. Hanzo's gaze also fell on Tatsuma, who was looking over here. Unlike before, there was no longer any killing intent in Hanzo's heart at this moment because killing Tatsuma would be futile. It will even anger the ninjas of Konoha. 10 kilometers behind is the Amigakure village, and Hanzo cannot accept that price. Withdrawing his gaze, Hanzo looked at the three individuals who were supporting each other and the summoning beasts that had been repelled back to their sanctuaries. He spoke again. It seems that you Konoha have won this war. Though he said seems, the situation on the battlefield was already clear. Although some still possessed fighting capabilities, those who had lost their will to fight could no longer be considered combatants. Even Hanzo himself had lost the drive to continue fighting. Despite the circumstances, Hanzo maintained his air of superiority as he addressed the three. I will spare your lives. Upon hearing Hanzo's continued arrogance, Jiraiya, who was supporting Tsunade, angrily retorted, we don't need your pity. I can still fight on. Enough, Jiraiya. Sensing Jiraiya's injuries, Tsunade quickly intervened, but Hanzo remained indifferent. He was long past the age of being provoked into hot-bloodedness by a few taunts. Now, he typically played the role of the elder, speaking in a paternal tone, all three of you are formidable. Even in our battle, you managed to survive. From now on, I will dub you the Konoha Sannin. Wear this title earned through your lives and live on. With that said, he turned his gaze to Tatsuma in the distance. The pain from his injuries began to sting again. There was a hint of imperceptible resentment in his tone as he continued, and you, Konoha's dragon, from this day forth, you have soared. This feels like not valuing the nickname I've earned, doesn't it? Tatsuma thought to himself. He had long since stopped caring about nicknames. After all, with a moniker like Jewel Crusher already attached to him, any other nickname felt pretty good. Tatsuma had given up worrying about nicknames because that one had already become well known. Even in Konoha, there were plenty of people calling him by that name, and even many elderly folks who didn't know the meaning of the nickname called him that too. Being called that so often naturally made him feel indifferent. Besides, he had already been restraining himself. In today's battle, he had hardly used his jewel-crushing technique at all. There were just a few instances where he couldn't avoid it. But he couldn't just give up attacking, could he? Ding! wisdom plus 9731, ninjutsu plus 8765, spirit plus 7956, strength plus 5431, speed plus 5369, stamina plus 4972, seals plus 4738, illusions plus 213. Would you like to claim? At this moment, the system completed its assessment. Looking at the incredibly rich array of talents he could acquire, Tatsuma felt no excitement at all. He simply habitually chose to claim them. Although Hanzo declared Konoha's victory, the mood among the Konoha ninjas present wasn't jubilant. Not only had the casualties been severe in this battle, but also because of the good and evil revealed by both sides during the conflict. Originally, before they set out, they thought that after this battle, they would become heroes who would end the war. But as they fought, they realized that they were actually the villains, the oppressors who harmed the civilians of other nations. Therefore, this victory was the most bitter victory they had ever experienced. In fact, if they could, they wished they weren't even part of the war. Tsunade and Orochimaru remained sober. Although his emotions were not high, he quickly commanded the battlefield, facilitated body exchanges, tended to the wounded, and even summoned Katsuyu again, providing healing to some rain ninja. However, no matter how everyone performed during the war, now that the war had ended, rebuilding the relationship between the two countries had become the most important thing. Orochimaru also discussed deeper compensation issues with Hanzo. It wasn't about the defeated land of Rain compensating Konoha, but rather Konoha voluntarily assisting the war-torn land of Rain. However, at the moment, it was only preliminary negotiations. Specific details of compensation and whether it would be provided were to be discussed in dedicated meetings later. Both sides took longer than during the battle to complete post-war affairs. After the body exchanges were done, Hanzo led the remnants of the Rain Ninja back to the nearby village, while the remnants of Konoha also began to gather and withdraw voluntarily. Despite the great victory, as the Konoha ninjas walked along, they all kept their heads low, no one spoke, even more silent than when they marched into battle, as if they were now executing a top-secret mission. Although Tatsuma was also silent, he wasn't pondering these questions because he knew that thinking about them was meaningless and would only lead to endless self-blame. Instead, he was contemplating how the ninja world situation might change as a result of this battle. Interactions between nations were far more complex than between individuals. Firstly, the Hidden Rock Village had lost its proxy, but with the war ending in Konoha's complete victory, it was clearly not the outcome the Hidden Rock Village desired. They might take their own actions in the aftermath. Or perhaps they might target Konoha, or the Land of Rain, which is riddled with wounds, or even the few unrestful smaller nations. There are just too many options for them to choose from and too much to consider. Next is the Hidden Sand Village. The Hidden Sand Village has never officially declared its withdrawal from the war, perhaps waiting and watching. If Konoha suffers continuous losses during this period, they might do their utmost to persuade the daimyo to deploy troops again. However, now that Konoha has achieved a decisive victory, it's highly unlikely that the daimyo of the Land of Wind would allocate funds for further warfare. The focus of the Hidden Sand Village's efforts should now shift to liaising with various small nations and organizations from before, to prevent them from withdrawing from their contracts. Then there's the Land of Lightning. The Land of Lightning can be said to have gained nothing from this war, but they also didn't suffer much. Although they lost some people in small-scale battles with Konoha, it wasn't significant for either side. Moreover, the Land of Lightning is far from the main battlefield. If they want to get involved, the journey is long and easily discovered. However, the Hidden Cloud Village is a group of rash individuals who might come up with some bright ideas on a whim, so defenses cannot be relaxed immediately. Next is the internal situation of Konoha. This war has consumed too much of Konoha's resources. Among the Senju descendants, almost all of the living combatants have been lost. This is bound to cause turmoil, especially since the Uchiha clan has also suffered significant casualties in the north. These two clans will likely be unable to act for a short period of time, especially since Senju Tsunade may consider the Senju to have vanished completely. In addition to this, the actions of Root, led by Danzo, will also be restricted in the coming period. After all, the only major defeat Konoha suffered was under Danzo's leadership. The Shimura clan, affiliated with Shimura Danzo, also dare not emerge to vie for power at this time. The real beneficiaries are the Hyuga and Sarutobi clans. The Ino Shikacho trio, as well as the Inazuka and Aburame clans, will also reap significant rewards from this. Especially for the Sarutobi clan, they truly exemplify the truth of as long as I don't make mistakes, the family will deliver opportunities to my doorstep. They don't need to do anything themselves, just wait for others to make mistakes. It is likely that Konoha will undergo significant changes in the next few years, but ultimately, it will develop towards a positive direction. Just as Tatsuma was pondering, the Konoha team also stopped temporarily to rest. While they were resting by the riverbank, something seemed to be constantly floating and sinking on the surface of the water in the distance. Chapter 187, Yahiko's Request. Is there someone over there? Tatsuma, who was chewing on dry rations, was awakened by Minato's voice. He regained his senses and followed Minato's gaze, only to spot 3 small figures floating on the river's surface. In an instant, memories that had been subconsciously hidden due to the urgency of the war resurfaced. He quickly recognized the 3 individuals, Yahiko, Nagato, and Konan, the future founders of the Akatsuki organization. Considering the timing of their appearance after the war, it seemed to align. Watching the 3 floating on the river without struggling, Tatsuma furrowed his brow and said, "They seem to be drowning. Let's pull them out and take a look." "All right." Minato nodded and swiftly hung steel wires on 3 shurikens, then threw them towards the 3 individuals swaying in the river. The shurikens grazed past the raincoats of the 3 individuals, then upon hitting the riverbed, swiftly changed direction, connecting with the steel wires coming from the direction they came. The 3 children were thus ensnared by the wires. If Tatsuma already possessed 100% of Minato's ninja tool throwing talent, then Minato at this stage should have fulfilled about 80% of his own ninja tool throwing talent. Even in terms of the current application of ninja tools, Minato wasn't far behind Tatsuma. After all, within Minato's limited talent pool, there were some techniques with additional conditions that Tatsuma didn't yet meet, and thus couldn't fully utilize. Minato gently pulled the steel wires in his hand, lifting the 3 children directly onto the shore. The surrounding Konoha ninja neither objected nor approved, many of them staring blankly as they chewed on dry rations or drank water. Even Jiraiya and the others only glanced over slightly. If Minato and Tatsuma were ordinary 10-year-old children, they might have been warned to be cautious of deception. However, with their ninja skills and experience, they were no less than many adult ninjas with years of experience, so there was no need for extra reminders. Minato quickly checked the 3 individuals, ensuring they were indeed ordinary children and finding no signs of anything like an explosive tag hidden on them. He breathed a sigh of relief, and at that moment, Tatsuma finished eating his dry rations and walked over. After a brief examination of the 3, Tatsuma, without making a sound, lifted Nagato's eyelid and then said, "Drowning, oxygen deprivation, along with impact injuries, possibly even a concussion. Their heartbeats are there, but they can't breathe on their own. Let's start by draining the water." With that, Tatsuma grabbed the leg of the boy with orange hair, Yahiko, and lifted him up. Feeling unexpectedly light in his hand, Tatsuma was surprised for a moment. However, considering the lifestyle of the 3 during the battle, he quickly understood. With one hand holding Yahiko's leg and the other patting his back, Yahiko soon began to expel water. Minato was familiar with first aid techniques as well. In no time, the 3 expelled the accumulated water from their bodies. After checking, Tatsuma found that their breathing had recovered, and their heartbeats seemed to have become stronger, so he didn't continue with the emergency measures. After treating the impact injuries on the 3 individuals with medical ninjutsu, they were carried to the makeshift campfire nearby. It was early autumn, not too cold but still chilly enough, especially considering they had been submerged in water for who knows how long. Therefore, warming up was necessary, and their clothes needed to dry quickly. However, this wasn't a hospital, so there was no need for meticulous care. Tatsuma didn't even bother to take off their clothes to wring them dry. Instead, he simply removed their raincoats, laid them out flat, and stretched out their clenched fists and curled legs before leaving them be. Is it even worth it? Perhaps letting them drift downstream would end their suffering, a hoarse voice suddenly spoke as Tatsuma and Minato finished their tasks. Jiraiya looked displeased as he glanced at Orochimaru, while Tsunade didn't lift her head but furrowed her brow. If we encounter someone in need, helping them along the way is within our means and capabilities. No one would refuse such a gesture. Tatsuma shrugged lightly, offering no further explanation or argument against Orochimaru's statement. Orochimaru's expression remained unchanged as he continued, perhaps their tragedy is something we caused? Perhaps by saving them, we're just adding 3 more people to Konoha seeking revenge against us? We are ninja, we shouldn't be so compassionate. Sensei, what are you saying? Nawaki gently tugged at Orochimaru, but Orochimaru paid no attention, continuing to stare at Tatsuma. Tatsuma also looked at Orochimaru, saying, I believe I am first a human, then a ninja. While it's true that we may have contributed to the plight of the land of rain, I doubt any of our colleagues would have willingly and happily done so. On the contrary, saving people, protecting them, that's why we became ninja, why we stepped onto the battlefield. We are ninja, but it doesn't mean we should abandon our humanity. Duty is duty, and conscience is conscience, they shouldn't be confused. As for what you said about seeking revenge, Orochimaru-sama, it's too far ahead to worry about. For now, I'll do good deeds without asking about future consequences. Tatsuma finished speaking, feeling a bit cheesy even though it was sincere. However, seeing Nawaki looking dejected and many Konoha ninjas showing signs of renewed vigor, he decided to let it go. Jiraiya raised his head with a smile, but before he could laugh, he was reminded of the pain in his chest and abdomen, grimacing in agony. Tsunade's face also showed a relieved smile. She couldn't express words like Tatsuma's. If she could, perhaps the Konoha ninja wouldn't be so disheartened now. However, this did not diminish her pride as a sensei. Moreover, isn't Tatsuma's value for life something that every medical ninja should possess? Orochimaru, observing the change in the people around him, remained silent. However, he kept his gaze on Tatsuma for quite some time before finally sighing. He didn't know if Tatsuma was too young or if he already understood the implications of his words. Nevertheless, Tatsuma had spoken them nonetheless, seemingly perfectly, reigniting the emotions of his companions. However, Tatsuma subtly hinted at the source of trouble, pointing indirectly at the village elders. He handled it well, not saying it explicitly or leaving any obvious traces of insinuation. But Orochimaru could sense that something was amiss. How could those Konoha elders, who were always in the company of trouble, not notice? Hopefully, these words wouldn't reach their ears. Watching Orochimaru shake his head and lower it again, Jiraiya nudged him and said discontentedly, Is Tatsuma wrong, Orochimaru? Shut up. Orochimaru wasn't in the mood to deal with Jiraiya. If Nawaki wasn't sitting beside him, he might have even blurted out the phrase trailing behind. Clearly, these words should have stopped where they did. Jiraiya bringing them up again was only going to cause trouble for Tatsuma, wasn't it? Jiraiya had never seen Orochimaru in this kind of mood before. Although he instinctively wanted to continue arguing, seeing the warning look in Orochimaru's eyes, Jiraiya simply shut his mouth. After resting for a while, Tatsuma received instructions from Tsunade to check the wounds of the injured, either changing bandages or administering treatment. Previously, on the battlefield, only basic treatment was provided. Tsunade had even focused most of her energy on treating the rain ninja, so there were still quite a few injured in the camp. Naturally, Tatsuma wouldn't refuse. Besides, he didn't mind, and even if he did inwardly, he would still carry out the task. After all, he had just spoken a lot of fine words. It would be ridiculous not to act upon them. Cough, cough. Just as Tatsuma was checking on the injured, Yahiko and the others woke up. Seeing their surroundings, they immediately became nervous. Their bodies, which Tatsuma had stretched out, instinctively curled up again, and they even huddled closer to each other, their eyes wary of their surroundings. The Konoha ninja around them quietly made way for the three children, which was one of the few acts of kindness they could offer, letting them leave. The three children quickly noticed this path and nervously grabbed the raincoats from the ground. Then, supporting each other, they walked out of the cave. It was still raining outside, and they were almost immediately soaked. They also saw a river in front of them. In an instant, memories from before they lost consciousness flooded back. They seemed to have fallen off a cliff and into the water. Thinking about the river, Yahiko with orange hair couldn't help but mutter, "Could it be that they saved us?" At this moment, Yahiko couldn't help but continue looking into the cave. He found that it wasn't as dangerous inside as he had imagined. The Konoha ninjas were just sitting there, eating dry rations, drinking water, or resting. Some were receiving treatment for injuries. Seeing the figure treating the ninjas, Yahiko's eyes lit up. He recognized this Konoha ninja who looked only a few years older than them, especially powerful. Gurgle, 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 but then Yahiko's stomach growled. Not having eaten for a long time and having been filled with water, they were now starving. After having their stomachs emptied, they were extremely hungry. After Yahiko's stomach growled, the stomachs of the other two also started rumbling in a symphony. Nagato lowered his head and pulled Yahiko, saying, "Let's go first." Yahiko nodded, but his feet didn't move. After a while, just as Nagato and Konan were about to ask again, Yahiko suddenly said, "I have an idea. You two wait here." Yahiko! Seeing Yahiko actually stepping towards the cave, Konan was about to scream in shock, but just as she opened her mouth, Nagato stopped her. Konan felt Nagato's cold and trembling hand and held it back, then nervously watched Yahiko's back. Yahiko swallowed hard. Under the increasingly intense gaze of the Konoha ninjas, he took step by step towards the three figures in the middle of the cave, who seemed to hold the highest status. He knew these three were the ones who had besieged Hanzo, the ones even Hanzo couldn't defeat. Compared to approaching mighty Tatsuma, these three, who seemed somewhat weaker, gave Yahiko more confidence. Orochimaru stood up directly, squinting at Yahiko as he approached. Yahiko swallowed hard again, took 2 more steps forward, and then, with his eyes wide open, looked at Jiraiya, who had been chewing on dry rations for a long time without swallowing. This man seemed somewhat friendly. Although the elder sister didn't seem malicious either, she hadn't looked up, and her hands were empty. Jiraiya stared back at Yahiko, even starting to smack his lips. Clearly, it was just dry rations, but it felt like a feast. Eventually, Orochimaru couldn't stand it anymore and asked in a hoarse voice, "What do you want?" Yahiko shrugged towards Jiraiya and said, "Share some of your food with me." It was a rather impolite tone, but Yahiko felt extremely nervous inside. He understood that pleading might have a better chance of getting food, but he wanted to see what kind of people the Konoha ninjas really were. After all, he had thought about bringing Konan and Nagato to learn from the Konoha ninjas. If the Konoha ninjas were all fierce, he would give up on that idea. "Where are your parents?" Jiraiya asked, not angry, but rather looking at the child who exuded a similar sense of determination as himself. Yahiko gave an answer that Jiraiya had already guessed: they died in the ninja wars. Upon hearing this, the Konoha ninjas around, who had initially been discontented with Yahiko's attitude, quieted down and fell silent. Jiraiya stopped smacking his lips, handed over the dry rations, and said, "Take it." Yahiko didn't immediately take it. Instead, he put his hand down and turned back, saying, "Nagato, Konan, come over here. They don't seem like bad people." Seeing Nagato and Konan approaching, Yahiko felt relieved. Jiraiya didn't withdraw his hand that he had extended, but continued to ask, "Did their families also die in the war?" As the words came out, Konan lowered her head in sorrow, and Nagato stopped in his tracks. Yahiko quickly nodded and said, "Yeah." After saying that, he took the rations and moved closer to Konan and Nagato. The three of them quietly ate the rations in the cave. Tatsuma tossed his water flask to Minato, who nodded and took off his own flask. As he approached the three, Minato could clearly feel them tensing up again. However, Minato's gentle smile, rare in the land of rain, dissolved their tension. Nawaki also walked over, placed his water flask down, then turned and left, giving space to the three. Inside the cave, the Konoha ninjas ignored the three. After Tatsuma finished checking everyone and reported to Tsunade, the Konoha team set off again. Unlike the journey through the rainforest on the way here, they chose a road for the return journey. When Yahiko and his companions saw the Konoha team leaving, they quickly finished their rations and caught up. Since there was no rush on the way back, and there were many injured, the team didn't move quickly. The three could barely keep up, but as they continued following, some began to feel increasingly unhappy. Tsunade, with her quick temper, stopped and turned to look at the three, asking impatiently, "You got your food, what else do you want?" Hearing this, the three became nervous again. However, the little girl took the lead, stepped forward, and handed a paper flower to the three, saying, "Thank you." Seeing this, Tsunade's dissatisfaction disappeared from her face, replaced with embarrassment. She even seemed a bit at a loss. Jiraiya reached out and patted Conan's head, saying, "It's okay, but if it's possible, it's better not to follow us if nothing's wrong. We're ninjas, we could encounter danger at any moment." Yahiko stepped forward at this moment and said, "We want to learn ninjutsu, at least to have the ability to change something in the future." Hearing this, Orochimaru pursed his lips, thinking about suggesting killing them, but the memory of Tatsuma's words made him restrain himself and keep quiet. Jiraiya glanced around at the desolate land of rain and said, "Orochimaru, you and Tsunade take everyone back first. I'll stay behind to take care of them for a while." "What?" Tsunade asked in confusion. Jiraiya explained, "I want to do something, like accompany them until they can fend for themselves, as Tatsuma said. Doing good deeds without asking for reward." Then, he smiled and looked at the three, asking, "Do you want to learn from me?" Jiraiya didn't mention learning ninjutsu, nor did he intend to teach them ninjutsu. If they wanted to change something, it didn't necessarily have to rely on ninjutsu. Yahiko hesitated at this moment, turning to look at Tatsuma, who was frowning and lost in thought. "Mouth agape," Yahiko said, "we want to learn from powerful ninjas." "Huh? But I am a powerful ninja." Jiraiya pointed to himself, speaking eagerly, but Yahiko's gaze once again glanced towards Tatsuma. Even Konan and Nagato couldn't help but shift their gaze. Following the direction of their eyes, Jiraiya's eye twitched, he felt like something was off. Are they serious? Take it. Instead, he put his hand down and turned back, saying, "Nagato, Konan, come over here. They don't seem like bad people." Seeing Nagato and Konan approaching, Yahiko felt relieved. Jiraiya didn't withdraw his hand that he had extended, but continued to ask, "Did their families also die in the war?" As the words came out, Konan lowered her head in sorrow, and Nagato stopped in his tracks. Yahiko quickly nodded and said, "Yeah." After saying that, he took the rations and moved closer to Konan and Nagato. The three of them quietly ate the rations in the cave. Tatsuma tossed his water flask to Minato, who nodded and took off his own flask. As he approached the three, Minato could clearly feel them tensing up again. However, Minato's gentle smile, rare in the land of rain, dissolved their tension. Nawaki also walked over, placed his water flask down, then turned and left, giving space to the three. Inside the cave, the Konoha ninjas ignored the three. After Tatsuma finished checking everyone and reported to Tsunade, the Konoha team set off again. Unlike the journey through the rainforest on the way here, they chose a road for the return journey. When Yahiko and his companions saw the Konoha team leaving, they quickly finished their rations and caught up. Since there was no rush on the way back, and there were many injured, the team didn't move quickly. The three could barely keep up, but as they continued following, some began to feel increasingly unhappy. Tsunade, with her quick temper, stopped and turned to look at the three, asking impatiently, "You got your food, what else do you want?" Hearing this, the three became nervous again. However, the little girl took the lead, stepped forward, and handed a paper flower to the three, saying, "Thank you." Seeing this, Tsunade's dissatisfaction disappeared from her face, replaced with embarrassment. She even seemed a bit at a loss. Jiraiya reached out and patted Conan's head, saying, "It's okay, but if it's possible, it's better not to follow us if nothing's wrong. We're ninjas, we could encounter danger at any moment." Yahiko stepped forward at this moment and said, "We want to learn ninjutsu, at least to have the ability to change something in the future." Hearing this, Orochimaru pursed his lips, thinking about suggesting killing them, but the memory of Tatsuma's words made him restrain himself and keep quiet. Jiraiya glanced around at the desolate land of rain and said, "Orochimaru, you and Tsunade take everyone back first. I'll stay behind to take care of them for a while." "What?" Tsunade asked in confusion. Jiraiya explained, "I want to do something, like accompany them until they can fend for themselves, as Tatsuma said. Doing good deeds without asking for reward." Then, he smiled and looked at the three, asking, "Do you want to learn from me?" Jiraiya didn't mention learning ninjutsu, nor did he intend to teach them ninjutsu. If they wanted to change something, it didn't necessarily have to rely on ninjutsu. Yahiko hesitated at this moment, turning to look at Tatsuma, who was frowning and lost in thought. "Mouth agape," Yahiko said, "we want to learn from powerful ninjas." "Huh? But I am a powerful ninja." Jiraiya pointed to himself, speaking eagerly, but Yahiko's gaze once again glanced towards Tatsuma. Even Conan and Nagato couldn't help but shift their gaze. Following the direction of their eyes, Jiraiya's eye twitched. He felt like something was off. Are they serious? Chapter 188, Getting close to leaders doesn't necessarily mean holding high positions. Yahiko and the others are ninjas. They don't know the difficulty and significance of Jiraiya and the others isolating Hanzo on the battlefield, let alone the value of it. They only know they never fought 3 against 1. On the other hand, Tatsuma effortlessly injured Hanzo in a single move, a feat they couldn't even dream of achieving. Then, with another move, he defeated hundreds of rain ninjas, appearing incredibly powerful. Moreover, Tatsuma seems kinder than the big jagged guy with oil-painted marks on his face before them. They just witnessed Tatsuma healing others, and from the vague conversations among the ninjas, they gathered that Tatsuma and the handsome brother who smiles a lot were the ones who saved them. In their hearts, the ideal sensei candidate is undoubtedly the powerful and kind Tatsuma, followed by the handsome brother who smiles a lot. As for the flamboyant uncle before them, he's not even in the running. Noticing the various gazes directed at him, Tatsuma snapped back to reality. He looked at Yahiko's admiring yet longing gaze, then at Jiraiya's eyes, filled with sorrow and resentment, not knowing what had happened. Though he felt a pang of jealousy, akin to being robbed of love by a former student, Jiraiya quickly briefed him on the situation, and Tatsuma's expression became increasingly strange. A powerful ninja? Him? Tatsuma couldn't believe it. Even if Jiraiya let him use only one hand, he wouldn't stand a chance. True, Tatsuma did possess techniques that could seriously injure or even kill Jiraiya, but having the means doesn't guarantee success. Just like killing Senju Hashirama, is it difficult? Not at all. Take a knife, chop off his head, and the body separates, Senju Hashirama would be dead. But no one could manage to slide a knife across Senju Hashirama's neck. Tatsuma had several jutsu, indeed powerful ones, but Jiraiya wouldn't give Tatsuma the chance to land a hit. On the contrary, if Jiraiya wanted to control Tatsuma, he could do so without even using ninjutsu. With sheer strength and speed alone, he could keep Tatsuma pinned down. But Tatsuma probably also realized that Yahiko and the others truly didn't understand. So he said, "I'm going back to Konoha. If you want to learn from me, you'll have to come to Konoha too." Upon hearing this, the three hesitated. After all, they had never left the land of rain before. Even when Yahiko initially proposed learning ninjutsu, he talked about helping the land of rain become better. But if they left the land of rain, how could they help make it better? These kids weren't thinking about returning after learning. They didn't even know how vast the ninja world was, let alone the distance between the land of rain and the land of fire. Leaving was just leaving, as for coming back, they hadn't thought about it yet. In contrast, Jiraiya's willingness to stay behind, to remain in the land of rain that nurtured them, to teach them, it suddenly made him much more attractive. Jiraiya seemed to understand the implied meaning in Tatsuma's words and gave him a satisfied look. Indeed, he was worthy of being his former student. Although they didn't ultimately become his disciples, they still understood gratitude and didn't resort to underhanded tactics. But suddenly, Jiraiya felt something was amiss. He had generously wanted to stay behind and teach the three, so why did he now have to consider Tatsuma's opinion? And these three little troublemakers had abandoned him before. Why did he feel inexplicably excited now that they were turning back? Yahiko's eyes shifted between Jiraiya and Tatsuma, then he spoke reluctantly, "Sorry, Ninja-sama. We don't want to leave the land of rain." Looking at Jiraiya, he continued, "Can you teach us ninjutsu, Ninja-sama?" Upon hearing Yahiko's explicit mention of learning ninjutsu, Jiraiya hesitated for a moment. Seeing the three's faces darken, he couldn't bear to refuse them. Jiraiya rubbed Yahiko's head and said, "What I, Jiraiya-sama, promised won't be broken, but as for ninjutsu, I won't teach it to you too quickly. I'll teach you how to become an excellent person. Whether I teach you ninjutsu or not depends on your talent." "Forget it, Jiraiya. You're not even an excellent person yourself, and you want to teach others?" Tsunade jabbed, and Orochimaru nodded in agreement. Jiraiya's expression froze, and suddenly Yahiko wondered if his choice was wrong. But soon, his gaze became firm again. Even if the ninja in front of them weren't excellent or powerful enough, there were already plenty of things to learn from Jiraiya for them. Seeing that Yahiko didn't regret his decision, Jiraiya breathed a sigh of relief, stood up, and looked at Tsunade and Orochimaru. Orochimaru looked at Jiraiya and asked, "Are you really not going back?" "Not for now. The war has already ended, and there may still be some loose ends, but with you two here, it's enough." Jiraiya looked at Minato, who had been silent, and said, "Minato, from now on, Sensei won't be able to help you much with your path." "It's okay, Sensei. I'll work hard on my own." Minato smiled in response, but Jiraiya felt even more guilty. He rubbed Minato's head and said, "Minato, Sensei hopes you can forge a path different from mine, and then surpass Sensei. That's what I believe a Sensei would be most proud of and what I admire the most." "I will, Sensei." Minato nodded firmly. In fact, over the past year or two, Jiraiya had gradually reduced his planning for Minato's growth path. Minato was now exploring it on his own, with Jiraiya providing guidance when needed. However, having a sensei there and not having sensei there made a difference. When sensei was around, Minato could ask him anything without any psychological burden. And in situations where he wasn't there, others might be willing to teach Minato, but Minato might not necessarily accept it openly. So, Jiraiya looked at Orochimaru and said, "Orochimaru, Before Jiraiya could articulate his request, Orochimaru nodded. Jiraiya was just too easy to understand. He didn't need to speak for Orochimaru to guess what he wanted. It was nothing more than asking him to proactively inquire if Minato encountered any difficulties in his path and to help him understand and solve them. After all, Nawaki was destined to be unable to inherit his sensei's talent in ninjutsu, but Orochimaru didn't mind imparting his knowledge to individuals like Minato and Tatsuma, who had exceptional potential. Yahiko also understood what was happening. With eyes filled with apology, he looked at the handsome big brother who smiled so beautifully. If it weren't for his request, this big brother might not have to part ways with his sensei. But Yahiko didn't want to miss this opportunity, so he could only watch Minato like this, and Minato naturally noticed and once again showed Yahiko a sunny smile. Finally, Jiraiya looked at Tsunade, somewhat awkwardly asking, "Tsunade, will you wait for me to return?" "Humph. Your feet are under your control. When you want to return to the village, return. What does it have to do with me? Or do you want me to stay here in the rain, waiting for you to finish teaching these three brats?" Upon hearing this, Jiraiya's head hung even lower, and he didn't say anything more. He simply led Yahiko and the others away from the group, and Orochimaru issued orders for the team to head back to Konoha. The return journey started off slowly, and it took a day and a half to leave the Land of Rain. As they looked at the sky lighting up again, the mood among the ninja in the team improved considerably. After 2 days of silence, the team began to talk again, occasionally mixed with laughter, bringing a sense of victory to the atmosphere. As they got closer and closer to Konoha, the atmosphere within the team continued to improve because all the Land of Fire civilians they encountered along the way praised and hailed them as heroes who had quelled the war. During conversations with these Land of Fire civilians, nicknames like Sannin and Konoha's Dragon, coined by Hanzo, began to spread. The injuries of the wounded gradually healed, but the return journey did not speed up. In fact, it slowed down quite a bit because every time they passed through a town, Tsunade would go to the gambling houses. Tsunade was responsible for losing, and Tatsuma was responsible for winning, barely managing to balance their expenses. Of course, this was only when Tatsuma strongly insisted that Tsunade limit her gambling to simple games like betting on even or odd or black or white, which only had 2 possible outcomes. Otherwise, if they played roulette, Tatsuma wouldn't be able to win it back. However, as they continued to gamble, they ended up completely draining their money. After all, if Tsunade bet big, the house might not necessarily play small, it could also be a clean sweep by the bank. In addition, Tatsuma didn't have much initial capital, it was just what he had taken from some rain ninja. Even if he could win, the growth was limited due to the limited capital. After a few rounds of winning, they naturally ended up losing it all. The village was very tolerant of them and didn't require them to return immediately, so it took nearly 10 days for them to complete a journey that would normally take less than 3 days. Because their return was so unpredictable, the villagers of Konoha didn't anticipate their arrival. Only a few people welcomed them along the way. Although the number of people was small, their smiles were sincere. Tatsuma went with Tsunade and the others to report their mission, as the overall direction of this operation was proposed by Tatsuma. Therefore, Sarutobi Hiruzen specifically summoned him. Although the battle reports had already been sent back, as a leader, it was still necessary to ask a few questions in person to demonstrate one's importance. Moreover, praising someone face to face would make the subordinates even more excited. After the mission report, Tatsuma also talked about his analysis of the post-war situation. However, he returned too late this time, and the village had already come up with similar analysis results. Although Tatsuma didn't contribute much, Sarutobi Hiruzen appreciated him even more. After all, the analysis results from Shirkato and his entire staff were remarkably similar to Tatsuma's analysis. While Shikato's team provided clearer and more detailed data in their analysis reports, presenting the pros and cons and impacts of their proposed plans, this level of work couldn't be handled by Tatsuma alone, making his analysis seem somewhat superficial. However, Tatsuma's keen insight and foresight had already been demonstrated, which was something Sarutobi Hiruzen admired. Just as Tatsuma was about to finish his mission report and leave to take a bath and get a good night's sleep, Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly asked, "Tatsuma, do you have any plans for yourself after the war?" Upon hearing this, Tatsuma was taken aback because he hadn't thought about this question before. After all, it had been a few years of living a life where he took on missions when available and enjoyed his free time during breaks. He hadn't really considered any career plans with a specific direction. However, Tatsuma quickly grasped the situation. Sarutobi Hiruzen seemed to be offering him a clearer path for promotion. Curious, Tatsuma asked, "Hokage-sama, I haven't thought about this question. Do you have any suggestions?" Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded, his face showing a smile. Tatsuma's keen insight and comforting way of speaking were much better than dealing with his 3 prodigies. With a cheerful tone, Sarutobi Hiruzen said, "Sakuma will be busy for some time to come, so he won't be able to continue as the Hokage's guard. Are you interested in filling the vacancy left by Sakuma?" Chapter 189, Some experiences that others have already summarized, there's no need to verify them by yourself. The Hokage guard is like the secretary of certain leaders in his previous life. It seems like the position is not high, but the status is higher than many middle-level leaders. Even if a branch company is established or assigned an overseas position, it is very likely that the secretary will ascend to the top and become the leader of the branch company. Similarly, the Hokage guard is the same. Or rather, each Kage's guard is an extremely special existence. When the hidden villages were established, during the first 5 Kage summit, those who attended as Hokage guard were all successors to the positions of the Kages of each ninja village, either as second or third. In Konoha, the second Hokage Senju Tobarama was once the Hokage guard of the first Hokage Senju Hashirama, and the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen was the Hokage guard of the second Hokage. The sixth Hokage Kakashi also served as a Hokage guard at one point. It can be said that the value of this position is extremely high, because serving as a Hokage guard not only means taking on the responsibility of guarding the Hokage but also implies close contact with Konoha elders matters. Perhaps they may not have the right to speak, but they are definitely among the first to be informed of any changes within and outside the village. Moreover, if anyone within the village wants to know the recent mood of the Hokage, for example, when submitting proposals, it is not allowed to approach the leader directly. The Hokage guard becomes the best person to inquire about the leader's mood and stance. In other words, every Hokage guard becomes the intermediary between the Hokage and the heads of major ninja clans or those holding important positions, and these individuals will also try to maintain good relations with the Hokage guard. Sarutobi Hiruzen proposing Tatsuma for the position of Hokage guard means he truly intends to consider Tatsuma as one of his own. Although they belonged to the same faction before, Sarutobi Hiruzen's resources were somewhat tilted, with Tsunade always in between. However, if Tatsuma becomes the Hokage guard, even that slight gap in between will be eliminated. Tatsuma naturally understands all the intricacies involved, so after Sarutobi Hiruzen proposed it, he neither immediately declined nor dared to agree right away. Instead, he glanced at Tsunade. At the same time, he also glanced at Orochimaru beside Tsunade. Orochimaru clearly understood the intentions of their sensei, and he nodded slightly, agreeing to the proposal. However, Tsunade seemed oblivious and asked, "What are you looking at me for? You don't want to go to the Konoha hospital, and I'm not familiar with other places. Make your own decision." Only then did Tatsuma turn back, looking at Sarutobi Hiruzen, maintaining his modesty and humility. He said, "Hokage-sama, I'm just a chunin. Will I be lacking in ability to serve as your guard?" When facing the leader, this aspect isn't good. Clearly desiring something, yet feeling the need to modestly decline first, and then only under the leader's request, reluctantly accepting the favor. Sarutobi Hiruzen also smiled and said, "Tatsuma, there's no need to underestimate yourself. Your talent and ability are among the most outstanding I've seen among your peers. Moreover, the Hokage rarely leaves the village. As a Hokage guard, you'll naturally have to stay in the village year-round. With your current abilities, you'll more than adequately handle any dangers that may arise. I'm actually concerned that staying in the village for a long time might hinder your growth." Tatsuma knew it was time to agree because if he continued to decline, it might give the impression of reluctance or unwillingness to become a Hokage guard. Even though Sarutobi Hiruzen might offer reassurance again, and Tatsuma might agree in the next round, it could still leave a somewhat negative impression. So he simply nodded and said, "No, Hokage-sama. Being able to learn from you directly will surely accelerate my progress far more than training alone. As long as you don't find my abilities lacking, I'm willing to serve as your guard. I will continue to strive and learn, becoming a ninja who can better serve the Hokage and the village." Tsunade suddenly found her disciple becoming less pleasing to her eyes. After all, the more polite Tatsuma was, the more it made her seem impolite, didn't it? Now she wasn't even willing to use polite language with Hiruzen anymore, especially since Hiruzen hadn't fulfilled his promises to her yet. "Flatterer," Tsunade muttered under her breath. Tatsuma's expression stiffened, and Sarutobi Hiruzen's smile slightly faded as he glanced disapprovingly at his disciple, though he didn't say anything. Before the atmosphere could become completely awkward, Hiruzen turned to Orochimaru and said, "Orochimaru, organize the information on participating ninjas on your end and report the number of completed missions to Shukato. He will coordinate and calculate the rewards or subsidies for each ninja. Also, compile a list of casualties as soon as possible. Although there are still conflicts in various places, the war has ended, and it's time to announce the news. At the same time, the funeral preparations should also be made." When Hiruzen mentioned the funeral, it naturally didn't refer to a specific person's funeral but rather a collective funeral. After the war, these ninjas who died in battle would be engraved on the memorial stone and become heroes of the village. The names on the memorial stone are not updated in real time, they are only updated once after such major wars end. Moreover, once the funeral is over and the aftermath of the conflicts in various places is handled, if more ninjas die, their names won't make it onto the memorial stone, at least not so soon. The earliest they will be added is during the outbreak and conclusion of the next major war. "Yes, Sensei, I've almost finished organizing. Once I confirm it when I get back, I can hand it over to Shikado-sama," Orochimaru replied. Hiruzen nodded and then looked at Tatsuma again, saying, "You've been in battles for the past 2 years. Go back and rest for a while. In a while, there will be an official appointment letter issued to you, and then you will formally assume the position of Hokage Guard." "Yes, Hokage-sama." Tatsuma also promptly accepted the command. Hiruzen cast a final glance at Tsunade, who still wore a discontented expression. He knew where Tsunade's dissatisfaction stemmed from. Several months ago, he had promised Tsunade to prepare for the establishment of a medical ninja training system once the war ended. But now, there were too many things to be busy with, too many rewards, subsidies, and condolence payments to be distributed. Hiruzen wasn't even sure how much money would be left. In fact, the village's funds might not even be sufficient at this point. He might have to visit the daimyo's mansion to apply for more funding. Therefore, Tsunade's matter could only be postponed further. Thus, Hiruzen could only ignore Tsunade's displeased gaze, waved his hand, and said, "All right, everyone must be tired. Let's all go back and rest." Tsunade stared at Hiruzen. Seeing that Hiruzen never mentioned the matter they had discussed, she snorted and then grabbed Tatsuma by the back of his neck, walking out. Not long after leaving the Hokage building, as their paths diverged, Tsunade and Orochimaru exchanged brief farewells and were about to leave. Tatsuma seized the opportunity to ask, "Orochimaru-sama." Orochimaru halted his step, looking at Tatsuma with a puzzled expression. Tatsuma, with an awkward and embarrassed smile, asked, "About that, the rewards for the missions, when will they be distributed?" Upon hearing this, Orochimaru asked in return, "Are you in dire need of money?" Tatsuma nodded and replied, "Yes, I'm completely broke, and Minato is in a similar situation." After recalling for a moment, Orochimaru said, "Usually, it takes about 2 to 3 weeks after the war to finalize and calculate everything, then the rewards will be distributed. And this time, it's likely to take even longer than any other time I've experienced due to the scale of this war." Tatsuma's expression stiffened. Orochimaru, noticing his reaction, patted his head and then pulled out a handful of money, saying, "But if it's just money, I can," swoosh. Orochimaru's hands suddenly became empty as Tsunade had already dashed away 100 meters, leaving behind a shout, "Orochimaru, thanks. I'll pay you back double if I win." Tatsuma slapped his forehead, causing Orochimaru's facial muscles to twitch several times. However, after taking a deep breath, Orochimaru calmed down and said, "Let me tell you a little trick for dealing with Tsunade." "Huh?" Seeing Tatsuma's puzzled expression, Orochimaru inexplicably felt a sense of relief. After all, in terms of intellect, this little guy seemed to be no less than himself. Being able to offer him some guidance felt quite nice. Prepare 2 or more pockets or wallets for holding money. With that, Orochimaru pulled out another stack of money from another pocket. Though not as much as before, it was still a considerable amount. Handing the money to Tatsuma, Orochimaru said, "Take it for now. No rush to repay. I'm not Jiraiya. I won't be left with nothing after lending you some money. Tatsuma looked at Orochimaru with a hint of admiration in his eyes. How had he not thought of such a simple yet effective method before? At the same time, Tatsuma roughly counted the money in Orochimaru's hand. Each bill was 200 denominations, brand new and crisp. There were probably 100 bills, totaling 20,000. Not too much pressure for him even if he had to pay it back. And if one doesn't buy ninja supplies or indulge in extravagance, coupled with the current rent and utilities being waived, even regular meals don't require spending money, which is enough to cover many expenses. Therefore, Tatsuma accepted it and said, "Thank you, Orochimaru-sama. Once the mission rewards are distributed, I'll repay you as soon as possible. Don't go to collect the mission rewards with your sensei. After collecting the rewards, remember to open a savings account for yourself. Don't carry too much money on you, and never divulge your savings account password," Orochimaru said while handing the money to Tatsuma. Tatsuma listened attentively, knowing that these were probably all based on Orochimaru's bitter experiences. Without Orochimaru's guidance, Tatsuma might have naively fallen for similar traps again before learning these lessons. Relying on oneself to comprehend such things would mean losing too much already. After bidding farewell to Orochimaru, Tatsuma headed towards the Senju clan's area. Minato had already been brought here, but Kushina's whereabouts were not seen. Kushina moved out, Minato explained, perhaps sensing Tatsuma's confusion. It seems the distance to the sealing team's daily mission location is a bit far, so she moved out. Tatsuma found this reason somewhat dubious, as that distance would have no impact on a ninja whatsoever. There must be other reasons for her departure, perhaps rebelliousness. Tatsuma pursed his lips and handed half of the money to Minato, saying, "This is borrowed from Orochimaru-sama. Don't let my sensei know." "Huh? How can that be?" Minato seemed to have a natural resistance to borrowing money. Tatsuma simply shoved it into his hands and said, "Take it, you'll repay it." Upon hearing this, Minato nodded. Seeing Minato accept it, Tatsuma let go of him and asked, "Will Kushina come back for dinner tonight?" "I'm not sure. Shall I go ask?" "I just found out her address too." "Yeah, I'll go check on Grandma Mito." After a brief exchange, Minato left, while Tatsuma entered the house, revealing a smile and saying, "Grandma Mito, I'm back." Chapter 190, Children are not unaware of right and wrong, but sometimes they actively choose wrong. Mito had known Tatsuma had returned long before, but upon seeing him, she still smiled, and much of her inner worry dissipated. The incident involving the Sannin, Tatsuma, and Hanzo had long been spread around. Hearing that Tatsuma had also faced Hanzo, Mito couldn't shake off her concerns. Even though the battle reports stated that Tatsuma wasn't injured, she couldn't relax until she saw Tatsuma with her own eyes. Mito stood up and gently embraced Tatsuma, saying, "It's good that you're back. You won't have to go to the battlefield again, will you?" After Mito let go, Tatsuma nodded and said, "Yeah, I shouldn't be leaving the village in the short term. Hokage-sama wants me to take on the role of Hokage guard, and I agreed. I'll be staying in the village from now on." "Boo?" Mito nodded at the mention. The Hokage guard actually belonged to ANBU, as they were both departments directly under the jurisdiction of the Hokage. Mito hadn't inquired about ANBU for many years, but this department was established by Tobirama. Although many ANBU missions were dangerous, serving as Hokage guard was relatively safe. Tatsuma didn't ask Mito about Kushina's situation. Although he didn't know what exactly had happened, Mito must be feeling uneasy. After all, elderly people didn't want to see their loved ones away from them. Despite Mito's high status, strength, and knowledge, she was still a grandma. Moreover, Kushina's departure was recent, and there might have been some incident between them. Mito's emotions might not have completely subsided, so bringing it up again might sadden her once more. Therefore, it was best to act as if he didn't know about it. Mito pulled Tatsuma to sit down and then asked, "What about Tsunade? Didn't she come back with you?" I only heard that Jiraiya stayed in the land of rain. Tsunade shouldn't have such intentions, right? At Mito's words, he showed a slight awkward expression, then explained, Sensei, she should have gone to the casino. Humph. Just like her grandfather, even though he didn't have much time left, he still passed on such a quirk to Tsunade. Ignoring whether Hashirama could hear her complaints, Mito couldn't help but speak out. Tatsuma dared not interject. After all, Mito could freely complain about her husband, but if Tatsuma spoke up, it would be tantamount to disparaging the first Hokage. Even though Mito might not mind, Tatsuma didn't want to speak ill of others, especially an elder whom he had never met or known. After murmuring, Mito regained her composure and said to Tatsuma, in the future, you don't need to go to the training ground for training anymore. The land here has fully recovered. If you want to train, just do it here. Alright, as long as I don't disturb you, Tatsuma replied. No, there's nothing urgent for me on regular days, so there's no question of disturbing, Mito replied. Seeing Tatsuma agree, Mito smiled again and continued, go freshen up and rest for a while. I've had someone buy clothes for you, Minato, and Nawaki. You're growing quickly at your age, and your previous clothes probably don't fit anymore. Thank you, Grandma Mito, Tatsuma said with a heartfelt smile. Feeling Mito release his hand, Tatsuma slowly stood up and left the hall. Minato had already gone to find Kushina, so Tatsuma didn't wait for him. Instead, he returned to the residence of Senju Tobarama. The wardrobe Mito had arranged was filled with a new batch of clothes. Although these clothes were somewhat old school, with wide sleeves and loose robes, different from the current trend of fitted clothing, Tatsuma didn't mind. He was past the age of liking flashy attire. Tatsuma grabbed a set of clothes and went to freshen up. As a ninja, especially when on missions, cleanliness was still crucial, not just for health but also for the smooth progress of tasks. For example, during undercover assassination missions, one couldn't possibly sneak into the target's house reeking of odors, right? However, the conditions for cleanliness during missions were often less than ideal. For instance, in the Land of Rain, they often had to make do with floodwaters or collected rainwater for washing. Those waters weren't exactly clean. While they could use disinfectant tablets for drinking water, they didn't have that luxury for bathing water, let alone hot water. So, every time Tatsuma returned from a mission, the first bath was always a delightful experience. Of course, the exception was the trip to Hakusen village, where the hot springs were far more comfortable than home. Tatsuma couldn't resist washing a bit longer until his hands wrinkled and he felt a bit lightheaded. Only then did he finish bathing and put on his new clothes. These new clothes had obviously been washed after purchase, devoid of the stiffness of new garments. Any residual scent of new clothes was masked by the soap fragrance, leaving just a hint behind. After changing clothes, it was already dusk. Minato also returned with Kushina, but Kushina looked somewhat aggrieved and resistant. She didn't enter the house but sat on the veranda. Seeing this, Tatsuma became even more convinced of his thoughts. It seemed that Kushina, who had entered the rebellious phase of adolescence, had some disputes with Mito, and then chose to move out to live alone. Tatsuma had no intention of intervening. After all, he had also experienced adolescence and knew that children at this age often couldn't tolerate many things. Even if something was genuinely beneficial to them, they might not listen. Sometimes, they even understood this truth themselves, but inner rebellion prevented them from doing the right thing. Tatsuma went into the house to assist Mito in preparing dinner, while Nawaki talked to Kushina about his experiences on the battlefield, and Minato went to take a bath. When it was almost dark and dinner was ready, Tsunade finally returned stealthily. Clearly, after completing her duties in the village, instead of coming back to visit her grandmother first, she went to the casino, feeling guilty herself. In such a situation, Mito was already accustomed to it, so she didn't disturb anyone. Only after the food was served did she ask Nawaki to call Tsunade to come back for dinner. The meal was harmonious, but Mito and Kushina didn't say a word to each other, just chatting with others. Nawaki kept talking about Tatsuma injuring Hanzo, defeating hundreds of rain ninja with one move, and later being regarded as the strongest ninja in the team by the children of the Land of Rain. Seeing his excited demeanor, someone who didn't know the truth might even think he was telling his own story. On the contrary, Tatsuma, the person involved, remained unusually calm, just eating his food heartily and occasionally exchanging a few words with Mito. After dinner, Tatsuma tidied up the table, Minato escorted Kushina back, Nawaki began to practice more, and Tsunade just sat there looking sulky, occasionally muttering phrases like "should have bet smaller" in discontent. These relaxed days continued, and finally, the Land of Rain issued an official diplomatic letter, announcing its withdrawal from the war and initiating post-war negotiations with countries such as the Land of Fire, Land of Waterfalls, and Land of Rice Fields. Soon after, Hidden Sand Village also sent a letter declaring its withdrawal from the war. Compared to Hanzo's statement, the third Kazekage's remarks in the letter were much shorter and had no follow-up. There was no mention of post-war plans in the letter either, as initiatives like post-war reconstruction require a large amount of money. Without funding from the daimyo, it's uncertain how long Hidden Sand Village can sustain itself. After receiving the diplomatic letters from both countries, Sarutobi Hiruzen, in the name of Konoha, issued a lengthy diplomatic letter about peace, which was sent to various countries large and small in the ninja world. The letter reflected on the war and also offered sincere advice to the Land of Earth and the Land of Lightning, which were still causing trouble. At the same time, it bore the crucial role of Land of Iron in bringing the war to an end and ushering in peace during this war, pioneering the recognition of Land of Iron as a neutral country. Of course, the eloquent words in the discourse, even those with a strong moralistic and preachy tone, have caused dissatisfaction among the Land of Earth and Land of Lightning. The Land of Earth claimed in a letter that it had never participated in the war and its transactions with the Land of Rain were only for commercial purposes, but it ultimately acknowledged the Land of Iron status as a neutral country. The Land of Lightning took a more hardline stance, stating that Konoha should not interfere in the military exercises of the Hidden Cloud Village, and even questioning whether it wanted to interfere in the internal affairs of other countries. They also sent additional troops to the military exercises. These are the external changes. Within Konoha, there are also numerous changes. Many unclaimed and ownerless houses and shops have been reclaimed by the village and redistributed after bidding. Craftsmen and construction companies from all over the Land of Fire have flooded into Konoha. Nowadays, during the day in Konoha, almost everywhere you go, you hear the sounds of demolition and construction, which greatly affects travel. Meanwhile, there have been significant changes in the organizational structure of the ninja organizations, with many personnel filling vacant positions and many positions being replaced with new candidates. A group of ninjas have also seen changes in their titles, with many chunin being promoted to special jonin or jonin, and some genin being promoted directly to chunin without examination. Previously formed ninja teams have also undergone redistribution due to the concentration of the ninja corps. However, many ninjas can no longer team up with their previous teammates because they may be the only survivors left from their teams. However, these changes have little to do with Tatsuma, as he has hardly left the Senju clan compound. Apart from daily training, he and Minato have to undergo a lot of remedial lessons. The SEAL course, which was neglected during wartime, has resumed, and Mito's spare time is spent teaching the two of them. As for Nawaki, Mito has given up on teaching him because there have been no results. As October approaches, a month that should have been dry, continuous light rain falls instead. Tatsuma hasn't received his appointment letter to become a Hokage guard but has received another letter instead. About the funeral. Chapter 191, This world won't spare much time for sadness. If Tatsuma were living alone, he might have felt a bit panicked at this moment because he hadn't proactively realized that attending the funeral required appropriate attire. But living within the Senju clan compound, Mito, an elder who had seen countless things, had everything prepared for him, including a complete set of black clothes suitable for attending the funeral. Not only did Mito prepare for Tatsuma, but she also arranged outfits for Nawaki, Tsunade, and even Kushina and Minato, who didn't reside within the clan compound, including her own attire. In the past, Mito wouldn't attend funerals, but this time was different because among those being mourned, too many had once been considered her family. Tatsuma put on the black clothes and joined the others. In the Senju clan compound, which was usually somewhat sparsely populated, there were now quite a few people gathered. All the Senju descendants who had been exempt from fighting were now assembled there. In addition, there were many masked ninjas escorting Mito's procession. Mito was in excellent health. Not only could she make a trip to Konoha Cemetery, but even in times of crisis, if she was truly needed on the battlefield, this elderly woman could probably unleash astonishing power. However, her status destined her to require a large number of guards whenever she was outside her own home. Tatsuma didn't know whether Mito liked or was accustomed to this kind of life, but he knew that regardless of her inner feelings, she would never express them. Because this elderly woman had long ceased to think about herself, everything in her heart revolved around the village and its people. She wouldn't demand anything for herself, but would instead follow the village's needs and do what was required. Therefore, even though she was surrounded by so many people for protection or surveillance, there was no hint of impatience on her face. Instead, she maintained her dignity and composure, engaging in quiet conversations with the elderly Senju clan members. "Mito-sama, it's time," said a respectful ANBU member who approached Mito. Mito nodded and released the hand of an elderly woman who looked almost as old but much more weathered. She stood up and said, "Everyone, let's not keep the departed waiting any longer. It's time to send them off." Upon hearing this, the remaining Senju clan members nodded with sorrow and rose to their feet, spontaneously gathering behind Mito in formation. Mito and Tsunade walked side by side at the front, followed by Nawaki and Tatsuma. This arrangement was specifically organized by Tsunade. Behind them were the remaining Senju clan members, along with Kushina and Minato. The ANBU split into two teams. One team wore hoods over their masks, concealing their faces entirely, blending seamlessly into the procession. The other team remained hidden, employing their standard stealth tactics. Refusing the offer of an ANBU member to hold an umbrella, Mito led the way into the light drizzle, leaving the Senju compound and heading towards the direction of the cemetery. Upon arriving at the entrance of the cemetery, there were already numerous white flowers arranged there. Members of the Yamanaka clan were distributing flowers to those attending the funeral. The ANBU did not obstruct the Yamanaka clan from distributing flowers. Mito chose a white chrysanthemum, and the others followed suit, taking only white chrysanthemums. Upon entering the cemetery, Tatsuma noticed that there were already many people there. Some were from ninja clans, others were scattered civilian ninja, and there were also some civilians who had come simply to mourn. They were all dressed in black, holding white flowers, awaiting the start of the funeral. Tatsuma and the others arrived neither early nor late. They found a vacant spot and waited for a while. Hiruzen had already appeared. He was not wearing his iconic Hokage attire but rather dressed in black like everyone else. Amidst the mournful music and chanting, Hiruzen led the way in offering flowers. Following him were Mitokado Hamura and Udatane Koharu, two of the elders. Danzo did not attend because it was not appropriate for him to be there. After the village elders had offered their flowers, it was the turn of representatives from various ninja clans. Following that was a free offering of flowers. Tatsuma chose a middle point in time and stepped forward to place his flower in front of the memorial stone. Hiruzen did not give any speeches. When the flower offering was completed, he allowed everyone to move freely. Many dispersed throughout the cemetery, speaking to loved ones at their graves. Tatsuma glanced around the crowd and spotted an old classmate. He walked over and lit a stick of incense at the base of the monument. "Tenko, long time no see." After finishing, Tatsuma looked at Uchiha Tenko, who was kneeling in front of the communal grave. Tenko nodded in response to Tatsuma's greeting and said, "These are my uncle and aunt. If it weren't for me, maybe their children would still have their parents." His tone was not excited nor calm, more mechanical. Tatsuma patted his shoulder and said, "Perhaps they just didn't want to kneel in front of your grave and say similar things to what you're saying now." But Tatsuma's words didn't seem to comfort Tenko. He fell silent for a moment before saying, how should I explain it to Obito? One day, he will ask why everyone else has parents and why he doesn't, just like I used to. Who eventually told you? No one told me. They just looked at me with pity in their eyes until I overheard them talking about it and realized my parents died for the village. Are you proud of your parents? Of course. Then tell Obito that. His parents are heroes who sacrificed everything for the people they cherished. They are the benefactors and role models for all the survivors. Tatsuma wasn't sure if he had convinced Tenko, because the answer might not bring clarity, it could only provide an answer. The process of action was what dispelled confusion. Tatsuma, are you strong now? Tenko suddenly changed the subject. Tatsuma was taken aback for a moment before replying, You've awakened? Turning his head, Tenko looked at Tatsuma. His jet-black irises turned blood-red in an instant, with two black tomos swirling around each pupil. Seeing this, Tatsuma placed his hand on Tenko's neck, pressing him down slightly. Then, without attracting any attention from the surroundings, he calmly observed. When he saw that no one was looking their way, he released his hand. An Uchiha with a double Tomo Sharingan wasn't rare, and it didn't significantly enhance their abilities. However, if it appeared in the eyes of a 10-year-old Uchiha, its significance would be different. Tenko wasn't foolish. Sensing Tatsuma's action, he ceased using his eye power, and his eyes returned to their normal black and white. Does anyone else know? Tatsuma asked in a lowered voice. Tenko shook his head and replied, I'm the only survivor of the team, a deserter. Upon hearing this response, Tatsuma felt a bit relieved inappropriately, and then he felt touched. Even though it might just be a 10-year-old's immature trust, it was enough to signify something. After a moment of silence, Tatsuma spoke, Tenko, you have remarkable talent, but you need more time to fulfill it. So, don't end prematurely on this journey. Hearing Tatsuma's words, Tenko nodded and asked, You fought with Jonin. I want to know if I have the power to avenge the killer. Tatsuma pursed his lips and said, I'll find a time to teach you. Just be patient. Okay, Tenko nodded. Tatsuma glanced around and said, All right, go join your clan. They're about to leave. I'll come find you. All right, Tenko replied. He knelt briefly, then stood up, and Tatsuma also rose to his feet. The two of them lightly embraced before Tenko walked towards the gathering Uchiha group. Many ninja clans have their own cemeteries, including the Uchiha. After the ceremony here, they will return to have their own family mourning rites, so they won't spend all their time here. After parting ways with Uchiha Tenko, Tatsuma chatted with some familiar ninja for a few moments. He concealed his meeting with Uchiha Tenko as just one of his meetings with classmates. Then, Tatsuma returned to Mito's side. Mito and the others didn't stay long either. After chatting briefly with some elderly ninja, Mito led the Senju clan members away. After leaving, the Senju clan members didn't return to the Senju territory. They bid farewell along the way. Senju territory used to be their home, but it wasn't anymore. The time for grief in this world is always brief. The day after the funeral, the village resumed its operations. Even the long-stopped civilian commissions resumed business. The teams that had just met their new teammates also plunged back into work, cultivating new understanding through cooperation. Tatsuma, who hadn't received orders for team reassignment, didn't engage in meaningless activities. His days were filled with training, studying sealing jutsu and medical jutsu, and delving into Senju Tobarama's notes. This was how he spent each fulfilling day. After a few more days, Tatsuma finally received his appointment letter, but before that, he had one more assessment to undergo. Thank you for your hard work, senpai. Led by an ANBU ninja to a concealed base, Tatsuma didn't ask for the name of the ANBU ninja beside him, simply addressing them as senpai. The ANBU ninja nodded and gestured towards an office location for Tatsuma. Then, he disappeared. Tatsuma walked towards the office and knocked on the door. Upon hearing the response, he entered. Inside, a female ninja, also masked and dressed in ANBU attire, was already waiting. Seeing Tatsuma come in, she nodded and gestured towards the seat in front of her, saying, "Sit." Tatsuma walked over and sat on the slightly elevated chair. The female ninja took out a few documents and placed them in front of Tatsuma, saying, "Fill out some personal information and a pledge. You'll be sent for assessment later." These were all standard onboarding procedures. Tatsuma glanced over the documents and wrote his name in the blank spaces. The pledge was more interesting. It outlined some of the things that ANBU ninjas must adhere to, including not disclosing their employment in ANBU to anyone, accepting that personal records cannot be updated during their tenure in ANBU, and so on. However, these were just written words without much practical binding force. It was merely part of the process, perhaps to inform the ninja participating in the ANBU assessment of the costs involved in becoming an ANBU ninja. As for what would follow, there might be more in-depth assessments and training. Therefore, after reading through, Tatsuma wrote down his name. Seeing this, the female ninja got up, walked to the door, opened it, and said, "Turn right when you leave, go downstairs, all the way to the -3rd floor. There, ANBU assessors will evaluate your strength and ninja qualities." "Thank you." Tatsuma nodded and walked out the door, following the direction indicated by the female ninja. There was only one staircase in that direction, so Tatsuma wouldn't get lost. As he descended to the second basement level, he suddenly felt a jolt in his heart. Chapter 192, ANBU Assessment. 3 shuriken flew towards Tatsuma. One hit his chest instantly, causing dark red blood to gush out, staining his clothes. Tatsuma's face turned extremely pale. He pressed around the wound and dashed upstairs. However, halfway up the stairs, a thick iron barrier suddenly blocked his way. Tatsuma's enhanced strength burst out as he smashed against the iron door. Thud, a cloud of dust fell, leaving shallow marks on the iron door, but it remained unaffected. Despite his increasingly pale complexion, Tatsuma continued relentlessly striking the door. Thud, 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 the sound grew fainter, and Tatsuma's body trembled involuntarily. Eventually, he collapsed, tumbling down to the platform between 2 flights of stairs, his body convulsing sporadically. The exposed skin was covered in visible sweat, but the trembling of the body gradually subsided. Even though his eyes were open, the pupils were dilating gradually. Even when facing a lamp directly, his pupils didn't constrict. Tap, tap, tap. At that moment, faint footsteps sounded, and a masked ANBU ninja appeared beside Tatsuma, extending a finger towards his neck. "Senpai, don't forget I also know medical ninjutsu." Suddenly, Tatsuma's pupils constricted. The hand, which was previously rigid and contorted, now held a kunai, its tip pointing at the ANBU ninja's throat. "I just didn't expect your reaction to be so quick and very convincing." The ANBU ninja, unfazed by the kunai at his throat, remarked in an admiring tone, "And this blood pouch, enough to deceive most ninjas." The ANBU ninja had suspected Tatsuma of feigning injury, but Tatsuma's physical reaction was akin to those resilient ninjas he had encountered before. Moreover, the scent of blood was just too real. "It's homemade, using real blood. Luckily, we slaughtered a pig yesterday and collected some fresh blood. Otherwise, I probably couldn't have deceived you." Tatsuma didn't retract his kunai but smiled and continued, "I'm always ready to face an assessment. Did I pass? You could have killed me at any moment. What else can I say?" The ANBU ninja rested a hand on his mask and said, "Hokage-sama mentioned that your weak point is Jinjutsu, so he assigned me to assess you. I didn't expect that I couldn't even activate Jinjutsu and got deceived by you." After speaking, he lifted his mask, revealing a thin, somewhat mismatched face with large eyes. Tatsuma quickly retrieved his kunai a bit and said, "Shinku-sama, I didn't expect it was you. I didn't expect you were also an ANBU." Tatsuma finally understood why this assessor was so eager to check on him. It turns out they were acquainted. If it were a stranger ANBU assessor, they might not have cared about Tatsuma's life and wouldn't have checked on him immediately for stability. Seeing that Tatsuma's hand only retracted slightly and was not completely withdrawn, Shinkayuhi understood that this guy still wasn't entirely at ease. He shook his head and smiled. Tatsuma, congratulations, you've passed the ANBU assessment. Upon hearing this, Tatsuma finally fully retracted his hand, and the kunai was returned to his pouch. He smiled and said, I only brought one set of clothes, and now they're ruined. I'll have to change into new clothes before I can leave. Shinkayuhi chuckled and ruffled Tatsuma's head, then put on his mask and said, From now on, call me Tenko. Standing up, Shinkayuhi said, Come with me now. Indeed, it's time to get you a new set of clothes. Tatsuma nodded and quickly got up to follow Shinkayuhi. As they descended to the third basement floor, some ANBU ninja were on standby. When they saw Shinkayuhi bringing Tatsuma in, there were some mocking remarks and scenes of some people paying and others collecting money. Following Shinkayuhi, Tatsuma noticed the tight grip of Shinkayuhi's fist, suggesting there might be an undisclosed bet going on. Approaching a table, Shinkayuhi also took out a stack of money and placed it on the table without saying a word. Leading Tatsuma, he walked directly into the adjacent room. This is where we store equipment and masks. You can take 2 sets. If you need more, you'll need special approval or provide evidence of damaged equipment for replacement, Shinkayuhi explained to Tatsuma after entering the room and closing the door. Tatsuma nodded and selected a set of ANBU clothing that fit his size. He then went to the nearby bathing area, took off his clothes, and washed away the pig blood from his body. Afterward, he put on the ANBU clothes and wiped the water droplets off his head. Tatsuma then walked towards the area where many masks were hanging, asking as he did, Tenko-sama, can I choose any mask here? Yes, these are all masks that have never been used or have been retired. You can choose whichever you like. Of course, if you like mine, I can give it to you, replied Shinkayuhi. Upon hearing this, Tatsuma looked at Shinkayuhi with confusion. Shinkayuhi shrugged and said, I'm planning to retire from ANBU. Being in ANBU is harmful to my family after all. I can't be there for them. Tatsuma nodded, realizing that if it were Shinkayuhi, his daughter Kurenai should have already been born. With the war over and the ANBU atmosphere no longer as tense, retiring was indeed a good choice. However, Tatsuma didn't immediately intend to choose an old member's mask. Instead, he looked at the unused masks, most of which were animal-themed, with a few simple geometric patterns. After scanning around, Tatsuma's gaze suddenly fell on an ugly and somewhat comical mask. He picked it up, and Shinkayuhi explained, Yiksha. It means strong, fast, and able to devour. Quite suitable for you. Tatsuma rejected the words Shinkayuhi suggested, in plain terms meaning strong, fast, and able to eat. Tatsuma suddenly wanted to put the mask back, but indeed, there were no masks on the wall that made him feel more interested. After a moment of thought, Tatsuma directly put the mask on his head. Shinkayuhi's hesitant voice came, and Tatsuma asked in confusion, What's wrong? Shinka-sama? These masks, who knows how many years they've been here, who knows how many people have touched them, they might have been touched by hands that touched dog food or bugs, or even touched more unspeakable things. Don't you want to wash them first? Shinkayuhi said. Upon hearing this, Tatsuma instantly took off the mask, quickly walked to the bathing area, and washed the mask and his face. Seeing Tatsuma's strong reaction, Shinkayuhi quickly said, Oh, it's no big deal, I was just joking. They've been here for so long, the chances of infection are slim. Tatsuma's face, now red from scrubbing, turned completely black with embarrassment. It took him longer than his shower to finally stop rinsing. But looking at the mask in his hand, he still didn't have the courage to put it on again. This mask. It's not indestructible, right? Could it be possible to apply for a remake? Or accidentally damage the mask, then ask the village to issue a new one? But Tatsuma ultimately gave up on this wise idea. After all, he hadn't even completed the onboarding process yet, causing losses to ANBU before that would not be good if you were dismissed because of it. After taking several deep breaths and summoning up courage, Tatsuma finally put the mask back on his face to cover his flushed face. He looked in the mirror and found that the mask wasn't quite suitable for him. It was a bit too big, and the image of the Iksha mask was becoming more and more ridiculous the longer he looked at it. Fortunately, there was plenty of room around the eye area of the mask, so Tatsuma's vision wasn't restricted. After getting a little more familiar with it, Tatsuma looked at Shinkayuhi and asked, "Shinku-sama, what should I do next? Have you chosen all your equipment?" Shinkayuhi asked, and Tatsuma looked at himself, nodded, and said, "I'm not too skilled with weapons like ninjato, so I'll pass on receiving one." "Alright, then I'll take you to get your ANBU identification card. Training for the future will be notified separately. You'll follow the arrangements for some training, and then you can report to Hokage-sama." The onboarding process was much shorter than Tatsuma had imagined. He thought it would be more cumbersome, but perhaps his performance on the battlefield had already proven his abilities. Also, being specially approved by the Hokage, maybe only a simple assessment was needed. After completing a series of procedures, Tatsuma only needed to wait for his onboarding training before he could start his duties. As he left the base with another set of ANBU ninja uniforms, Shinkayuhi once again reminded him not to let others know about his ANBU identity. Even when dealing with civilians and some grassroots ninja, it was best to hide the existence of ANBU. Therefore, Tatsuma used transformation jutsu all the way back home, changing his appearance so that when he returned to the Senju clan's territory, he wouldn't appear suspicious. The ANBU guarding the Senju clan's territory discovered Tatsuma's identity, but after he showed his identification card, they let him pass. When he returned home, Tatsuma had no intention of showing off. Although Mito knew he had joined the ANBU, Nawaki and Minato also had some understanding of the ANBU, but rules and regulations had to be followed. Not revealing himself as an ANBU ninja was one of these rules. Of course, if others figured it out, that wouldn't be Tatsuma's fault. After all, being in the ANBU couldn't limit others' intelligence and deductive abilities, right? The next day, Tatsuma received his training notice and began training the same day. After his morning exercises, he went to the base for training. The training wasn't focused on combat skills but rather on stealth, surveillance, and other related courses. There were even classes on how to protect one's mask during combat. There were dozens of courses in total, but none were particularly difficult. After a week of training, Tatsuma passed the assessment. Finally, he met 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen for the first time in his capacity as an ANBU member. In the Hokage's office, Hiruzen looked at the child before him, who already possessed the qualities of an ANBU member. He nodded in satisfaction. This child was indeed talented, but his taste in aesthetics was lacking. How could he choose such an ugly mask? After a moment, Hiruzen spoke, "Well done. From now on, you'll be on standby in the office. You can bring some books or scrolls you're studying. When you have free time, you can study on the side. If I'm available, you can also ask me about any knowledge you don't understand." Tatsuma nodded and said, "Yes, Hokage-sama." Hiruzen pulled out a file and continued, "Although I've told you before that being my guard doesn't require frequent trips outside the village, tomorrow you'll still accompany me to the daimyo's residence." "Yes, Hokage-sama." Indeed, you couldn't trust what was written in recruitment documents about infrequent travel and the like. Chapter 193, Mission with Hiruzen. Regarding this mission, Tatsuma's enthusiasm is still high, and he is not bothered by the need to travel right after joining. After all, this trip is to ask for money from the Land of Fire daimyo. Currently, Konoha cannot pay salaries, so they can only urge the client to pay up, and Tatsuma is also one of the ones owed wages. Ninjas are supposed to be a high-paying profession, but Tatsuma often finds himself short of money. Initially, it was because he didn't receive missions frequently. When he was with Jiraiya, training was the main focus, and missions were just periodic evaluations of learning outcomes. Later, When Jiraiya became too busy to lead teams, Tatsuma had even fewer opportunities for missions. Then, the war broke out, and all the village's resources were poured into the war effort. Not only Tatsuma and Minato, but almost all the ninjas involved in the war had their incomes suspended. Recording and approving completed mission counts on the battlefield cannot be settled on the spot. After all, there are too many participants, and coordinating the manpower for real-time payments would be impractical. Moreover, the large-scale transactions for purchasing war supplies have long depleted the village's savings. The funds allocated by the daimyo are also earmarked for the war effort and cannot be easily diverted. Now that the war is over, the funds allocated by the daimyo for the war effort can be converted into compensation for participating ninjas, but this amount is far from sufficient. In addition to Konoha's effective control, the war did not spread to the Land of Fire internally. Setting the battlefield in the territories of other countries indeed put Konoha at a diplomatic disadvantage. However, internally in the Land of Fire, it was a good thing because it saved a significant amount of money for reconstruction and subsidies. In a certain sense, it helped save money for the Land of Fire. In the correspondence between Sarutobi Hiruzen and the Land of Fire daimyo, the daimyo expressed satisfaction with Sarutobi Hiruzen's measures and Konoha's performance in this war. The request for funding at the daimyo's residence this time actually has another layer of meaning, which is to report the results of the battle in person. Tatsuma wasn't sure if this was the daimyo's idea or Sarutobi Hiruzen's intention, but regardless, it wouldn't affect the distribution of funds. Moreover, if the face-to-face report could satisfy the daimyo, perhaps he would generously allocate another large sum of funding. Hiruzen didn't wait until Tatsuma's induction to visit the daimyo's residence. Rather, this kind of important meeting and negotiation activity required time for preparation. It's just a coincidence. If Tatsuma hadn't completed all the training and passed the assessment so quickly, even if it was just 2 days later, he wouldn't have needed to go on a business trip. Back at home, Tatsuma informed Mito about the need to visit the daimyo's residence. After all, he had told Mito before that he would stay in Konoha, but now he had to leave again, so it was necessary to inform her. Where there's a will, there's a way. Although Mito wasn't Tatsuma's parent or blood relative, Tatsuma saw her love and care, so he naturally treated her like a grandmother. Mito was also a reasonable person, so she just gave a few instructions and didn't inquire further. The next day, inside the Hokage's office, watching Tatsuma proficiently seal scrolls containing recorded documents, Hiruzen smiled and said, "Unfortunately, Sakumo wasn't very talented in sealing. Every time he went out, he needed to prepare a lot of things. Now that you're here, we can travel light. I only have a little talent. I still need to learn so much from Sakumo-sama in many aspects before I can share your burdens like him." Tatsuma remained humble, and when Hiruzen heard Tatsuma's respect for Sakumo Hatake, he smiled and shook his head. Indeed, Sakumo Hatake was stronger in many aspects than Tatsuma. However, Tatsuma also had many strengths compared to Sakumo. While Sakumo's strength was unquestionable, he was weak in administrative matters. He was like a sharp blade, not a good assistant. Tatsuma checked everything he needed to carry once again, then looked at Hiruzen and said, "Hokage-sama, everything is ready. When do you want to depart? Let's leave now. If we wait until daylight, my departure might attract some attention. It wouldn't be good if it's overinterpreted by someone with ill intentions." Hiruzen took a deep puff from his smoking pipe, then emptied the burning tobacco into the ashtray, stood up, and put on the Hokage's hat, symbolizing his position as the Hokage. Tatsuma nodded, slung the scroll behind his back, adjusted the side-mounted mask, and put on the beige cloak that Hiruzen had brought to the Hokage's office. Then the two of them walked out of the Hokage's office. In an instant, in the corridor, 4 figures appeared. One person was wearing a beige cloak similar to the one Tatsuma had, with a blue-striped red-nosed mandrill mask. His code name was Mandrill, one of the ANBU leaders. The other 3 ANBU in black cloaks beside him were his team members. The number of ANBU was very small, with only about 70 official members, divided into 4 squads and 16 teams. However, this number was not fixed. For example, Tatsuma did not belong to any of the 16 teams. Among the 16 teams, there were 4 teams from Root, or formerly, the Root's official members. Of course, all of them were official members. The Root had its own talent training base and talent pool, and so did the ANBU. Inside and outside the village, there were many ANBU or Root members who were not on the official roster, or were waiting to be activated. For example, during the war, Danzo activated a large number of non-official Root members. When these individuals were in action, they had the same rights as ANBU ninja. Moreover, many ANBU members are allowed to cultivate their own intelligence networks. These networks do not know that their leaders are ANBU ninja, and they may not even be sure if they are Konoha ninja. This process is both about cultivating intelligence networks and about identifying potentially defeatable ninja for the village. Even after ANBU ninja retire from ANBU, their intelligence networks are not necessarily withdrawn. Perhaps the village may require a backup contact method and a way to issue orders, but retired ANBU ninja are also allowed to deploy their intelligence networks when necessary. It is precisely because of the privileges and operating principles of ANBU that a team of less than 100 people has the power to monitor and eliminate key threats both within and outside the Land of Fire. Tatsuma's original authority was just that of a regular ANBU member, but today Hiruzen gave him a beige cloak, which can be seen as an unofficial promotion for him. Of course, perhaps it's only during this particular mission that he needs the authority to command other ANBU members who are also assigned to guard the Hokage, given his role as the Hokage guard. Ordering a squad leader as an ordinary member is obviously inappropriate. Upon seeing the 4 ANBU ninja, Tatsuma nodded and then donned the beige cloak. He issued a few hand signals, and the 4 ANBU ninjas stealthily followed suit once again. Immediately, Tatsuma took the lead, slightly ahead of Hiruzen, and swiftly exited the Hokage building. He quickly calculated the route with the lowest probability of being discovered at this time and began leading the way. Hiruzen was happy to accept Tatsuma's arrangements, and every step he took fell where Tatsuma had previously stepped. Among peers, Tatsuma's speed and proficiency in body flicker are second only to Minato. However, for ANBU and Hiruzen, the speed can almost be considered a leisurely stroll. Nevertheless, Hiruzen couldn't complain about Tatsuma's speed not being fast enough. After all, he personally approved Tatsuma's promotion to ANBU, and Tatsuma's speed being insufficiently fast is only relative to other ANBU ninja and the Hokage. With Tatsuma's speed, it would take less than a day to reach the Land of Fire daimyo's residence from Konoha. Departing this morning and resting upon arrival at the daimyo's residence tomorrow morning, the timing is just right. Of course, this is under the assumption that no accidents occur. If there are any unexpected incidents, the little margin of time left may not be sufficient. Tatsuma chose not to use the village gates, as there would still be personnel coming and going even in the early morning. Since Hiruzen expressed a desire to keep the news of leaving the village to as few people as possible, it's best to take the safest route. Arriving at a section of the wall, Tatsuma swiftly approached it and formed hand seals. He then pressed his hands against the wall, activating the concealment jutsu placed on it. Tatsuma felt the ANBU insignia tattooed on his left shoulder under his sleeve faintly warming up. Just a second later, the sealing jutsu on the wall gate dissipated, revealing a crack in the wall. Tatsuma pushed it open, and a hidden door was revealed. He turned around and gestured, and the 4 ANBU hidden in the surroundings appeared. Mandrill, accompanied by 2 members, quickly left through the secret door. After inspecting the area, they signaled to Tatsuma inside the door. Tatsuma nodded and said to Hiruzen, "Hokage-sama, please." Hiruzen nodded, walked out from the secret door, with the last ANBU closely following by his side. When all 4 had exited, Tatsuma finally followed suit, closing the secret door behind him. No need for sealing again, the technique on the wall appeared and then disappeared. Seeing this, Tatsuma issued the command for stealth once more. Such commands could be quicker with words, but in the absence of special circumstances, this standard procedure had to be followed. Setting off again, Tatsuma used the perception technique every few kilometers to sense the surroundings. Until the afternoon, nothing unexpected happened. Just when Tatsuma thought this journey was quite peaceful, another sensory perception made him aware of something different. About 5 kilometers ahead of their planned route, several chakra reactions appeared. Tatsuma frowned, pondering whether to change the route or send someone to investigate. Just then, Hiruzen seemed to understand Tatsuma's dilemma and said with a smile, "Go take a look. If they are ninja from another village, it will also reduce some workload for the village." This went against the principles of ANBU's actions, but Hiruzen had the complete authority to command ANBU. Therefore, Tatsuma nodded and replied, "Yes, Hokage." Chapter 194, The Power of Prime Hiruzen. Tatsuma detected a total of 8 sources of chakra, which corresponded to 8 ninjas. After a brief communication with Hiruzen, Tatsuma once again sensed the situation over there. He discovered that the 8 people hadn't moved. Tatsuma made a few hand signals and then headed in that direction. Hiruzen followed behind Tatsuma, surprisingly with a smile on his face. That smile was not one of satisfaction or comfort, but rather like the smile of a child on their way to an amusement park or an older kid on their way to a hotel. Every few hundred meters, Tatsuma would stop to sense again, until there were only about 500 meters left. Tatsuma stopped because he was certain that either there were no sensory ninjas among the 8 people on the other side, or the sensory ninjas were asleep. Tatsuma's sensory range was wider than that of the average sensory ninja. 5 kilometers was just his habitual sensory distance. He could sense even further if needed. However, the chakra and mental energy consumed would not be proportional to the gain. After all, when expanding outward from oneself as the center, even if the radius increases by the same amount, the amount of information the brain needs to process and the chakra consumed to cover the range both increase linearly. A 5-kilometer range is very reasonable and manageable for Tatsuma at the moment. His brain can handle it effortlessly, and it doesn't consume much chakra. At the same time, this distance ensures safety and readiness. It's very common for other ninjas not to sense anything beyond 5 kilometers. In fact, for many sensory ninjas without secret jutsu or Kekkei Jinkai, even 3 kilometers or 2 kilometers is very difficult. However, if the distance is reduced to 500 meters and they still cannot sense anything, then they do not deserve the designation of sensory ninja. Now that Tatsuma and the others have approached to within 500 meters, the 8 people on the other side still haven't made any preparations for action, and their chakra hasn't changed either. This indicates that they haven't noticed Tatsuma and his group at all. The reason for not getting any closer is that within a 500-meter range in a quiet forest, even non-sensory type ninjas can easily detect any changes. Therefore, they need to adjust their approach. Hiruzen, who had been following Tatsuma, asked, "Can you determine if they are enemies?" For now, it's still uncertain. However, judging by the amount of chakra, it seems to be 2 squads led by Jonin with Chunin. After the large-scale reorganization of Konoha ninja squads, such arrangements have become quite rare, Tatsuma replied with his assessment. Before the outbreak of the war, it was very common in Konoha to have a squad of 1 Jonin with 3 Chunin. However, Konoha has just gone through nearly 2 years of war. During the post-war reorganization, the village intentionally prioritized assigning Jonin to lead those Genin who had graduated early and hadn't yet been assigned to squads. Since there is no longer a large-scale war, the most important thing is to help the Genin grow and fill the mid-level positions lost during the war. While Chunin can also lead Genin, it is less efficient. Therefore, in Konoha's current squad structure, Chunin typically form teams of 3, with 1 selected as the squad leader. Judging from the amount of chakra, there are no Genin among those 8 ninjas over there. Such a squad configuration doesn't align with Konoha's current short-term squad organization model. Hiruzen's smile grew wider at this and, in a teasing tone, he said, "Tatsuma, if we confirm they are enemies later, remember to leave the Jonin to me. Don't take them all out at once." Tatsuma was surprised that Hiruzen, who was well into his 40s, still had this kind of mindset. He nodded on the surface but felt a bit speechless internally. He thought, if Tatsuma wants to take on a Jonin, he needs to have the strength to back it up. Although, in a sneak attack, if successful, most Jonin could be taken out with just one kunai or a single jutsu. But Jonin are not easily taken by surprise, so Hiruzen was clearly joking. Tatsuma gave a few more hand signal commands and then began to stealthily approach the target. The ANBU training was indeed useful, at least now Tatsuma's ability to move stealthily had improved significantly. As they got closer, Tatsuma's movements became increasingly cautious until he finally saw the target. Of the 8 people on the other side, 6 were resting, and 2 were patrolling. However, their reconnaissance methods relied purely on external tools. Besides the binoculars in their hands, Tatsuma also noticed several small traps set up in the forest. However, Tatsuma and the others avoided all these traps. Tatsuma and Hiruzen began to scrutinize the ninjas on the other side. They weren't wearing any ninja uniforms but were dressed in coarse short clothes. The bamboo baskets and shoulder poles beside them made them look very much like peddlers or small-time merchants. They also didn't have any ninja tool pouches, but each person stayed very close to their bamboo baskets. 2 of them even had their hands on their baskets, leading Tatsuma to suspect that they might have hidden their ninja tools inside the baskets. At this point, Tatsuma could be certain that these were not Konoha ninjas. Considering their route and the direction of these individuals, there was no place where a Konoha ninja squad with such a setup would be performing a mission. Furthermore, even if Konoha ninjas were to disguise themselves, they would only do so near their mission target. Who would they be disguising themselves for in the deep mountains and forests? Therefore, Tatsuma could determine that these people were ninjas from another country, though it was still unclear which country they were from. Tatsuma thought for a moment, made a few hand signals, and then looked at Hiruzen. Hiruzen nodded, and Tatsuma quickly waved his hand, signaling the order to be executed. His battle plan was simple. Since Hiruzen wanted to have some fun, they had to accompany him. As Tatsuma issued his commands, his body instantly dashed out, covering the 60 to 70 meters to one of the patrolling ninjas. At the same time, Mandrill suddenly appeared in the forest, charging towards the other patrolling ninja. The distance of 60 to 70 meters was covered almost instantaneously. The ninja seemed to sense something, but when he turned around, Tatsuma was already behind him. The kunai in Tatsuma's hand sliced across the ninja's throat. Although he had a sharper chakra-infused short sword given to him by Sakamoto, Tatsuma still wasn't accustomed to using it, especially for sneak attacks. He preferred the kunai, as it reduced personal distinctiveness. With the successful strike, Tatsuma instantly moved away from the spot. In the next second, a stone spear suddenly thrust up from the ground where he had been standing. The 2 Jonin now watched Tatsuma and Mandrill with full alertness. Konoha's ANBU, one of the Jonin exclaimed. Knowing that since they had been spotted by Konoha's ANBU, their disguise was pointless, he didn't bother asking any questions and instead assumed a combat stance. At this moment, 2 more ANBU members appeared, forming a 4-corner formation with Tatsuma and Mandrill. The last ANBU member took Tatsuma's place, standing beside Hiruzen. One of the Jonin observed Tatsuma and the other 3, then spoke, 2 leaders but only 2 team members? No signs of battle, it doesn't look like they've lost anyone. That short guy isn't a Jonin, he might just be trying to deceive us, the other Jonin quickly added his guess. Hearing himself called short, Tatsuma's face darkened under his mask, but he quickly suppressed his anger and immediately said, "Iwane, state your purpose for coming to the land of fire." Hearing a child's voice, the 4 Iwane were visibly taken aback. The Jonin facing Tatsuma showed a look of surprise and doubt in his eyes. Tatsuma, seeing his reaction, realized that his bluff had worked. These 2 squads were indeed from Iwa. Tatsuma hadn't been guessing blindly. Sending 2 such luxurious squads deep into another country wasn't something a small nation could afford. Among the 5 great nations, it was clear these people were not Konoha ninjas. The land of water was too far away, and their direction of travel didn't match, so it was unlikely they were from Kiradikure. The same applied to Cloud Ninja from the Land of Lightning, as their distinctive physical traits, lifestyle, and social customs were hard to disguise. That left Iwane and Sand Ninja. With a 50-50 chance, Tatsuma was confident he could discern the truth regardless of whether he guessed right or wrong. The Iwane did not choose to answer Tatsuma's question. Instead, one of them said, "You can't stop us with just your team. Or are you still hoping for reinforcements to arrive?" "We're not hoping, we already have reinforcements." Tatsuma noticed that Hiruzen had somehow positioned himself far ahead, behind the Iwane. His tone became more playful. Hearing this, the Iwane were unsure if Tatsuma was telling the truth, but their expressions grew serious. However, one of his companions retorted, "So what if you have reinforcements? Even if a Jonin shows up, we won't be afraid." "Is that so? I wasn't aware that the ninjas of Hidden Rock Village were so powerful." The sudden voice, not belonging to any of the people they were watching, made the Iwane tense up. As they looked around, Hiruzen, dressed in the Hokage's robe and hat, appeared openly. "The third Hokage?" Upon seeing Hiruzen, the Iwane's faces turned extremely grim. They instantly understood why Konoha's ANBU had chosen such a bold approach. The way Tatsuma and the others appeared wasn't particularly bold, but when combined with their ANBU identity, it carried a sense of audacity. Now the Iwane finally understood what made these Konoha ANBUs so unabashed. The Kage of the 5 great ninja villages were among the strongest in the ninja world. Although they were all Jonin level, no one would seriously think that a Jonin's strength could match that of a Kage. Once they confirmed that the Hiruzen before them was the real deal, their first instinct was to flee. Even if it meant failing their original mission, having intel on the movements of a Hokage was enough to compensate for their mission's failure. Seeing them turn to run in different directions, evidently intending to escape separately, Tatsuma, Mandrill, and the other 2 ANBU were about to intercept them, but Hiruzen shook his head gently. As the individuals started to move, Hiruzen softly said, "Enma. It's been a while since we fought side by side, Hiruzen. But next time, pick a stronger opponent for me." A majestic figure, breaking several large trees, charged into the midst of the Iwane. Its speed was so swift that even the Iwane preparing to use body flicker couldn't match it. Standing among the 6 Iwane, Monkey King Enma shouted, "Transformation! Adamantine prison wall!" Boom! 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 In an instant, smoke appeared as a cage formed by overlapping adamantine staffs transformed by Enma, trapping several Iwane. Hiruzen also found a moment to complete hand seals, taking a deep breath before exhaling towards the cage. Fire release! Great Dragon Fire Jutsu! Meanwhile, Tatsuma, who was on guard, widened his eyes slightly, admiring this scene. Chapter 195, Leaders always like to say, making you work hard is to train you. Boom! In an instant, flames soared into the sky. However, Tatsuma had already surveyed the surroundings using the perception technique. Although the commotion caused by Hiruzen was quite loud, there was no need to worry about disturbing others. The subsequent task of eliminating traces would indeed be quite busy, but after all, Hiruzen was the Hokage. Tatsuma also witnessed Sarutobi Hiruzen's true abilities for the first time, and it was undeniably impressive. Although he could perform the fire release jutsu and achieve a scale comparable to Sarutobi Hiruzen's, the control over the technique and the depth of understanding in nature transformation resulting in factors like high flame temperature and chakra conversion efficiency were beyond Tatsuma's reach. Moreover, what Tatsuma would exert considerable effort to achieve was merely a pastime for Sarutobi Hiruzen during his leisurely journey. With one breath of fire, Hiruzen remained composed, neither panting nor flushed. He simply smoothed out his robes, which had been stirred by the wind, and calmly remarked, "It's been too long since I last acted. Made a few mistakes." As his words fell, the flames within the cage also dispersed. Among the 6 Iwane who had been trapped, only about 3/4 of one remained, a single hidden rock jonin, barely clinging to life. His subordinates and another jonin might have been vaporized by the flames. The remaining survivor appeared extremely disheveled, his right hand had completely vanished, likely burned off directly judging from the charred surface of his upper arm. However, there was not a single trace of burns on his body. Hiruzen's mention of mistakes was merely a form of sarcasm. He had intentionally showcased his fire release, demonstrating that it could be lethal or harmless at his will. The wane, relying on the cage formed by Enma to stand, looked terrified, breathing heavily with fear, having dared not to breathe when engulfed in flames just now. If he had dared to take a breath just now, his respiratory tract would probably have been completely burnt. Moreover, in the hellish flames just now, he watched helplessly as his subordinates and companions were ignited, charred, and eventually turned into ashes one by one. At this moment, he lost his composure entirely. Hiruzen also approached slowly at this moment, looking at the wane inside the cage, and said, "Speak up. What is your purpose in coming to the land of fire? What wicked plans is Inoki up to again?" Hearing Hiruzen's question, the wane slightly regained his senses from his panic. Without hiding anything, he said directly, "We heard that Jiraiya hasn't returned to the village. The third Suchikage ordered us to secretly investigate and try to ambush him on his way back to the village." Ambush? At these words, Hiruzen narrowed his eyes, his beard trembling slightly. There was no anger on his face, but the unintentional aura of killing intent caused the barely conscious wane to faint in fear again. Although Hiruzen often had headaches because of Jiraiya, sometimes he even wanted to scold him or give him a good lesson, but in the end, Jiraiya was his disciple. The fact that Inoki wanted to harm his disciple made Hiruzen's voice become slightly deeper as he said, "Just a few of you, daring to ambush Jiraiya? Although my disciple is not reliable, he's not someone you few can handle." Even though Hiruzen was defending his disciple in his words, he also understood that with Jiraiya's carefree nature, his vigilance on the way back to the village would inevitably be relaxed. Being ambushed by so many people might indeed lead to some unexpected outcomes. However, Hiruzen was also puzzled. After all, Inoki would not issue a mission that depended on Jiraiya's carelessness for its success. Upon hearing Hiruzen's words, the wane seemed to suddenly realize something. His expression became even uglier as he said, "It's Inoki's scheme. I opposed Inoki's sale of war supplies to the land of rain before. It must be because of this reason. Hokage-sama, please spare my life. Give me a chance, and I will definitely retaliate against Inoki." At this moment, this wane even refrained from addressing the third Suchikage and directly called him by his name. Hiruzen pursed his lips slightly, contemplating the possibilities hidden within the iwane's words. Upon hearing this, Tatsuma seemed to understand as well. They were sent deep into the land of fire to carry out assassination missions without being accompanied by any sensory ninja. Inoki didn't really expect them to accomplish the mission. In fact, Konoha discovering them and taking action against them was exactly what Inoki wanted. For every village, 2 jonin were precious assets. However, if these jonin went against the will of the village elders, Inoki might not tolerate them. Unable to act directly, he sent them on missions like this. If successful, it was a pure gain. Even if discovered by Konoha as they were now, Inoki wouldn't lose. He might even achieve his goal, making it a big win. Moreover, if these 2 squads hadn't encountered Hiruzen's team and instead engaged with other squads, they might have caused trouble for Konoha. Killing any Konoha ninja would benefit the Hidden Rock Village. Hiruzen also understood the situation clearly, but he didn't show any intention of letting go of the iwane. Instead, he said, "Fire and Earth are friendly nations. I cannot guarantee the truthfulness of what you've said. This could affect the diplomatic friendship between our countries. If what you said is true, then come back to Konoha with us. As long as the intelligence you provide is accurate, Konoha won't make things difficult for you." Upon hearing this, the iwane's face turned extremely ugly. The interrogation department in Konoha was known for its ability to extract information even from one's soul. What he said was indeed true, but there were many things in his mind that Konoha couldn't know about. It wasn't about keeping secrets for the hidden rock village, it was that once some of the things he had done that harmed Konoha's interests were exposed, Konoha wouldn't spare his life. Nevertheless, he nodded, kneeling down as if accepting Hiruzen's proposal. Hiruzen looked at the bowed hidden rock and said softly, "Enma, release him." "Good!" Bang! The adamantine prison wall reverted to Enma's form. At this moment, the Iwane suddenly made a move, but he dared not attack Sarutobi Hiruzen. Instead, he tried to break out towards the outside, targeting Tatsuma, whom he perceived as the weakest. Seeing this, Mandrill in the other direction was about to intervene and pursue, but Hiruzen said, "Yiksha, handle him." Upon hearing Hiruzen's direct order, Mandrill halted his movement. If Hiruzen hadn't issued the command, he would have had some autonomy, but since Hiruzen had given the order, he shouldn't interfere. Even though Mandrill didn't believe Tatsuma could defeat and execute this Iwane Jonin. "Yes, Hokage-sama." Tatsuma, upon hearing Hiruzen's command, immediately accepted it. Unlike Mandrill, who had some doubts, Tatsuma probably understood why Sarutobi Hiruzen specifically wanted him to act. Firstly, it was a test. Although Hiruzen had access to all reports and intelligence regarding Tatsuma's performance on the battlefield, he had never witnessed it firsthand. Asking Tatsuma to act was undoubtedly a way to observe him in action. Giving Tatsuma a chance could be seen as allowing him an opportunity. After all, he entered the ANBU through a back door, and while ANBU ninjas wouldn't openly discuss it, there was undoubtedly some resentment. Despite Tatsuma's talent, he was still a chunin. Moreover, his predecessor was Konoha's white fang, Sakumo Hatake. While Sakumo Hatake might not mind and might even be pleased to see Tatsuma take his place, his indifference didn't mean other ANBU members felt the same way. There's always some favoritism involved, so letting Tatsuma prove himself capable of defeating Jonin would naturally dispel any rumors. Hiruzen intentionally severed the Iwane's arm to make it easier for Tatsuma. As the Iwane charged towards him, Tatsuma quickly moved to block his path. Seeing this, the Iwane gritted his teeth and began forming hand seals with his left hand. Every village researched one-handed seals, and most Jonin knew them. In critical moments, they could be life-saving, and for this Iwane, the time was now. Earth Release. Rock Fist. With the hand seals complete, the missing right arm of the Iwane suddenly became covered in rock, forming a rather crude stone arm. He lunged forward with a fist aimed at Tatsuma. Bang! Tatsuma's enhanced strength erupted. With a stomp on the ground, the earth in front of him suddenly cracked and sank. The fist of the Iwane, heading towards his head, veered off course, and with Tatsuma slightly tilting his head. The rock fist grazed past his cheek. The punch blew open the hood of Tatsuma's cloak, revealing his head of tousled white hair. Seeing this white hair, the Iwane suddenly realized who was before him. At the same time, a youthful voice spoke up. "Even at a time like this, you still possess such formidable strength. Truly worthy of being a Jonin from Hidden Rock Village." Hearing these words of praise, the Iwane finally confirmed the identity of the young man before him. Meanwhile, Hiruzen, watching this scene unfold, had a somewhat speechless expression, and even Enma by his side seemed quite dramatic in response. The monkey-faced Enma first looked stunned, then a row of black lines appeared on his face. In the midst of battle, he successfully praised the opponent. Who is this child sensei? How did they teach him? Meanwhile, as the Iwane looked at Tatsuma crashing into his embrace, he quickly reacted. He concentrated a large amount of chakra in his abdomen and back, intending to resist Tatsuma's attack. His left hand involuntarily moved to his groin area. With such a short distance and time, the Iwane didn't think Tatsuma could use ninjutsu to attack him. If it was taijutsu or ninja tools, perhaps he could hold out. Tatsuma didn't form hand seals either. With one hand, he slapped towards the right ribs of the wane. 8 trigrams. Vacuum palm. Just as the wane thought it was just a push of the palm, a surging chakra poured out from Tatsuma's hand, penetrating into the iwane's body. In an instant, the iwane bent over, and the chakra gathered in his abdomen and back had already dispersed. Tatsuma raised his knee, crashing into the iwane's left hand, protecting his jewels. Crack! The iwane felt a clearer sensation under his left hand than ever before. The part he had always treated cautiously was now being treated forcefully by someone else. The iwane's eyeballs bulged instantly, his mouth gaping open. Before the sense of weakness and pain could feed back to his brain, he saw a chakra sphere. He couldn't understand why Tatsuma could launch a taijutsu attack and use his signature move while also employing ninjutsu in an instant. Could it be a no-seal jutsu? Rasengan. Boom! Chapter 196, Youth Challenge. Watching the iwane lying motionless on the ground, Hiruzen swallowed hard. Enma's tail instinctively wrapped around his legs, protecting him, while Mandrill and the others remained silent. Mandrill never imagined that the iwane jonin, whom he believed Tatsuma couldn't defeat, would be effortlessly dealt with by Tatsuma. No, it just looked effortless. Tatsuma's enhanced strength disrupted the ground, disturbing the iwane's balance, followed by agile evasion teetering on the edge of the limit, showcasing a high level of taijutsu. Then came the Hyuga clan's 8 trigrams vacuum palm, thoroughly breaking the iwane's defense. Afterward, a knee strike broke through his defenses completely. Finally, using a no-seal ninjutsu technique that even he couldn't understand, Tatsuma thoroughly defeated his opponent. Don't even mention an already injured jonin whose strength has been greatly reduced. Even a healthy jonin, if they were subjected to Tatsuma's combination of attacks, probably wouldn't be able to stand up, right? Of course, if it were a healthy jonin, they might not lose their balance, and therefore wouldn't fall victim to subsequent combos. After all, just losing an arm would have a significant impact on that iwane's strength, speed, stamina, and overall control of their body. However, looking at Tatsuma's choice of fighting tactics, it can be said to be textbook-level countermeasures. With such abilities, even facing a healthy jonin, Tatsuma could probably quickly devise another set of tactical choices. Mandrill completely retracted any slight disdain he might have had towards Tatsuma. He understood why the iwane lost so quickly. It was because he had underestimated Tatsuma too much. Seeing Tatsuma not forming hand seals, the iwane didn't excessively guard against Tatsuma's close-range attacks, and at the same time, he underestimated Tatsuma's strength and timing. Ding, strength +5, stamina +5, ninjutsu +5. Would you like to claim? Pick up. Tatsuma paid no attention to the changing gazes of those around him and quickly gave orders. When Mandrill saw Tatsuma issuing orders, he also quickly responded, and the group swiftly cleared away the traces around them. After erasing the traces, Mandrill led his team to hide once again. Tatsuma then approached Hiruzen. Before he could speak, Enma spoke up. Whose disciple are you? Orochimaru's? Or Danzo's? Hiruzen shook his head and answered for Tatsuma. He was under Jiraiya for a while before. Now, he's a disciple of Tsunade. His ninjutsu, taijutsu, medical ninjutsu, and sealing jutsu are all excellent. Really? A descendant of the Shikatsu forest? Doesn't seem like it. Enma eyed Tatsuma, somewhat incredulous. Hiruzen, now back to his elder's smile, said to Tatsuma, "This is my partner, Monkey King Enma. Let him take a good look at you." Tatsuma nodded at the words, then lifted his mask, revealing his face. Looking at Tatsuma's appearance, Enma instinctively asked, "Are you from the Senju clan?" Tatsuma was about to deny it when Hiruzen interjected, "Who knows?" Seeing Hiruzen speak like that, Tatsuma pursed his lips and stopped explaining. Enma, looking at Tatsuma's familiar demeanor when he pursed his lips, hesitated for a moment before saying, "What a pity." You're already a descendant of the Shikatsu forest. Although neither Hiruzen nor Tatsuma had mentioned it, the fact that neither of them refuted Enma's statement just now proved it. Enma glanced at Tatsuma with some reluctance before continuing, "Unfortunately, I have no direct descendants. Otherwise, even if it's the Shikatsu forest, I would make the trip." "Well, Hiruzen, I'll head back now. Thank you for your hard work, Enma." Seeing Enma's favorable view of Tatsuma and hearing his regrets, Hiruzen's smile brightened even more. The more people acknowledged Tatsuma, the more it proved that his judgment was correct, didn't it? After all, Hiruzen had valued Tatsuma since he first entered the academy 5 years ago. Now, Tatsuma had fulfilled his potential, proving that Hiruzen's attention to him had not been misplaced. Soon, Enma turned into a cloud of smoke and disappeared. Seeing this, Tatsuma also put on his mask and asked, "Hokage-sama, shall we depart immediately?" "Yes, we've lost some time, and it's time to catch up. Are you okay?" Hiruzen nodded, and Tatsuma shook his head. Then, he stood up again and resumed the journey. The rest of the journey remained calm. Before the reorganization of Konoha ninja squads, there might have been some unrest within the Land of Fire. However, with the end of the war in the Land of Rain, as the major conflicts came to an end, there was no longer a need to deploy a large number of ninjas for war. This naturally allowed for the allocation of time and manpower to quell internal disturbances. Perhaps those 2 squads of IWA ninjas had managed to evade some of Konoha's reconnaissance teams, or even ambush some of Konoha's ninja squads. However, continuing to stay in Konoha would eventually lead to their discovery. As they traveled into the late night, the group was already close to the daimyo's mansion. Tatsuma decided to stop, and Hiruzen didn't object, allowing Tatsuma to make the arrangements. Near the daimyo's mansion, there were also many small villages and towns around, so there was no need to spend the night outdoors. Tatsuma booked a room in a hot spring inn, but the expenses here were quite high. Tatsuma spent 5,000 ryo all at once. With the money he borrowed from Orochimaru, Tatsuma was left with just over 3,000 ryo. However, these expenses were reimbursable, so Tatsuma wasn't particularly worried. But in the private hot spring of the inn, Hiruzen couldn't help but express his dissatisfaction first. Soaking in the hot spring water, Hiruzen said discontentedly, "Artificial hot springs, inadequate heat, and yet they are so expensive." With that, he lifted his hand from the water to his mouth, lightly licked it, and then said disdainfully, "Insipid, no flavor at all. They must have just boiled river water directly. Humph. When we return to the village, I'll take you to experience what a good hot spring is like. Speaking of which, has Jiraiya ever taken you guys to one? He's got my notes on evaluations of various hot springs." Tatsuma shook his head and said, "Jiraiya-sensei mentioned it, but I didn't go. I was afraid of getting hit." Ha ha! Hiruzen laughed heartily and said, "He's still too immature. If it were, well, never mind." Tatsuma didn't agree, as such topics required him to play dumb regardless of his status or age, even if he understood. Now deep into autumn, the weather was still a bit cold. After soaking in the inadequately heated artificial hot spring for 20 minutes, the two got up and left, considering it just a bath. Tatsuma had originally planned to buy some specialty items after arriving at the daimyo's mansion, but this expensive spending level dashed his hopes. He couldn't afford it. Tatsuma didn't know how Mandrill and the others spent their night, but he felt a bit down. After all, he couldn't even sleep for a minute in the room he paid 5,000 ryo for. Fortunately, there were only 3 hours left until dawn, and Hiruzen only slept for 3 hours before getting up. Neither of them had the hotel's complimentary breakfast, they just set off directly. As the sky brightened completely, Hiruzen and Tatsuma entered the daimyo's mansion. It was Tatsuma's first time at the daimyo's mansion, and he observed with great curiosity along the way. The prosperity here was different from that of Konoha, and the business model seemed quite different too. In Konoha, the main commercial focus was on physical stores, with a dense concentration of industries related to clothing, food, shelter, transportation, and various ninja-related sectors. Most villagers worked in these stores. However, at the daimyo's mansion, buildings belonging to various companies could be seen everywhere. Many people, like the salarymen in Tatsuma's previous life, worked in these companies. There were also vendors and shops, but not spread out as extensively as in Konoha. Instead, they were concentrated on a few streets. Moving towards the heart of the daimyo's mansion, the surroundings became quieter. Tatsuma had seen the map of the daimyo's mansion before coming and knew that this area was the residential district of various Land of Fire officials, with the daimyo's mansion, where the staff worked, at the center. There were heavily armed guards in front of the mansion, and there were quite a few samurai and ninja patrolling. When Hiruzen arrived, the welcome ceremony was already prepared. Listening to the music and watching the performances, Hiruzen couldn't contain his smile. The daimyo's attitude made him very happy. Hiruzen looked at the several Land of Fire officials walking towards them and said to Tatsuma, "Yiksha, you can take a day off today. Even I cannot bring anyone or weapons into the daimyo's mansion." Tatsuma nodded, unloading the large scroll from his back, and said, "Hokage-sama, this scroll contains all the sealed documents. Alright, you can take this money. You can remove your disguise and enjoy yourself normally. Just make sure not to reveal your ANBU identity to anyone." Seeing the money handed over by Hiruzen, Tatsuma did not refuse. When leaders give money to subordinates, it's usually for two reasons. If it's given before doing something or meeting someone, it means the leader doesn't want to be disturbed, like now. If it's given after helping the leader with something, it means the leader doesn't want the subordinate's work to turn into a favor. Either way, take the money. At this moment, several officials from the Land of Fire approached with smiles on their faces. Tatsuma accepted the money, nodded, and left. After leaving, Tatsuma changed clothes in a secluded place, then went to the commercial street outside the daimyo's mansion to stroll around. He wandered a lot but bought little. Snacks were the only thing Tatsuma spent money on. He also found many ninja tool shops, but the prices were outrageous. A single shuriken, even if sold at retail in Konoha, would cost only 60 or 70 ryo, but here they dared to sell it for 300 ryo. The prices for other items like kunai and ninjato were similarly high. Tatsuma didn't see things like explosive tags, and when he picked up a kunai, a clerk even warned him not to get cut. Speechless, Tatsuma touched the blade and found it unsharpened. It was more accurate to say that these were ninja-related shops rather than just ninja tool shops. Despite that, the shops had a considerable flow of customers, and during Tatsuma's brief visit, more than a dozen young people had placed orders. If he had more time and was familiar with the stall setup process, Tatsuma even thought about selling the ninja tools he carried. It would have been easy money. Leaving the ninja tool shop, Tatsuma continued to stroll around and came across a commercial street filled with children's amusement projects. Just as he was about to leave in a hurry, he noticed a stall. "Youth Ninja Great Challenge." Tatsuma approached and observed. He found a game involving ninja tool throwing. There was a 5-meter target, and participants had to use ninja tools to pop balloons. If they hit 3 balloons, they'd win a small prize, with prizes getting more valuable as they progressed. If someone managed to hit 100 balloons in a row, they could even win a golden kunai. However, each throw cost 10 ryo, and players had to buy at least 10 chances per round. In other words, the minimum expenditure was 100 ryo, which was exorbitant. Looking at the 3 normal-sized kunai hanging at the stall, made of pure gold, Tatsuma's face lit up with the smile of a farmer during harvest season. He took out his 3,000 ryo and said, "Boss, I want to play 3 rounds, with 100 shuriken each round." Chapter 197, Alcohol and meat won't bring true friends, but can quickly bring strangers closer. Kid! Kid! Don't go! On the commercial street, Tatsuma, carrying 3 golden kunai, heard the voice behind him and stopped. He looked at the sweaty stall owner and asked, "Is there anything else?" The stall owner wiped the sweat from his forehead. It wasn't sweat from the heat or fatigue, it was from urgency. With a smile on his face, he said, "Kid, can uncle buy back your kunais? I'll buy each kunai for 10,000 ryo, so it's a total of 30,000 ryo. With that money, you could buy dozens of kunai at the ninja tool shop. What do you think?" Upon hearing this, Tatsuma furrowed his brows, weighing the significantly heavier golden kunai in his hand compared to the regular ones. He said, "Uncle, do you think I'm foolish?" "Ah." The stall owner felt something was amiss. Tatsuma continued, "A kunai forged from iron weighs less than 120 grams, while these golden kunai weigh around 200 grams. 3 kunai amounts to 600 grams. Even if I melt them down and sell them as gold, with today's gold prices, I could easily sell them for over 300,000 ryo. And you're offering 30,000? Seeing that Tatsuma understood the gold market, the stall owner's expression turned ugly. He said, "But, kid, you only spent 3,000 ryo and can get 30,000 ryo. Isn't that already a lot? I can even refund your 3,000 ryo and let you play for free. Uncle, I see you're not having an easy time running this stall. How about this? I'll round it down for you. 300,000 ryo, and you buy back these 3 golden kunai. How does that sound?" Tatsuma shrugged, smiling at the stall owner. The stall owner's face darkened, and he said, "Kid, don't be too greedy. Do you know how much 300,000 ryo is? What's your plan then, sir?" Tatsuma detected a hint of threat in the stall owner's words, but he remained calm and unruffled, continuing to smile at the stall owner. With a stern face, the stall owner said, 50,000 ryo. Take the money and leave." As he spoke, several tall figures squeezed through the crowd. Tatsuma glanced at them briefly, then shifted his gaze back to the stall owner. "Sir, do you plan to continue running this stall in the future?" "Huh?" The stall owner seemed puzzled but nodded nonetheless. Tatsuma continued, "I see. Do you know, not every student at Konoha's academy comes from a wealthy background? If you're willing to keep going, I can introduce my classmates to come here and alleviate some of their financial pressures." At Tatsuma's words, the stall owner's face paled. He understood what Tatsuma meant. Unlike the kids playing ninja games in the daimyo's mansion, the person in front of him was a student at Konoha's ninja academy. Tatsuma still didn't tell the truth. He wasn't a student at the ninja academy but a real ninja. However, revealing the truth might give others leverage against him. "Little friend, you see, it's not easy for me to run this small business. If all the future ninja like you come here, I'll really go bankrupt. If I buy them back at the price you mentioned, can you keep it between us and not tell the other ninja?" Seeing the stall owner suddenly become cautious, Tatsuma maintained his smile and said, "Sure, let's make it 500,000 ryo then." At Tatsuma's words, the stall owner's expression turned mournful, and he said, "Little friend, 500,000 ryo is even more expensive than making the gold kunai again. These 3 kunai are worth at most 330,000 ryo. Sir, the kunai may only be worth 300,000 ryo, but my words are quite valuable. Each word might not be worth 1,000 ryo, but the more I say, the more valuable they become." Tatsuma's smile remained unchanged. After much hesitation, the stall owner finally nodded and said, "All right, little friend, please don't invite your classmates then?" "Sure." Tatsuma nodded, and with a sudden clench of his right hand holding the gold kunai, his enhanced strength burst forth. Then, he handed the severely deformed gold kunai to the stall owner and asked, "Cash or a deposit slip?" Gigi got it, a deposit slip. Watching the gold kunai, the stall owner swallowed hard. Gold wasn't exactly known for being pliable, and it was beyond the capability of an ordinary person to deform it by hand. With such strength, he and his several assistants wouldn't stand a chance against Tatsuma. Since Tatsuma didn't have an account at the Land of Fire Bank, he accompanied the stall owner to open one and deposited the money into his own account. Despite the small hiccup, Tatsuma's mood improved. After all, earning this much money with just a few words was much easier and more lucrative than working hard on missions. As Tatsuma left with a radiant smile, the stall owner's expression turned extremely sour. With this move from Tatsuma, he had lost most of his income for the past half year. When factoring in expenses like stall rental, employee wages, and other prize expenditures, this year was a total loss for him. He regretted why he had bullied Tatsuma. Could someone who could hit 300 balloons in a row be an ordinary kid? Slap! The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. The stall owner slapped himself on the face. It was all because of his greed. Otherwise, he could have had a surplus of 200,000 ryo this year. But now, it was all gone. As Tatsuma happily walked down the street, suddenly, a middle-aged man appeared beside him, walking shoulder to shoulder. He then said to Tatsuma, "Squad captain, since you've earned so much, how about treating everyone to a meal? After all, missions can be exhausting." Tatsuma frowned for a moment, then relaxed and looked at the middle-aged man, saying, "Mandrill?" The middle-aged man smiled and replied, "Sarutobi Kusuk, member of the medical department's corpse disposal team." Tatsuma knew that Sarutobi Kusuk was referring to his public identity. He nodded and said, "Sakamoto Tatsuma, unemployed wandering ninja." "Haha, it seems like you're still quite interesting when you're not fighting," Sarutobi Kusuk chuckled. Sarutobi Kusuk smiled and said, "If you have time, come to the disposal team and learn how to handle corpses. Your techniques are still a bit naive." Tatsuma nodded. Yesterday, he already thought that Sarutobi Kusuk's techniques were very proficient. At first, he thought it was because of experience gained from doing it frequently, but he didn't expect him to be a professional in this field. "Kusuk-senpai, where are your other teammates? Can I meet them?" Tatsuma asked. "They're out shopping. If you want to meet them, how about treating us to a meal? After all, that's also why I'm here," Sarutobi Kusuk replied. Upon hearing this, Tatsuma nodded and said, "No problem, I also want to get to know Senpai and the others." Seeing Tatsuma readily agreeing, Sarutobi Kusuk also nodded. After walking around the street for a while, the two-person team became a five-person team. They then arrived at a restaurant and booked a private room. Tatsuma got to know Sarutobi Kusuk's three team members at the dinner table. One was from the Shimura clan, another from the Yamanaka clan, and the last one was from the Aburame clan. The five of them didn't spend much. After all, even though it was free time now, they were still on a mission. Therefore, they didn't drink alcohol, and the most expensive items in the restaurant were usually various types of alcohol. Without drinking alcohol, even in the daimyo's mansion, where the prices were several times higher than that of Konoha, a meal would cost less than 30,000 ryo. It was similar to when Jiraiya invited him and Minato for barbecue, but back then Jiraiya ordered alcohol. Of course, cheapness is relative. If it were Tatsuma alone, 30,000 ryo could last him a long time, and he definitely wouldn't spend it all on one meal. Sarutobi Kusuk didn't just eat for free, he also shared some rules or tips that ANBU members should learn, which weren't taught in ANBU training. For example, even if they both knew each other were ANBU, if they hadn't disclosed their identities to each other during a mission or while acting as ANBU, they couldn't discuss ANBU matters even if they met. This was an unwritten rule. There were also some small techniques, such as how to politely request a restroom break or rotation change while on guard duty. Sarutobi Kusuk had some techniques he wanted to share with Tatsuma, but some were not suitable to discuss during the meal, so they agreed to share them when they had the chance. After leaving the restaurant, the four of them went their separate ways. Tatsuma went to find his place to stay, while Hiruzen had to stay at the daimyo's mansion for the whole day, and perhaps even longer, so he didn't need to go there tonight. The next morning, Tatsuma arrived outside the daimyo's mansion, but he didn't see Hiruzen coming out. He waited until nearly noon, when the farewell escort finally began its duties. Hiruzen bid farewell to the officials from the Land of Fire with a forced smile. When he came to Tatsuma's side, Hiruzen spoke with a stern face, saying, "Let's go." Tatsuma nodded without asking further questions and began to lead the way. After a whole day of traveling, when they stopped to rest for the night, Hiruzen finally said, "You must be wondering about my attitude." Upon hearing Hiruzen's question, Tatsuma didn't hide his curiosity and asked, "Hokage-sama, is there a problem with the funding?" "No, the daimyo is quite generous in this regard. The funding we applied for has been approved, and the funds promised to Tsunade for establishing the medical ninja training system have also been approved by the daimyo's office. It will be available soon." Hiruzen shook his head, the somber expression still lingering on his face. Tatsuma became increasingly puzzled. If the daimyo was so generous and the funding was secured, why was Hiruzen, who came to the daimyo's mansion for money, still troubled? Sigh. Letting out a sigh, Hiruzen finally said, "The daimyo has learned about the changing of the Jinchuriki within 5 years." Although this topic was confidential, Hiruzen wouldn't hide it from Tatsuma. Uzumaki Mito had already discussed some matters with him before. Upon hearing Hiruzen's words, Tatsuma quickly pondered and asked, "What is the daimyo worried about?" "He's worried that Konoha doesn't have the power to restrain the Nine-Tails rampage, aside from sealing jutsu," replied Hiruzen. After Hiruzen spoke, Tatsuma fell silent. The daimyo's concern was that the new Jinchuriki might not be able to control the Nine-Tails as stably as Uzumaki Mito did. Moreover, perhaps the daimyo already knew who the candidate was. The daimyo could trust Mito and her sealing jutsu. But if Mito were no longer available, the daimyo wouldn't trust the new candidate's sealing jutsu. Tatsuma had clearly expressed his refusal to become a Jinchuriki. Therefore, the best candidate would be Kushina Uzumaki, but Kushina might always be seen as an outsider in the eyes of the daimyo. Once Kushina became the Jinchuriki, any issues with the seal, whether caused actively or passively, would be a disaster for the Land of Fire. However, the best method Konoha had to deal with the Nine-Tails now was sealing jutsu. If Kushina were to actively undo the seal or have her mind manipulated by others, in such a scenario, other people's seals would also be easily undone by Kushina, thus unable to restrain the Nine-Tails. Apart from sealing jutsu, what other means are there to balance the power of the Nine-Tails? Tatsuma looked up at the troubled Hiruzen and asked, "Would release ninja?" Chapter 198, The Daimyo's Scary Intentions. Seeing Tatsuma quickly grasp the daimyo's intentions, Hiruzen nodded, feeling somewhat astonished. After all, he had provided Tatsuma with very little information, and he estimated that he would need about 3 more rounds of information exchange before Tatsuma could make such a guess. However, it seemed that he had greatly underestimated Tatsuma's abilities. Nevertheless, Tatsuma's quick response saved him a lot of time. Hiruzen looked at Tatsuma and asked, "What is your opinion on the daimyo's proposal?" Tatsuma furrowed his brows tightly, his lips pressed together. This question involved too many aspects and was particularly sensitive. Moreover, Tatsuma knew that if the shinobi world were to see the emergence of would-release ninja again, 2 necessary conditions would be indispensable: Hashirama's cells and human experimentation. These 2 are taboos. It can be said that if any ninja were to attempt to touch either of these, the former would become an enemy of Konoha, and the latter might even become an enemy of the entire shinobi world. When Tatsuma previously mentioned Senju Hashirama's cells, Tsunade was so furious she wanted to rise up and settle scores, while human experimentation, exemplified by Orochimaru in later years, earned him infamy wherever he went. Yet, surprisingly, the daimyo's intention was to bring these 2 to the forefront and conduct official experiments. In the original work, there were indeed similar experiments. However, due to too many deaths among the test subjects, they had to be stopped. Of course, Orochimaru continued his experiments in secret and successfully cultivated would-release ninja like Yamato. Yamato did play a certain role in the Nine-Tails related events later on, but to suppress the Nine-Tails' power firmly like the first Hokage Senju Hashirama did. After considering these points, Tatsuma spoke up, saying, "Hokage-sama, I believe there isn't a great necessity to recreate would-release ninja. Firstly, there are public opinion issues, which are difficult to resolve. Following that, the success rate is too low, and such experiments are bound to carry great risks. The survival rate of the test subjects cannot be guaranteed, and if there are deaths among them, it would be difficult to justify to the village. Lastly, Hokage-sama, do you really think that the first Hokage's ability to suppress the nine tails relied solely on wood release? Tatsuma had seen the process of the first Hokage containing the nine tails, and indeed, wood release jutsu was used. However, the real focus was not on wood release but on the first Hokage's extraordinary power. Without power comparable to the first Hokage's, wood release's effectiveness is very limited. With the power of the first Hokage, wood release is merely a bonus, or perhaps more suitable to say, a complement. After hearing Tatsuma's perspective, Hiruzen nodded, his worried expression unchanged, and said, if the daimyo and his advisors had half of your understanding of wood release and the nine tails, there wouldn't be so many trivial matters to talk about. Daimyo is insisting on it? If he doesn't see failure, perhaps he won't agree to give up. Clearly, he relies more on the first Hokage's abilities than on my explanation. Hiruzen shook his head, and Tatsuma's face showed some displeasure as he said, if the goal is just to suppress the nine tails using the power of wood release, then researching the impure world reincarnation would be much simpler and more controllable than creating a new wood release ninja. Cough! Be careful what you say. Hearing Tatsuma mentioning another almost taboo jutsu, Hiruzen quickly interrupted. However, in his mind, he couldn't help but ponder Tatsuma's proposal. Instead of cultivating a new wood release ninja whose success and ability to suppress the nine tails are uncertain, Tatsuma's suggestion of the impure world reincarnation jutsu indeed seemed simpler and more controllable. If daimyo trusts the wood release of the first Hokage, then directly using the impure world reincarnation to summon the first Hokage and allowing him to use wood release to directly suppress the nine tails seems to have more potential. However, Hiruzen quickly dismissed this idea. After all, the impure world reincarnation was indeed too taboo, disrupting the boundary between life and death and allowing the dead to return to the world of the living, which showed great disrespect for the deceased. At the same time, if others were to learn about such a technique and if a ninja in Konoha were to master the impure world reincarnation jutsu, what would happen if, before daimyo's death, he requested to be resurrected through the impure world reincarnation after his passing? How would Konoha respond? Furthermore, once such a precedent was set, it would only lead to more trouble. Moreover, this technique was inherently unethical and even anti-humanitarian. Shaking his head to dispel these thoughts, Hiruzen looked at Tatsuma and asked, Yiksha, if the village decides to attempt the reconstruction plan for a wood release ninja, how do you propose to gain Tsunade's approval? Tsunade is currently the spokesperson for the Senju clan. Until Nawaki grows up, Tsunade has the authority to handle all matters related to the Senju clan, including the body of Senju Hashirama. To recreate a wood release ninja, it's necessary to study the body of Senju Hashirama, and this inevitably involves Tsunade. Only with Tsunade's consent can this plan proceed. At this moment, Tatsuma's expression also became solemn, but fortunately, his mask concealed it. Hiruzen's question was too harsh on Tatsuma from a personal perspective, considering Tsunade was his sensei. Privately, Tatsuma wasn't suitable to answer. However, Hiruzen was asking as the Hokage's guard, an ANBU ninja called Yiksha, not as Tsunade's disciple, Sakamoto Tatsuma. If it were the latter, Tatsuma could have said he had no way to answer or directly opposed Hiruzen's idea. But in the former case, it was a matter of capability. Tatsuma's lips moved beneath his mask several times before he answered, didn't the daimyo agree to allocate funds for establishing a medical ninja training system? Let's convene a meeting and place the topic of recreating a wood release ninja after that. We can introduce each topic before the meeting and then discuss them one by one. After pondering Tatsuma's response, Hiruzen nodded, deeming it feasible. Though it carried some sense of bargaining or even a hint of threat, it was undoubtedly the easiest way to persuade Tsunade. However, if they were to proceed like this, Hiruzen wondered if the already strained relationship between him and Tsunade, his former apprentice, could endure. But everything came with a price. Either outright reject the daimyo's proposal and demands, worsening relations with him, or sacrifice the bond between him and Tsunade to maintain a harmonious relationship between the village and the daimyo's estate. Hiruzen sat on a large rock, pondering for a long time before asking, are there any other options? For example, approaching Mito-sama with a softer approach to gain Tsunade's consent? Hokage-sama, are you referring to the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, Uzumaki Mito-sama, or the wife of the first Hokage, Uzumaki Mito-sama? Tatsuma countered, and Hiruzen understood his implication. If it was the former, Uzumaki Mito couldn't convince Tsunade, and if it was the latter, the village might not even be able to sway Uzumaki Mito. Setting Uzumaki Mito's identity as the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails meant she could entirely stay out of it, choosing to ignore the village's arrangements. However, expecting her to step forward and convince Tsunade? Impossible. Setting Uzumaki Mito's identity as the wife of the first Hokage, it was also impossible for her to come forward and agree to the village's research on her deceased husband's body, let alone persuade Tsunade further. So, Tatsuma's counter-question seemed like two choices, but in reality, there was only one, to keep Uzumaki Mito out of this. Given her love for the village, she might turn a blind eye to it. But if the village wanted to push the boundaries? Sigh. Hiruzen shook his head, then said, let's return to the village first and handle the post-war matters. As for the Jinchuriki and would release ninja, there's still plenty of time, years even. Tatsuma remained silent, feeling a sense of relief. This was the last thing he wanted to get involved in. One misstep, and he would either offend the Hokage or Tsunade and Uzumaki Mito. Hokage-sama, why don't you rest first? Let me set up a sleeping bag for you, Tatsuma said, taking out a small scroll. However, Hiruzen waved his hand and said, I'm not tired. Let's take a break and then set off. The village is accessible anytime, we don't need to wait for an auspicious moment. Hearing this, Tatsuma put away the scroll and watched as Hiruzen, troubled and lost in thought, pondered something. Meanwhile, Tatsuma began to close his eyes and recall the notes he had memorized but couldn't comprehend. After about 20 minutes, Hiruzen asked, how's your stamina? It's fully restored, Tatsuma replied, ceasing his contemplation. Hiruzen nodded and said, then let's go. Yes, Hokage-sama. With a nod, Tatsuma resumed his journey. By the next morning, they had finally returned to the village, using the secret passage to avoid attracting the villagers' attention. Back at the Hokage's office, apart from the Jonin on standby, the other department's ninjas hadn't started their shifts yet. Hiruzen returned to his seat and lit a cigarette. After smoking several pipes of tobacco, Hiruzen looked at the brightening sky outside and said to Tatsuma, Yiksha, I won't be working today. Let's call it a day for the guard duty. Yes, Hokage-sama, Tatsuma nodded and stepped back. Although Hiruzen hadn't left the Hokage building yet, since he said the guard duty was over, it was indeed over. Under the Hokage's orders, ANBU operatives had far fewer liberties than regular ninjas. Inside the Hokage building, there was a changing room specifically for ANBU ninjas. Tatsuma changed out of his ANBU uniform, put on his regular clothes, and then returned to the Senju compound. By now, people were already training at the training grounds. Minato greeted Tatsuma, who had returned after a few days away, and then asked, just back from a mission? Yeah, Tatsuma nodded with a smile and asked, with your attire today, do you have a mission? Minato, now dressed in a Chunin uniform, nodded as well, replying, not exactly a mission. I've been reassigned to a new team. My new teammates are Akimichi Dodo from the Akimichi clan and Inazuka Gaku from the Inazuka clan. Today is our introductory meeting. Is that so? Minato sensed something amiss in Tatsuma's response. Though Tatsuma still had a smile on his face, his enthusiasm seemed lacking. Minato furrowed his brows and asked, did the mission not go well? No, Tatsuma was about to deny, but suddenly, there was a loud noise in the room as the door was forcefully pushed open. Tsunade, with an urgent expression, asked, did the mission not go well? Did the daimyo refuse to allocate funds to me? Damn it! I'll go demand it myself, you lead the way. Chapter 199, Every Riddler longs to meet a solver. Are you saying that there's no problem with the funding? Tsunade, who had finally managed to control her emotions, looked at Tatsuma with a puzzled expression and asked, "Then what are you worried about?" "Other things." Tatsuma couldn't give an honest answer, so he gave a perfunctory response. Tsunade scrutinized Tatsuma with suspicion. As the village's well-known sunny and cheerful big boy, Tatsuma rarely showed such a troubled expression. His usual worries were more about thinking through problems. But just now, Tatsuma's expression was more like that of a pessimist encountering a life-ruining problem. If someone else had shown this expression, Minato and Tsunade wouldn't have paid much attention. But seeing it on Tatsuma was too much of a contrast. "Alright, are you two trying to interrogate Tatsuma? Do you need me to step in and help you call back some members of the Yamanaka clan?" At this moment, a voice came from inside the house. Tsunade and Minato both turned their attention away as Mito stepped out, saying, "You haven't had breakfast yet, right? Nawaki got up early today and went out without eating. There's still plenty left. Come and eat." "Alright, Grandma Mito." Tatsuma, as if granted amnesty, darted past Tsunade and ran into the house. Mito watched him kindly, but her eyes also held a trace of confusion and concern. Mito had known Tatsuma for several years and had a knack for reading people. She could immediately sense that Tatsuma's behavior was unusual today. His distress wasn't about hiding something, it was about revealing something. Mito had a hunch. Tatsuma was perfectly capable of controlling his emotions and keeping everyone in the dark, but he chose to show his feelings openly. There weren't many people living in this house. Besides Tatsuma, there were Mito and her 2 grandchildren, and Minato, who came here daily for training. Occasionally, Kushina would also drop by for a visit. Among these people, Mito didn't need others to wear their emotions on their sleeves to understand them. Nawaki was the type who wouldn't know someone was angry unless they hit him with a fist. Kushina and Minato only came by occasionally, especially Kushina, who only returned for gatherings. Someone as smart and observant as Tatsuma would definitely have noticed and understood this. That left Tsunade, who wasn't very good at reading others' emotions. She would only notice someone's emotional state if there was an extreme contrast. So, was Tatsuma's behavior meant to remind Tsunade of something? Mito glanced at Tsunade, who looked blank, and then back at Tatsuma sitting at the dining table. She pondered what Tatsuma was trying to convey to Tsunade. For Tatsuma to use such a method to remind someone, it had to be confidential or even top-secret information. Yet, such information still needed to be conveyed to Tsunade. Mito retracted her increasingly serious expression and turned to look outside, her kindly smile returning. She said to Minato, "Minato, it's about time for you to go to the meet and greet, isn't it?" There was still some time before the event, but Minato, being very clever, understood that Mito wanted him to leave. Smiling, he nodded and said, "Grandma Mito, I'll be going now." "Alright, be careful on your way, and try to come back for dinner tonight." Mito waved as she watched Minato leave. Then she turned to Tsunade and said, "Weren't you scheduled to conduct training for some talented genin at the Konoha hospital today? Have you prepared your lesson plan?" Not quite yet, but it should be fine since the funding hasn't." "Are you this careless about your most cherished medical career?" "Grandma, I'll get it ready right away." Seeing Mito's stern expression, Tsunade quickly turned and ran towards her room, and only then did Mito return inside. Sitting beside Tatsuma, Mito picked up an egg and began peeling it for him. As if making casual conversation, she asked, "Is there something you want to tell me?" Tatsuma nodded. He had expected Mito to quickly notice something was wrong. This elderly woman had seen and experienced so much in her life that she could spot discrepancies even without relying on the Ninetales' abilities. Swallowing the food in his mouth, Tatsuma brought up a matter that had been bothering him for a while but he hadn't inquired about. "Grandma Mito, you should have talked to Kushina about the Ninetales, right?" Mito's hand paused briefly while peeling the egg, but she quickly resumed and nodded. Seeing this, Tatsuma continued, "Kushina, like me, must have guessed the price you would have to pay after the Ninetales leaves you, right?" "Yes." "So she refused, and probably had a fight with you about it before moving out, didn't she? Yes. She also wanted to do something for you in her own way, even if it was just to let you live a bit longer. But her selfishness and this childish approach have caused some people to distrust her. From the beginning, Tatsuma sensed something was wrong. Mito and Kushina must have had a fight, but whether it was Mito or Kushina, at most, they would just avoid each other. Whenever they met again, neither of them showed any signs of dissatisfaction. Every time, if Kushina was given even a small excuse or opportunity, she would come back for family dinners. However, she repeatedly refused the suggestions from Minato, Nawaki, and others to move back in. Tatsuma was initially puzzled until Hiruzen mentioned that the daimyo knew the specific timing of the Jinchuriki transition, and then he suddenly understood. Kushina thought that if she moved out and refused to become the Jinchuriki, Mito wouldn't lose the Nine Tails and wouldn't have to end her life prematurely. But her good intentions appeared as uncertainty and a potential threat to those who were not involved in this relationship. After Tatsuma finished speaking, he resumed eating breakfast. Mito finished peeling the egg and handed it to Tatsuma. He took it, smiled, and swallowed it in one bite. Mito also smiled kindly and continued peeling eggs for Tatsuma until he had eaten all the remaining breakfast on the table. As he stood up to start cleaning, Mito said, "Saru wouldn't dare do this, it must be from the daimyo's side." Tatsuma didn't answer and quietly continued cleaning the dishes. Mito closed her eyes, took several deep breaths, and then said, "Sealing jutsu, would release, Sharingan, it's all caused by human actions." Tatsuma, silently tidying up, seemed to nod. He enjoyed talking with Mito because it didn't require much effort or the mention of any secrets, they could both understand what the other meant. Mito also understood why Tatsuma deliberately made Tsunade feel something was wrong. It was to give Tsunade a preliminary guess, so when the real issue arose, she would be mentally prepared. Secondly, Tsunade is currently the only person who might be able to prevent the daimyo's plan from being implemented. Anyone else opposing it wouldn't have the same impact as Tsunade. As for Mito, she shouldn't even get involved, as this concerns the next Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, which means it will be relevant after her death. Looking at Tatsuma, Mito said, "Aren't you afraid that Saru will make things difficult for you for revealing so much?" The third, "Doesn't he actually want me to spread the news?" Tatsuma shrugged. The plan he devised for Hiruzen wasn't unexpected. In fact, this matter couldn't be handled covertly. Hiruzen wouldn't rely on a child to such an extent. However, Hiruzen still mentioned this issue to Tatsuma and discussed it quite deeply. Afterwards, he even gave Tatsuma time off to come back. This was clearly to give Tatsuma the opportunity to leak the information. But how to leak it required skill. If Tatsuma had come back and blatantly violated confidentiality principles by directly stating the matter, Hiruzen would have had no hesitation in dismissing Tatsuma from his duties as part of the Hokage Guard. If Tsunade discovers it on her own, rather than through anyone's leak, Hiruzen wouldn't blame Tatsuma and would allow him to continue serving as a Hokage Guard. Today's hints were just the first step in Tatsuma's leak. To make Tsunade aware, he had to be somewhat exaggerated in his approach. Making Mito understand the situation was the second step, or rather a prerequisite to the second step. They needed to gauge Mito's willingness first. If she could tolerate it, then they could proceed. The content of the second step involved having someone unrelated to the original informant reveal more information to Tsunade. Mito was the perfect candidate for this role. Subsequent actions depended on whether Mito was willing to take on this responsibility and on the extent to which Tsunade had been prompted, before further steps could be taken. After cleaning and washing all the dishes, Tatsuma said goodbye to Mito, planning to go home and sleep. However, before he reached the nearby former residence of Senju Tobarama, Tsunade called out to him. "Tatsuma, stop!" Tsunade's low shout made Tatsuma perk up. Could it be that his sensei wasn't as dull as she seemed? Had she inferred something just from his troubled emotions? Tatsuma quickly looked at Tsunade and asked, "Sensei, what's wrong?" "Come with me." Tsunade, with a serious and solemn expression, turned and walked towards her room. Tatsuma hurriedly followed, eager to see how much his sensei had deduced. Entering Tsunade's room, Tatsuma looked at her with anticipation. He was itching to reveal the confidential information to her. But then, Tsunade pointed to her desk, which was covered with several bundles of scrolls, and said, "These are the lesson plans I've prepared for the village's genin. Help me polish and optimize them, I need them this afternoon." "Is that all?" Tatsuma was speechless, looking at his sensei. He had been eagerly hoping Tsunade would discover something significant, but not only did she not surprise him, she seemed even duller than he had imagined. "What else are you thinking? Don't tell me." Tsunade's gaze turned dangerous. She raised her fist and said to Tatsuma, "Have you been learning bad things from Jiraiya?" Tatsuma rolled his eyes, then sat directly in front of the desk, looking at the poorly organized lesson plans on the scrolls. He smirked and grabbed a bundle of new scrolls to reorganize the plans. Seeing her disciple obediently following instructions, Tsunade relaxed her fist and nodded in satisfaction. Then she asked, "Are you still on guard duty this afternoon?" "I'm on security duty." "But, no, I shouldn't be. I didn't sleep last night, so I should, that's good. Come with me to the Konoha hospital. If those people are too foolish, you'll help me with the class." Tatsuma, interrupted mid-sentence, smirked and said, "Don't worry, sensei. No one could be dumber than you. Sakamoto Tatsuma. You're in big trouble." Tsunade, said it. "Even the second Hokage won't be able to save you." Chapter 200, When boys and girls get close, there's always annoying teasing. Sakamoto, you explained it so well. You've cleared up my doubts from before. At Konoha Hospital, Yakushi Nono walked over to Tatsuma, who was holding his ribs, carrying a notebook, a bottle of water, and a drink, smiling as she spoke to him. Cough, cough. Thanks, cough. Tatsuma started coughing. If it weren't for Tsunade sparing his life, he would probably have been hammered to death. Indeed, one shouldn't expose others' weaknesses, especially when they are weaker than you. Sakamoto, you've been coughing all day. Are you injured? Nono asked with concern, handing him the drink and saying, "Here, have some water." Tatsuma nodded, not refusing, took a few sips of water to catch his breath, and then said, "Are you planning to become a medical ninja?" Nono nodded vigorously, then continued, "That's also part of the reason." Hearing this, Tatsuma looked puzzled. Judging from Nono's tone, the main reason for attending the trial class wasn't to delve deep into the medical field. Nono didn't conceal anything and said, although the war didn't break out in the Land of Fire, there are still many war orphans in the surrounding areas due to the war. By joining Tsunade-sama's training class, I won't have to go on team missions outside the village, so I'll have more time to help at the orphanage. I haven't been back to the orphanage in many years. The so-called orphanage is the Konoha orphanage, but since the term orphanage has negative connotations, even though everyone knows it as such, they try to avoid mentioning it and instead use the term welfare home. Tatsuma's original self was also taken in by the orphanage. Early education was also conducted there, but he was a bit brighter and could live independently early on. Therefore, he switched to village support, freeing up space in the orphanage to accommodate other orphans. However, those memories were too distant for Tatsuma to recall clearly. Perhaps he had met Nono and even Minato earlier, but he had forgotten. Tatsuma suddenly frowned and asked, "It must be difficult for the orphanage these days. The village subsidies haven't been distributed yet, and there are more war orphans." Nono nodded, her smile fading. "Yes, but there are still kind-hearted people who voluntarily provide support, which can sustain us for a while." Hearing this, Tatsuma nodded. His commission fee from the war hadn't been paid yet, but he had some savings from the visit to the daimyo's estate. He looked up and said, "I probably don't have much time to visit the director and my siblings. If it's possible, after the practical class, could you accompany me to the bank? I'll also contribute some funds." "Sakamoto, I'm not." Nono became somewhat flustered. She feared Tatsuma might misunderstand her intentions for having this conversation, but Tatsuma waved his hand and said, "That's settled then. After all, I can't take care of them like you do. I can only help in a more ordinary way." Upon hearing this, Nono looked at Tatsuma for a moment before saying, "Thank you." Tatsuma nodded, avoiding Nono's shining eyes. He coughed twice and said, "Cough. Let's get ready for the practical class. Your practical performance will be more convincing to the village for Sensei's proposal than theory." "I understand. I'll do my best." Nono nodded vigorously, speaking earnestly. Then she returned to her seat, reviewing the theoretical content Tatsuma had taught, occasionally taking a sip from her water bottle. After a few minutes past the scheduled time, Tsunade, who had skipped class from the beginning of the theoretical lesson, finally rushed back in a flurry. Seeing Tatsuma's resentful look, Tsunade said, "I managed to squeeze in 2 surgeries. What's the matter? Do you have any objections?" Tatsuma didn't answer. He just pointed to his collar. Tsunade lifted hers to look and realized that some sauce had accidentally dripped onto her collar while she was eating. Tsunade glared at Tatsuma with some embarrassment and then raised her fist slightly. She did indeed find time to perform surgeries, but it didn't take too long. Tatsuma tactfully changed the subject, saying, "We're waiting for your guidance for the practical class. The fish are almost out of oxygen. Let's get started, Sensei." Tsunade nodded in agreement and walked to the makeshift classroom in the middle of the converted hospital ward. Luckily, the war was nearing its end, with only the final cleanup operations remaining in various areas. Otherwise, Konoha Hospital wouldn't have been able to spare any ward space. She picked up a fish from a nearby bucket and placed it on a cutting board or a miniature hospital bed, saying, "On the battlefield, the injured ninjas we need to treat can be classified into 3 difficulty levels. The first type consists of minor injuries like cuts or stabs, which affect combat but can be quickly healed, restoring their fighting capability. These injuries are the most common, accounting for about 60% of the wounded. The second type includes injuries like fractures or torn tendons, which have a significant impact on combat. Healing them is more challenging and time-consuming, and any mistakes during treatment can affect future combat effectiveness. Generally, these patients are not suitable for immediate return to battle. They make up about 30% of the injured on the battlefield. The third type consists of severe injuries, accounting for only 10%. Without a strong medical ninja present, these injured individuals must be quickly sent back to the village for professional assistance. Of course, the proportions of these 3 situations exclude those who died on the spot or from unrecoverable severe injuries. The role of field medical ninjas, and even accompanying medical ninjas, is to treat the injuries of the first type, restore the combat capability of the second type, and save the lives of the third type. The sequence of our practical class is also structured according to this difficulty level for in-depth learning. Today, I will teach you a technique that is extensively used in treating minor injuries. With that, Tsunade lightly clenched her right hand, and a chakra scalpel appeared in her hand. She gently cut through the side of the fish, instantly creating a wound from which blood began to flow, causing the fish to wriggle. Tsunade delicately grasped the fish's gills, limiting its movement, and continued to explain, "The principle of the healing jutsu is to use chakra to seal the wound, allowing the arrangement and position of the skin, fat, and muscles to closely resemble their condition before the injury. Then, stimulate the cells around the wound with chakra to accelerate healing. However, during this process, it's crucial to ensure the stability of the injured person's wound. This can be achieved by using anesthetic, the shadow's secret technique, or forcibly controlling the injured person." As she spoke, Tsunade's chakra scalpel disappeared from her right hand. Her finger glided over the fish's wound, smoothing out the slightly protruding flesh. With the injection of the unique chakra of the healing jutsu, the wound quickly sealed and healed. In just half a minute, only a faint scar remained on the fish's scales, and the injury had completely recovered. Tsunade returned the fish to the bucket. After remaining motionless for a few seconds, the fish finally resumed its normal movements as it was about to sink to the bottom. This scene elicited surprised exclamations from many of the genin who had come to learn. They hadn't expected the recovery speed to be so fast. Tsunade rinsed her hands in the nearby sink and returned to her original position, saying, "The fish provided for you will die after about 30 minutes out of the water. With an injury, this time frame will shorten to 10 to 15 minutes. This is the time limit you have to save a life. At this stage, I allow you to use surgical knives because the incisions made by surgical knives are much smoother than those made by shurikens or kunai, making it easier for your training. My requirement is that you master this technique within 2 weeks and reduce the surgery time to under 5 minutes within a month." As she spoke, Tsunade glanced back at Tatsuma. She recalled the time Tatsuma spent learning this technique. Tatsuma learned the mystical palm jutsu directly, and then looked at the healing jutsu. It seemed like he succeeded with the first fish, so there's no reference point. Tatsuma had already covered the principles and key points of the healing jutsu in the previous theoretical classes, so Tsunade didn't need to teach them. They just needed to start experimenting on their own. However, as each fish died, the genin who had been confident initially began to look mournful, even casting resentful glances at Tatsuma, who was resting on the side. This technique was extremely simple under Tsunade's guidance, and Tatsuma had described it as something anyone could do. So why couldn't they learn it? Could it be that their hands weren't really hands but something else dangling from their shoulders? Even one girl, after killing 5 fish in a row, burst into tears directly, as if she had immersed herself too deeply in the task. Although most people failed, 2 individuals made some progress. At least they were able to seal the wounds on both sides using chakra. Tsunade looked at the fish in Nono's hand with satisfaction, nodded, and said, "Yakushi Nono, right? You're very suitable to be a medical ninja." Nono was thrilled, nodding and saying, "Thank you, Tsunade-sama." Tsunade then looked at another girl ninja of similar age. The wound on the fish in her hand had also been sealed. Although not as neatly as Nono's, it was still sealed, and the bleeding had stopped. Tsunade asked, "Not bad, but next time, don't rush to seal the wound. You can first ensure that the corresponding positions on both sides of the wound are aligned before performing the procedure. By the way, what's your name?" "Tsunade-sama, my name is Taji." Taji was a bit nervous, looking at the wound on the fish in her hand, wanting to reseal it, but afraid that the sealing effect wouldn't be as good as this time. She was quite conflicted. Upon hearing this, Tatsuma lifted his head and glanced at Taji. The name seemed somewhat familiar to him. It appeared to be one of the midwives in the original story, associated with Kushina, and a student of Sarutobi Biwako, and also an ANBU. However, he didn't dwell on it much, retracting his gaze to continue pondering the notes he hadn't fully grasped. It wasn't until nightfall that today's lesson concluded. Tsunade looked visibly exhausted as she glanced at Tatsuma and said, "Shall we go back together?" Noticing Tsunade's lack of enthusiasm, Tatsuma was somewhat surprised, but he quickly regained his composure, shaking his head and saying, "I have some things to take care of. I'll go back later." Tsunade initially frowned but then noticed Nono walking towards Tatsuma with a friendly smile on her face. With a couple of chuckles, she left without even giving Tatsuma a chance to explain. Tatsuma shook his head helplessly, stood up, feeling the pain from his ribs and the slight twinge in his heart due to fatigue. After estimating the rest time he needed, he looked at Nono and said, "Let's hurry up. You should also get back soon, shouldn't you?" Actually, I'm not in a rush." Nono lowered her head and spoke softly, but Tatsuma seemed oblivious to it, saying something irrelevant, "Then let's make the most of our time." Chapter 201, Some people like to save money, while others like to spend it. Is it too much? Outside Konoha Orphanage, Nono looked at the suitcase handed to her by Tatsuma. Although she didn't know exactly how much money Tatsuma had taken, the weight seemed substantial. "You mentioned that there are many more children now, and the original beds and even rooms are not enough. This money can only help a little. Take it back." I said I'd go back to eat, so I'll leave first. Tatsuma waved his hand with a smile, then turned and walked away. Nono held the suitcase with both hands, clutching the handle tightly. She watched Tatsuma's figure until he disappeared completely from her sight before coming back to her senses. Only then did Nono feel the hunger and fatigue. She turned around and walked towards the orphanage. Inside, there was a small playground where many children were playing. Greeting many children along the way, Nono headed towards the building where the headmistress was located. Halfway there, she spotted a carpentry table surrounded by several pieces of wood. Seeing this scene, Nono suddenly smiled, quickening her pace as she walked inside. Headmistress Yakushi. Entering the headmistress's office, Nono exclaimed joyfully, then looked towards a young man around 20 years old, her expression becoming somewhat guilty as she addressed him, Big Brother. The headmistress, a woman in her 50s with a somewhat pale complexion, dressed in a nun's outfit, looked kindly and benevolent. She waved to Nono, saying, "Come over and have some food." The young man interjected, "Why don't you continue calling her mom?" As he spoke, he pointed at the headmistress. Her expression changed immediately, and she gently tapped the young man's hand, saying, "Hirota, what nonsense are you talking about?" "Sorry, Big Brother Hirota, it's so good that you're back." Nono lowered her head. Since she could remember, it had been the headmistress and Yakushi Hirota taking care of her. She had tried to call the headmistress mom like Hirota did, but he always got angry every time. At that moment, she didn't understand why, but she knew that once, there was a heated argument between Hirota and the headmistress over something related to her name in the school records. After that argument, Hirota left the orphanage and didn't come back for a long time. It was said that he went to other towns and became an apprentice carpenter. Nono only learned later that Hirota was the headmistress's son, her only son. The other children in the orphanage were just children she had adopted. After Nono truly understood this, she never called the headmistress mom again, and she even corrected other children if they made that mistake. But Yakushi Hirota never returned. Until recently, she heard that Hirota, along with his local cooperative, had come to Konoha to take on some reconstruction projects for Konoha's buildings. Nono had always wanted to invite Hirota back, but after asking several times through intermediaries, Hirota never responded. She hadn't expected him to come back today. Now, as Hirota looked at Nono, he found that despite the resentment he had accumulated over the years, he couldn't express it. He used to dislike Nono intensely because he felt she had taken his mother away from him. Moreover, his mother had always sided with Nono. Eventually, she even gave the family name to this girl. That was why he left. At that time, he was just a child. Hirota had thought that his departure would make his mother understand his dissatisfaction, but over the years, in occasional exchanges of letters, his mother had always said that after he left, Nono had helped sustain the orphanage. Hirota felt that his mother was complaining about him while also successfully praising Nono, which made him even more dissatisfied. Recently returning to Konoha, he had inquired about the orphanage from the villagers and learned many things he hadn't known while away. This prompted him to decide to return after finishing his work with the cooperative. Hirota had expected to dislike this girl, but he couldn't seem to muster any anger towards her, and he didn't know why. Seeing both of them fall silent, the headmistress forced a smile once again and said, "Your big brother knows that the orphanage doesn't have enough room. He'll come back to help after work." Upon hearing this, Hirota wanted to say that he wasn't Nono's big brother, but he hesitated and chose to eat instead. Anyway, he wouldn't stay here for too long. He had saved up money over the years, all of which he had spent on lumber. Once the house was built, he would leave. Seeing her son eating silently but with great effort, the headmistress also felt guilty, but she didn't know how to explain it to her son. At this moment, Nono nodded happily, bringing the suitcase to the headmistress and saying, "That's great, headmistress. Do you remember Sakamoto Tatsuma?" Sakamoto Tatsuma? The headmistress had a pensive look on her face. She had cared for too many children, and for varying lengths of time, making it difficult for her to remember each one. Occasionally, while walking down the street, some grown-up villagers, who had settled down and started families, would gratefully call her headmistress, which was enough to make her happy. Hirota raised his head at this point and said, "That little brat who liked to sleep with a wooden stick and got into fights with many kids, right?" Nono instinctively nodded. Hearing Hirota's words, she suddenly recalled her own childhood memories that she couldn't even remember herself. She was surprised that Hirota remembered them. But soon she shook her head, feeling like she was disparaging her classmate Sakamoto, even though she didn't say anything. Nono raised the suitcase and said, "Sakamoto-san is now a very skilled ninja. Even before I graduate, he's already a chunin. This is the money he asked me to bring back. Why don't we use this money to ask Hirota-san to build houses for the orphanage?" The headmistress seemed to recall and frowned, saying, "But he's not much older than you, right? How can we take his money?" Hirota's expression also shifted uncomfortably. Although he understood that Nono's intention was to allow him to stay longer, and even to take some of the money so he wouldn't lose out, he still felt like an outsider. Nono explained further, "It was Sakamoto-san who insisted I bring it back. He said he would come back to see it when he had time." Tatsuma had said there was no time to come back, but Nono chose a better way to put it. The headmistress took the suitcase and opened it, almost standing up in shock. Inside, neatly stacked, were bundles of notes. "Wow!" cough. Hirota, who was eating, was also startled. Wiping his mouth, he incredulously said, "There must be hundreds of thousands here?" Nono, who had just learned about this huge sum of money, also widened her eyes in shock. Hundreds of thousands? She had heard that completing a D-rank mission only yielded little money. How many missions would it take to earn this much money? He must have worked so hard for it. Nono's nose suddenly felt sore as she realized that when Sakamoto-san came to teach them today, he was clearly injured and hadn't fully recovered. When she tried to talk to him, he barely said anything and always seemed in a hurry. She thought he didn't like being around her. The headmistress was also stunned. The last time she saw so much money was when she was pregnant. Her husband, who was also a ninja, had been called to the battlefield and killed by the enemy. When she, pregnant, went to see the second Hokage, Senjutoburama-sama, to propose building an orphanage to care for children orphaned by the war, Senjutoburama-sama had also given her a similar amount of money. It was with that money that she transformed her and her late husband's home, along with the surrounding land, into what is now the Konoha orphanage. Unfortunately, the great Hokage-sama passed away not long after. Seeing the headmistress suddenly burst into tears, Hirota called out in concern, "Mom." The headmistress wiped away her tears and looked at Hirota, saying, "Hirota, stay in the village. Before, I didn't dare to let you come back because I couldn't see any hope myself. But now it's different. Stay." Upon hearing his mother's words, Hirota fell silent. He had never thought about staying in a place that should have been his home because it was no longer his home, it belonged to the other children. He didn't want to stay, not because of money or any other material thing. Therefore, he couldn't bring himself to agree to his mother's request. As for the hope his mother mentioned, he vaguely felt that it was nothing more than what she had always told him when he was a child, that the orphanage would help children survive, and these children would, in turn, keep the orphanage going. However, this was his mother's dream, not his own. Seeing her son still conflicted and resistant, the headmistress shook her head, sighed, and said, "Hirota, I know this is too unfair to you. Let's forget that Mom said anything. But can you stay? With this money, can we build a more comfortable home for the children?" This time, Hirota didn't hesitate for too long and nodded, agreeing to stay. Even if it would cost him more time and he would lose his current job, the company couldn't wait for him for so long, jobs could be found again. Opportunities like this might come only once. Seeing Hirota agree, both the headmistress and Nono smiled. The headmistress closed the suitcase and placed it in the cabinet in her office, which could only deter honorable people, not petty ones. She then motioned for Nono to sit down, served her food, and then spoke up, No, if possible, invite Tatsuma to come and visit. If he has the time, that is. No nodded and said, then I'll ask him when he'll have time the next time I see him. With that, Nono suddenly began to imagine tomorrow's medical class, wondering if Tatsuma would still come to teach them. Achoo! Cough 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 cough. Walking on his way home in the Senju clan's territory, Tatsuma suddenly sneezed, aggravating his injury, and started coughing continuously. He shook his head, took a deep breath, and straightened his back again. He touched the bankbook that had turned into zero balance and the remaining cash of over 20,000. He sighed. 20,000 was meant to be returned to Orochimaru, and the remaining 900 or so was his last savings. It seems I won't get rich in this lifetime. I hope the funding comes through soon, and the village pays its dues early. Chapter 202, Tatsuma vs. Greedy Tsunade. On the last day before the new year, Konoha revived the prosperity of pre-war times. Countless vendors were shouting in the streets, and there were many people with smiles on their faces, accompanied by their families and children, buying New Year goods. The reason for such prosperity was that a week ago, the village finally began to settle the rewards for missions during the war. Except for the ninjas still on missions outside the village, the vast majority of ninjas had already received their rewards for the missions they undertook during the war. The ninjas joyfully held onto this money and engaged in compensatory spending, greatly stimulating the market in Konoha. Even some well-informed merchants from other places had come here to collect sacks of money. Amidst the atmosphere of joy, the depression that had surrounded the entire village since the outbreak of the war was swept away. Even those ninjas who had retired due to injuries or the relatives of those who had died began to spend money, stepping into a new chapter. But compensatory and retaliatory spending easily leads to a problem. It's difficult to control one's savings, and before you know it, you've spent too much. Especially for a ninja who isn't good at managing money to begin with. In the Senju clan area, Tsunade, who should have been sound asleep in her own room at this early hour, woke up unusually early, without a trace of sleepiness on her face. She squatted on a big tree, gazing at the house on the other side of the wall. It was her grandfather's house, now occupied by her disciple, Sakamoto Tatsuma. Tsunade, at the first moment when the rewards were distributed a week ago, went to collect her own reward. Then, she spent 5 days and lost it all. Of course, a considerable portion was used to repay previous gambling debts. It was said that all the staff at the Konoha casino had no plans to visit the temple for New Year's prayers on the first day of the year. Instead, they were preparing to change their prayers to Tsunade, hoping she would bless them to continue making big profits in the coming year. With her wallet empty, Tsunade set her sights on her disciple. She had found out that Tatsuma had yet to collect his reward. But Tsunade was confident that Tatsuma would definitely go to the Hokage building today to collect his reward because she had heard accidentally last night that Tatsuma planned to buy some New Year gifts today. And if he didn't collect the reward today, Tatsuma wouldn't be able to afford gifts, and he wouldn't be able to give them out on New Year's Day. Plus, the Hokage building would be closed tomorrow, the day after tomorrow, and the day after that, so if Tatsuma didn't collect his reward today, he would have to wait several more days. Therefore, Tsunade got up early just to wait for Tatsuma to get up and collect his reward. As his sensei, it was only natural for her to protect her disciple. After all, it was dangerous for a child to have so much money, right? Without protection, he might encounter some bad people who would rob him of his reward. And as his sensei, it was reasonable for her to receive a tiny bit of compensation after protecting her disciple. As for why she didn't use the old borrowing method? Because Tsunade had no intention of repaying that money at all. So she must not borrow, especially since her grandmother would definitely demand repayment soon due to her affection for Tatsuma. Tatsuma didn't get up early today to go to the Hokage building to carry out his mission of guarding the Hokage, because even the Hokage needed rest. Sarutobi Hiruzen had given himself and Tatsuma a week off. Starting from today, work would resume on the 7th day of the new year. Until the sky was completely bright, Tatsuma finally pushed the door open and walked out. Just as he closed the door, he looked in Tsunade's direction. Seeing her disciple noticing her so quickly, Tsunade no longer concealed herself. Instead, she directly leaped from the large tree on the other side of the wall to Tatsuma's side and said, "Ha ha, Tatsuma, why up so early? Where are you going?" "Just going for a walk." Tatsuma took a step back, watching his sensei warily. Tsunade continued to approach, forcing Tatsuma to step back further. Seeing her disciple being so cautious, Tsunade put on a warm expression and said, "Well, I'm free today too. How about we go for a walk together?" It's probably not a good idea, sensei. I can go alone." Tatsuma remained cautious, while Tsunade narrowed her eyes and said, "What are you hesitating about? Do you think I might harm you?" "I just want to take a walk alone, to think about some things. Having someone follow me would distract me." Although Tatsuma denied Tsunade's accusation, his steps involuntarily moved further away from her. Tsunade dropped the act and cracked her knuckles, saying, "Tatsuma, you're smart. I won't say anything else. You have 4 bounties from S-rank missions and 1 from an A-rank mission. I just want those 5 bounties. You can keep the rest. How about it?" At Tsunade's words, Tatsuma's face immediately darkened. The bounties he could redeem for payment were from the 2nd stage onwards, the 1st stage being the first war in the Land of Wind. During those months, Tatsuma had converted all his completed mission counts into Shuriken Shadow Clone Jutsu and Bringer of Darkness Jutsu. The 2nd stage, the first S-rank bounty, counts from the support mission in the Land of Rain where Tatsuma assisted Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru in resisting the Land of Earth. That rescue mission lasted for 3 months and counts as one completed S-rank mission. The 2nd S-rank bounty comes from diplomatic persuasion missions to the northern countries like the Land of Iron. Though there was little combat involved, it encompassed diplomacy with several nations, hence counting as one completed S-rank mission. The 3rd S-rank bounty originated from Tatsuma and Tsunade's joint effort to decipher and replicate the poison used in the Hidden Sand Village, leading to a major battle between the Rain Ninja and the Sand Ninja. Although Danzo later nullified the advantage gained from this incident, Tatsuma's completed S-rank mission count was still acknowledged. The 4th bounty marks the end of the 2nd stage, which was when he collaborated with Tsunade to severely damage the Sand Village, driving the Sand Ninja back to the Land of Wind. This event also counts as one completed S-rank mission. The bounty from the A-rank mission comes from the end of the 3rd stage, which was the final battle against the Land of Rain. In that mission, if we consider only the impact, Tatsuma could easily count it as an S-rank mission completed. However, he was not the main commander, and engaging with Hanzo was not part of the original plan. Therefore, it could only be counted as an A-rank collective combat mission according to the initial planning. Only the Sannin get to tally S-rank mission completions. Apart from these 5 high-rank missions, Tatsuma's remaining missions consist of just a few dozen B-rank medical support tasks and sporadic C-rank medical care missions. Collectively, these don't amount to as much money as the 5 high-rank missions. It can be said that as soon as Tsunade opens her mouth, she's about to take away most of Tatsuma's money. And this is just what Tsunade mentioned before seeing the money. If she actually sees it, she might demand even more. For Tatsuma, who has been waiting for this money for 2 years, how could he possibly accept it? Therefore, with a serious expression, Tatsuma resolutely shakes his head and says, "Sensei, this is impossible. Unless you give up gambling, I will never give you the money. Just one last time, if I can win back the money I lost, I won't gamble anymore." Tsunade said earnestly, her tone firm and persuasive, but Tatsuma just shrugged and said, "I don't believe you, and besides, you won't win it back." Upon hearing this, Tsunade clenched her fists, a crackling sound emanating from her palms. She stared at Tatsuma and said, "You dare to be so rebellious. It seems I, as your sensei, must teach you what it means to respect your teacher and follow the right path. I had planned to leave you with some money, but because of your attitude, I must confiscate it all." Tatsuma shook his head and solemnly said to Tsunade, "Sensei, gambling is wrong. If it's for living expenses, I can unconditionally provide money for you, but if you want to gamble, I won't give you a single penny. Humph. Tsunade ignored him, taking a step toward Tatsuma. Immediately, Tatsuma formed hand seals, and suddenly a sealing jutsu appeared on the ground. Tsunade, who was approaching Tatsuma, suddenly stopped in her tracks, frozen in place. String light formation? You think this can seal me? Tsunade sneered at the sealing jutsu, simultaneously exerting brute force and slowly advancing. Tatsuma shook his head, continuing to form hand seals. In an instant, sealing jutsu appeared around the perimeter of the wall. Sealed binding formation? It's the multiple sealed binding formation, my own modification, Tatsuma replied. After Tatsuma finished speaking, Tsunade felt the restraining power intensify, but she still said, "Do you think such a seal can confine me?" "Of course not. You are my most respected sensei. With your strength, this kind of seal is far from enough," Tatsuma said with a smile. Tsunade suddenly felt something was off with this kid. Tatsuma formed hand seals again and then said, "Forgive me, sensei." "You." For limbs waiting seal jutsu. In an instant, Tsunade felt her strength and chakra being stripped away, or perhaps concealed. The sealing jutsu that had been constantly fluctuating around suddenly stabilized. But Tsunade still defiantly said, "Such a seal can be broken with just a bit of chakra. And to maintain this kind of sealing jutsu, you can't stay away from me either. Maintain this kind of sealing jutsu, you can't stay away from me either." "Yeah, but I never intended to leave you, sensei. Try this jutsu of mine, a fusion of cursed seal and sealing jutsu. It took me a long time to learn, studying under Grandma Mito," Tatsuma said as he continued to form hand seals. Then he reached out and touched Tsunade's exposed neck. In an instant, the fiery red cursed seal spread over Tsunade's entire body. Tsunade struggled to speak. "Self-cursing seal?" Tatsuma nodded, acknowledging it directly. He had indeed spent a long time learning this technique, as it wasn't even taught to Kushina, so it wasn't part of her inherited talents either. This is a technique that combines the cursed seal technique with sealing jutsu. Not only does one need mastery of sealing jutsu, but also an understanding of the cursed seal technique. Tatsuma had also consulted Orochimaru about some aspects of the cursed seal technique before he could be considered to have a basic grasp of it. The combination of the four sealing jutsu completely trapped Tsunade, while Tatsuma stood by, maintaining several layers of seals. Squeak, squeak. Suddenly, the sound of Tsunade grinding her teeth came through. She glared fiercely at Tatsuma and said, "You forced me to this. In seal, release." Seeing the seals appearing on Tsunade's forehead, Tatsuma's expression turned panicked. He said, "Sensei, please don't act rashly. My chakra can only sustain the restraint for about 10 minutes. Boom! However, Tsunade erupted with chakra, breaking through the sealing jutsu. She landed a punch on Tatsuma, but Tatsuma burst into smoke, dispersing into thin air. This scene left even the enraged Tsunade momentarily stunned. In the midst of a commercial street in Konoha, Tatsuma, who had secretly left the Senju territory since midnight and had started to collect rewards from the Hokage building early in the morning, already storing most of the rewards, rubbed his temples and murmured, "Using even the In seal? Should I just defect from the village?" Chapter 203, Only Children Anticipate Red Envelopes in the New Year. In the Senju territory, Tatsuma sneaked around and cautiously made his way towards Mito's house. Although he had considered making a run for it to save his own life. Disappearing completely, not returning home on New Year's Eve, or rather, the last day of the year, might not just bring the pursuit teams of ANBU after Tatsuma. It might also bring about Mito's adamantine chains. Mito, usually gentle and kind, was terrifying when angry. Tatsuma still vividly remembered the scene where Tsunade was defeated by her. Compared to being beaten up by Tsunade, Mito's method of punishment, which involved her adamantine chains, aimed to kill, was obviously more frightening. Therefore, after much thought, Tatsuma decided to come back. Even if he was caught by Tsunade before finding Mito, he could bear the consequences. But if he was lucky enough to find Mito first and hide by her side, then even Tsunade wouldn't dare to lay a hand on Tatsuma. Tatsuma didn't sense Mito's chakra, which made him somewhat worried. Although Mito didn't often leave her home, what if there was some activity on New Year's Eve? For this kind of common knowledge that is known to many people, Tatsuma was actually quite ignorant. If Mito needed to leave on New Year's Eve, then he would not only have to sneak in but also continue to hide. Fortunately, his experience in ANBU over the past few months had improved Tatsuma's stealth abilities. He hadn't been seen by anyone all the way to his own home. Slowly, he found a wall and quietly climbed over. Back already? Before he even landed, Tatsuma heard the voice, which startled him so much that he almost sprained his foot when he landed. Looking around in alarm, he saw Mito dressed in formal attire, smiling at him. Grandma Mito? How come I didn't sense your chakra? Tatsuma was puzzled. He had been sensing all along, and Mito's chakra, bright as the sun, was something he couldn't have missed. Mito shook her head with a smile and said, "This is the talent of my Uzumaki clan." Upon hearing this, Tatsuma suddenly remembered that during the original 5 Kage summit, Karen, also a descendant of the Uzumaki clan, had demonstrated a similar ability, hiding her chakra so that sensory ninja couldn't detect her presence. But then Tatsuma became puzzled again. After all, Mito didn't usually hide her chakra. Seeing Tatsuma's confusion, Mito explained, "Your sensei has already been caught by me. I just wanted to see if you would dare to come back if I wasn't here. It seems you're quite brave." Tatsuma smiled awkwardly but still spoke up for Tsunade, saying, "Grandma Mito, sensei was just upset because she felt deceived by me. There's no need to use such harsh words like caught, right?" Humph. Mito's face showed displeasure as she said, "Every gathering and release of Ian's seal requires a lot of time and energy to prepare. Yet she abuses it like this, it's really childish." Tatsuma scratched his head, feeling somewhat worried for his sensei after Mito attributed all blame to Tsunade. He knew Tsunade had a hot temper, though he himself had a gentler approach. However, shadow clones weren't always obedient. When in action, shadow clones had their own subjective consciousness. This was one reason why they were less controllable compared to wood clones, and also why they were rarely used for administrative tasks. After all, if a shadow clone made decisions conflicting with the original's intentions, who would take responsibility? Even though such occurrences were rare because shadow clones were manifestations of the caster's chakra and usually aligned with the original's mindset, no one dared to take chances. Mito noticed Tatsuma's concern and smiled, saying, "Before the New Year's Day, there won't be any conflicts at home. Your sensei will be fine." Tatsuma nodded. There were still 11 days until New Year's Day. As long as Tsunade managed to placate Mito within that time, she probably wouldn't face any punishment. In typical households, they wouldn't wait until New Year's Day to resume cooking, as relying on takeout for 10 days, even with special New Year's cuisine, would be quite costly. So, usually, families could start cooking again by the 3rd day of the new year. However, Mito had no shortage of money. While she might not have a lot of cash on hand, if she requested it, the village would make proper arrangements for her. If she wanted 10 days of New Year's cuisine, the village would provide it for 10 days. Mito waved to Tatsuma and said, "Let's go. Minato and the others will be coming later. You should go and hang up the door curtain first." "All right, Grandma Mito." Tatsuma quickly went to Mito's side, recalling some palace dramas he had seen in his past life. He reached out to help Mito, who was momentarily surprised but then placed her hand on Tatsuma's arm. As they stood up, she said, "I'm not so old that I need assistance to stand up. Don't do this in the future. It's improper." Although Mito told Tatsuma not to do it again, her smile only grew richer. She could sense that Tatsuma's respect for her far surpassed that of her own unruly grandchildren. Her grandson was out training even on New Year's Eve, and her granddaughter had her eyes set on the meager rewards their disciples earned with their lives on the battlefield. It was simply unacceptable. If it weren't New Year's Eve, a time when seeing blood was considered unlucky, Mito would have been tempted to give Tsunade a scolding. A mere timeout was too lenient. Helping Mito back to the hall, Tatsuma noticed Tsunade standing in the corner, facing the wall in reflection. Upon hearing movement, Tsunade turned her head, about to glare at Tatsuma, only to be met with a quicker, stern gaze from Mito. In an instant, Tsunade became like a startled ostrich, quickly facing the wall again, deeply burying her head. Once Mito returned, she began preparing essential New Year's items like mirror cakes and paper garlands. Tatsuma picked up the door curtain, hanging it on the room's door and the main entrance, while also tidying up the newly fallen scattered leaves. "All right, Tsunade, you can stop standing for now. Minato and Kushina should be here soon." After lunch, Mito didn't make Tsunade stand again. Tsunade breathed a sigh of relief. Being made to stand in front of her own disciple was embarrassing enough, but it had its limits. If Minato and Kushina found out, it would be too shameful. Fortunately, her grandmother still cared for her. Mito continued to stay in the hall, doing some simple tasks. Tsunade, on the other hand, lay resting on the chair. After finishing cleaning up the dishes, Tatsuma went to the veranda and gestured to Tsunade inside the house. Tsunade frowned. She hadn't even settled the score with Tatsuma yet, and he was already approaching her? He had some nerve. But she still glanced nervously at Mito. Seeing that Mito was still pondering whether to throw away some old teacups, Tsunade stealthily tiptoed out. "Here, sensei, this is for you." Tatsuma pulled out several white envelopes and handed them to Tsunade. Tsunade took them, feeling the texture, immediately realizing what they were. She raised an eyebrow and said, "Is this all?" "It's not enough. These aren't for you. You won't be getting New Year's money this year, and you're the one who's supposed to give it out since you're the head of the clan now." Shaking his head, Tatsuma explained. Tsunade paused for a moment, then suddenly remembered that she was indeed the head of the clan now. But she had only submitted a proposal. No one told her that being the head of the clan meant giving out New Year's money to others. How unfair! Before Tsunade could recover from the shock, Tatsuma continued, "Me, Minato, and Kushina each get 500. Nawaki gets 600. I'm not sure about the amount for Grandma Mito, but I prepared 3,000, give or take. Be careful not to mix them up. Oh, and I also prepared some New Year gifts. Take them and give them to everyone." With that, Tatsuma pulled out another scroll and handed it to Tsunade. Tsunade looked at the item in her arms and said, "Did you prepare a gift for me too?" Although her disciple had prepared gifts for others, which made Tsunade feel relieved, the thought that everyone else had New Year's money and gifts while she had nothing made her heart ache. "What do you want then, sensei?" "Money!" Without hesitation, Tsunade said, but Tatsuma shook his head and replied, "I don't have money, but I got you this." Taking the first step in quitting gambling by Sakamoto Tatsuma. As Tsunade looked at the gift Tatsuma handed her, black lines appeared on her forehead. Tatsuma flashed a contagious smile and said, "Sensei, I think Grandma Mito's calling me. Goodbye." With that said, Tatsuma dashed away. Mito hadn't actually called him, Tatsuma just wanted to avoid Tsunade potentially losing her temper again. Returning home, he took a thorough shower. "Tomorrow, I can't take a bath all day, and I can't even change clothes because both bathing and changing clothes involve taking off one's clothes, which is considered unlucky." In previous years, Tatsuma didn't adhere to these customs, but since moving into the Senju compound and with Mito attaching importance to these matters, he had no choice. After bathing, making an effort to blow his hair smooth, Tatsuma reluctantly changed into a fitting but somewhat restrictive kimono. It was only his second time wearing such formal attire, so he still felt uncomfortable, but it was just for a day or two, so he could endure. When he returned to Mito's home, Nawaki had also returned, having similarly bathed, though he hadn't bothered to dry his hair and instead changed into clothes to join Mito in the hall for a chat. Minato and Kushina had also arrived. Minato was also dressed in a kimono, exactly the same style as Tatsuma and Nawaki's, all custom made by Mito, except Minato's clothes lacked the emblem of the Senju clan. Kushina looked somewhat uncomfortable, occasionally adjusting her clothes and flicking her red hair, trying to cover the Uzumaki emblem on her clothes, which was identical to the Konoha ninja forehead protector symbol. The New Year's Eve dinner was very simple, just buckwheat noodles. Even the chopsticks were different from usual, with thick middles and thin rounded ends. Nobody ate their fill at this meal, but that was the tradition. After dinner, everyone didn't disperse but silently watched Tsunade. Even Mito, who usually distributed the New Year's money, had a gentle smile on her face. Tsunade didn't have the joy of the new year on her face. Her hands tightly clenched the envelopes Tatsuma had given her under the table. She really wanted to pretend not to know, take this money and leave directly, to go to the casino and win big. Then she could use the money she won to give everyone New Year's money. The envelopes in her hands were all wrinkled from her tight grip. Finally, she gritted her teeth, stood up, and presented the envelopes, showing the battle-worn versions. Handing the most generous one to Mito, Tsunade said, "Happy New Year, Grandma." Mito smiled as she accepted it, gently smoothing the envelope with her hand. She handed out the largest one, and the remaining 2,100 ryo, Tsunade gave to Nawaki and the others without feeling so reluctant. There were also New Year gifts prepared by Tatsuma, tea leaves for Mito, a weighted ring for Nawaki, a hair accessory for Kushina, and custom-made kunai for Tatsuma and Minato. Once again penniless, Tsunade sat back in her seat feeling lost. Just when she thought it was all over, Mito suddenly said in a soft voice, "Over the past 2 years, the village has lost many people, some of whom were once your clan members. Some of them have young children or elderly parents. You need to visit them." Upon hearing this, Tsunade's face turned pale. Today's New Year's money and gifts were all contributed by Tatsuma, her disciple. And now she was being told to go and give New Year's money to others as well? She stiffly turned her head to look at Tatsuma. Tatsuma's facial muscles were twitching, but eventually he nodded at Tsunade. Who is really in charge of the Senju clan's affairs after all? Chapter 204, Being close to everyone means being close to no. Was the gift from Tsunade-sensei prepared by you? Late at night, listening to the chimes, Minato asked Tatsuma. Actually, he already knew the answer. After all, the weighted rings that Tsunade gave Nawaki were only half a set. The remaining half was given to him by Tatsuma after dinner. Tatsuma stretched and said, there was no other way. The weighted rings were custom-made in advance. When we wanted to add more at the last minute, the store couldn't provide them, so we had to split the set. Minato nodded, then took out a 3-pronged kunai and curiously asked, "Then why did you give me this? I don't lack ninja tools, and your own gift is also this kind of kunai." "It's because your talent is better suited for using this uniquely shaped kunai," thought Tatsuma. Tatsuma thought to himself, but he couldn't explain it directly to Minato. Instead, he said, "I studied second Hokage-sama's jutsu and obtained second Hokage-sama's kunai, but to be honest, it feels quite awkward." As he spoke, Tatsuma took out 2 kunai, one was a diamond-shaped kunai, and the other was a specially made 3-pronged kunai. He first held up the diamond-shaped kunai and said, "To ensure proper flight, the center of gravity of the kunai is very important. The requirements for the center of gravity determine that the handle of the kunai cannot be too thick. When we use them, we need to wrap them with bandages to improve the grip." Minato nodded. After all, everyone did this, and ninja tool shops would also pre-wrap the kunai with bandages before selling them. However, he knew Tatsuma hadn't gotten to the main point yet, so he didn't interrupt. Tatsuma continued, "But the summoning ritual is more difficult to inscribe on layered bandages. Even the technique on the kunai used by second Hokage-sama is not complete," he oversimplified the technique. "So, I came up with a solution: increase the diameter of the kunai handle. To ensure the correct center of gravity, weight, and dimensions, I designed this 3-pronged kunai." As he spoke, Tatsuma put down the regular kunai and held up the 3-pronged kunai, saying, "First, I improved the handle by making it hollow, which makes it easier to inscribe the complete technique. Although the hollow handle doesn't change the weight or center of gravity, it makes the flight unstable. So, I reduced the thickness of the kunai and added 2 wings to optimize its flight. After speaking, Tatsuma flicked his wrist, and the 3-pronged kunai flew out, embedding itself in a tree. Tatsuma then said, "Of course, I'm just preparing in advance since I haven't fully understood the structure and principles of the technique yet." Minato then nodded in sudden realization and said, "It's a good thing you got early access to second Hokage-sama's technique, otherwise, I would have struggled with these issues in the future." Tatsuma showed a shy smile. He knew the shape of the kunai Minato used, which is why, when studying the Flying Thunder God Jutsu, he compared and adjusted the 3-pronged kunai to match the various requirements of the technique. At this moment, Minato also took out the 3-pronged kunai Tatsuma had given him and said, "This handle is more suitable for close combat. As a throwing weapon, I still need to practice for a while." As he spoke, he threw the kunai in his hand. The direction was not straight ahead, it veered off course, awkwardly hitting the tree trunk and then falling to the ground. Tatsuma was about to say a few comforting words when he heard Nawaki's urgent voice coming from inside the house. "Minato! Tatsuma! Run! Grandma is angry!" Tatsuma and Minato were momentarily stunned, then suddenly realized that they had just started handling bladed objects right after the New Year's chime. Instantly, cold sweat appeared on their foreheads. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, before they could either run or apologize, 2 golden chains suddenly shot out from the house. Tatsuma and Minato had no time to dodge and were dragged inside by the chains. The next day, in the Senju compound, there were 2 boys with bloodshot eyes and slightly swollen faces, Tatsuma and Minato, who had handled blades on the first day of the new year. Last night, Uzumaki Mito didn't hit or scold them, as that would have been too ominous for the new year. Their bloodshot eyes and swollen faces were due to being hung upside down all night. Last night, Mito had to stay up for the vigil. Normally, she would have gone to bed early, but she stayed up all night, watching the 2 of them hang upside down. It was only just recently that she let them down and went to bed herself. Perhaps out of consideration for the help they provided with giving New Year's money and gifts, and because they would still need Tatsuma's support, Tsunade brought them some ice blocks to reduce the swelling. As for why they didn't use medical ninjutsu, most medical ninjutsu works by activating tissue cells. The cells in their heads were already extremely active, so using medical ninjutsu might have only worsened their condition. Applying ice in the middle of winter was extremely uncomfortable, so Tatsuma chose to distract himself by asking, "Minato, is your team on break as well?" Minato, lying face up, tried to nod but had to steady the slipping ice block with both hands. Not daring to move again, he cautiously replied, "Yes, we have a week off." "Why do you ask? What are your plans for the next few days? Do you have any ideas? Would you like to visit the orphanage?" Tatsuma remembered the invitation Nono had asked Tsunade to convey over 2 months ago. Since he rarely had time off, he planned to take this opportunity to visit. Minato thought for a moment and said, "Let's buy some gifts and visit. A few days ago, someone invited me as well, but I couldn't go because I had a mission." "All right, what do you think we should bring? Food supplies and stationery?" "That works, since those can be stored. Oh, and let's also bring some medicine and bandages. If the kids get a minor cold or some scrapes, they won't need to spend money at the clinic or Konoha hospital," Minato added. Tatsuma agreed readily. "All right, it's settled then. We'll go shopping this afternoon and visit tomorrow. Also, remind me to withdraw money and buy envelopes." Hearing Tatsuma's words, Minato was stunned for a few seconds before remembering Mito's request for Tsunade to visit the Senju clan. He asked, "Should I contribute some money too?" "No, that's not appropriate. I'm Tsunade-sensei's disciple, and I'm currently living in the second Hokage's former residence. It's reasonable for me to cover this expense, but it's different for you. If you contribute money, it wouldn't be seen as just a visit or care, it would be a donation, which is something the village should be responsible for." All right, Minato responded, still somewhat puzzled. Then he asked, do we need to visit anyone else? Hearing this, Tatsuma thought for a moment and said, we can visit Orochimaru-sama, Sakamoto, Brother Due, Sento, Tenko, and maybe Shikaku and a few others. Any more would be unnecessary. Being close to everyone means being close to no one. Minato didn't quite understand Tatsuma's last statement, but he didn't think Tatsuma was wrong. He just nodded and remained silent. In the afternoon, after enjoying a very sumptuous but not very filling New Year's meal, the two left the Senju compound, bringing Nawaki along. After all, Nawaki also needed to visit Orochimaru and Due. Inside the house, only Mito and Tsunade remained. Mito looked at Tsunade, who was about to catch up on sleep, and said, when you go to visit, just take Tatsuma with you. Huh? Not take Nawaki? Tsunade was a bit puzzled. She had planned to take Tatsuma along, but also Nawaki, whose priority and necessity seemed even higher than Tatsuma's. But Mito shook her head and said, just take Tatsuma. Nawaki isn't suitable. Hearing this, Tsunade realized something. After thinking for a moment, she nodded and said, all right. After all, we don't place much importance on bloodlines or surnames. Tatsuma should indeed go. After all, he's the one funding it, she added silently in her mind. With this thought, her doubts disappeared, and she felt no resistance. Seeing this, Mito smiled and nodded, that said, little Tsuna. Hearing this nickname, Tsunade instinctively felt uneasy. Mito rarely called her by her nickname, as she was a person who valued etiquette greatly, even with family members. Even though Mito loved her granddaughter dearly, she seldom used such affectionate terms. At this moment, Tsunade felt a strange sense of panic and looked at Mito. Don't worry. Perhaps sensing Tsunade's emotions, Mito waved her hand before continuing, you are the head of the family now, but some things don't need to be shouldered by you alone. Some decisions should not be made by you alone either. Back then, when your grandfather was the head of the family, the one in charge was your second granduncle. When your second granduncle was the head, I was the one in charge. Now that you're the head, you can also find someone to handle things. But now, there's no one left. Tsunade trailed off, unable to bring herself to say there's no more Senju clan in front of her grandmother. Seeing that Tsunade still hadn't grasped her true intention, Mito sighed. She had already hinted quite clearly, any more would touch on matters best left unsaid. Little Tsuna, from now on, Grandma won't be involved in any affairs. If there's anything you can't decide on or any problem you can't figure out, you can't ask Grandma anymore. Mito gave one more reminder. Tsunade grew even more puzzled, and that feeling of panic surged again. Mito's tone sounded off, as if she were giving final instructions. But clearly, there's still a few more years left. Seeing her granddaughter's anxious expression, Mito felt a deep sadness. She wanted to explain everything, but knowing her granddaughter's personality, she couldn't predict the extent of the trouble she might cause if she knew everything. Shaking her head, Mito stood up and walked towards the study. After a few steps, she stopped and turned back to Tsunade, saying, Tsuna, you may feel disappointed in some people or events in this village. You may not love this village as passionately as before, but you must never give up on it. Because if even you give up, then all the efforts of your grandfather, our family, and even the Senju clan would become meaningless. The Senju of the forest have already sacrificed everything for the village, unafraid of losing anything more. Chapter 205, Visiting Friends. In the Uchiha compound, past their own commercial street, lay a residential area, albeit not bustling. Many houses here were vacant. Inside one house, a short-haired old lady with graying hair was washing somewhat stale fruits. In the undivided living room, Uchiha Tenko, holding a small boy, had a melancholic look in his eyes. In front of him were Sakamoto Tatsuma and Minato Namikaze, who had come to visit as agreed upon, along with Hyuga Sento, holding a gift labeled for Hyuga Sento. Tatsuma and Minato's visit was planned, but Sento had tagged along. The catch was, he hadn't prepared a gift at all. So, being clever, he just brought along the gifts Tatsuma and Minato had brought for their visit. Since he started training with Due and Nawaki, his brain capacity had seemingly diminished. Moreover, Hyuga wasn't around today, or else he wouldn't have done something so rude. At this moment, the 4 youths plus one young boy remained silent. After all, when visiting peers of the same age, the most feared thing was overly enthusiastic parents. And that was exactly Tenko's grandmother. In fact, their arrival hadn't been smooth. They had been questioned before entering the Uchiha compound, and along the way, many people had cast scrutinizing glances due to Sento's Byakugan. If it hadn't been for the fortunate encounter with Fugaku, who had come to console the clan members, perhaps none of them would have had the chance to visit Tenko's home. But once inside Tenko's home, the atmosphere changed entirely. Tenko and Obito's grandmother was exceptionally warm, devoid of any Uchiha pride. From the moment they entered until now, they had been treated with extreme hospitality, from tea and biscuits to dried fruits, and even the fruits currently being washed, making the 3 guests feel extremely embarrassed. "Come, have some fruit," Tenko's grandmother said, setting down several plates of freshly washed fruit. Before she could say anything more, Tenko raised Obito in his arms, saying, "Grandma, it's time for Obito to sleep." Hearing this, Tenko's grandmother seemed to realize as well. She took the lively and excited Obito, who wriggled like a fat worm, and said, "All right, you guys have fun. Grandma will go and put Obito to sleep." "Okay, Grandma, I'll take care of my classmates." Seeing his grandmother go upstairs, Tenko breathed a sigh of relief. Tatsuma and the others, who had been sitting up straight, relaxed slightly. Tenko looked at Tatsuma with a resentful gaze and said, "You promised you would come find me." Tatsuma scratched his head awkwardly and said, "Well, I did come, didn't I? It's been 3 months. Besides, we can't spar during the new year." Tenko's tone became even more resentful. Since making the agreement with Tatsuma at the cemetery, he had been preparing every day for Tatsuma's visit and the sparring that would accompany it. But Tatsuma seemed to have disappeared completely. Tenko, who had started working in the security department, even considered reporting Tatsuma's disappearance. It was only when he encountered Nawaki on the way that he learned Tatsuma had been training and on missions all along. He resisted the urge to report or confront Tatsuma upon hearing this. But this jerk had made him wait for 3 whole months. If Tatsuma had come alone today, Tenko would have wanted to grab him by the collar and demand to know what he had been doing for those 3 months. At this moment, hearing the peculiar conversation between the two, Sento curiously poked his head out and asked, "Did you two agree to spar?" "Tenko, you can't even beat me, and you want to challenge Tatsuma?" Upon hearing this, Tenko narrowed his eyes, unconsciously straightened his back, and said, "Hyuga Sento, I'm not the same person I used to be. You don't stand a chance against me anymore." "Tenko!" From the stairway came his grandmother's reprimand. Tenko immediately bent his waist, turned back with a grin, and said, "Grandma, I was just joking with my classmates." Tenko didn't expect her to eavesdrop. He had already prepared a comeback to refute Sento's words, but instantly lost it. Sento wasn't in a better situation either. He scratched his newly trimmed head of hair and grinned, saying, "Yeah, Grandma, we were just joking." "That's my grandma." "Tenko!" "I won't dare, Grandma." Minato watched as Tenko's demeanor fluctuated and felt somewhat curious. He turned to Tatsuma, who gestured towards his own eyes. Minato nodded in understanding and didn't inquire further. "Let's go find a beverage shop outside." Tenko, unsure if his grandmother could still hear, said to the group. Tatsuma nodded, and Sento stood up, loudly declaring, "Grandma, we're going out to play." "You!" Seeing Sento address his grandmother as Grandma again, Tenko gritted his teeth in frustration. But as he thought about being able to leave soon and discipline Sento without his grandmother's knowledge, he endured the annoyance. "Going out?" Upon hearing this, his grandmother hurried downstairs, holding a small purse. She tugged at Tenko's arm, and he quickly said, Grandma, I'm a ninja now, I have money. Save your money for when you're grown up. Grandma didn't hesitate and took out some money, stuffing it into Tenko's pocket. Tenko felt a bit uncomfortable but still nodded in acceptance. The four quickly left the house, not lingering in the Uchiha compound for too long. After all, with a pair of Byakugan around, they were bound to attract attention from the Uchiha clan. Arriving at the tea street, they found a beverage shop with small private rooms. The group entered and just ordered their drinks when Tenko couldn't wait any longer and asked, "Tatsuma, what missions have you been doing lately?" Tatsuma shook his head and replied, "Can't say." "Damn, is it another classified mission? Why am I always stuck doing D-rank missions and can't even get C-rank missions?" Sento complained. Recently, with the reopening of bounty missions, he and his new teammates had taken on quite a few tasks. However, because they were a new team, the village wouldn't allow them to take on C-rank missions. They had to complete 8 D-rank missions and gain the approval of a leading Jonin before they could undertake C-rank missions and even be eligible to sign up for the Chunin exams. Tenko didn't have as much resentment. He didn't reassemble his team but instead joined the security department directly. Day in and day out, he wore a uniform with the emblem of the folding fan, intimidating merchants from outside who came to Konoha for trade. However, he still asked eagerly, "So are you on vacation now?" Tatsuma nodded and replied, "I have 3 days off, but I have plans for tomorrow. I'm free the day after tomorrow and the day after that though." Upon hearing this, Tenko thought for a moment and said, "The Hokage building resumes work tomorrow. I can submit the departure application then. I'll be able to pick it up tomorrow afternoon or the morning after that. Shall we depart the day after tomorrow?" After several months of calming down, Tenko had also understood many things. He knew that sparring with Tatsuma couldn't be done within the village. During the New Year period, there were too many ninjas in Konoha, and they might be discovered. In that case, let's apply together tomorrow, Sento said with a bright smile. Tenko looked conflicted at this moment because Tatsuma had previously said not to let anyone know about his eyes. As he hesitated, Tatsuma said, "All right, Minato, you probably don't have any plans either, right?" Minato wanted to say he did, as he had originally planned to ask Kushina out the day after tomorrow, but he hadn't made the arrangements yet. After a quick thought, Minato forced a smile and said, "No, let's apply together tomorrow. Tatsuma, remember to give me your ninja ID card, I'll help you with the application." Tatsuma nodded. He had 2 ninja ID cards, one as Konoha Chunin Sakamoto Tatsuma and the other as Konoha ANBU member Yiksha. He gave the first one to Minato so he could apply for the exit permit on his behalf. Moreover, with both him and Minato applying together, the administrative ninjas in the Konoha building shouldn't give them a hard time or delay the process. Afterward, the group talked about what they had been doing individually in the past few months since returning from the front lines. It mostly involved carrying out various mundane tasks, such as cleaning the sewer that hadn't been cleared for 2 years, searching for pets that had been missing for months, or dealing with petty disputes within Konoha. Only Minato had some combat missions to talk about. As for Tatsuma's confidential matters, they couldn't be discussed openly, so they exchanged a few cryptic words here and there. ANBU ninjas weren't allowed to reveal their ANBU identities, but they didn't need to conceal all traces. As they chatted, Sento and Tenko both guessed it, looking at Tatsuma with envy. The 4 didn't linger long at the beverage shop, instead buying some gifts and accompanying Tatsuma to visit the 3 Inoshikacho families they hadn't visited yet. Tatsuma emphasized not buying anything too valuable, as Inoshikacho had deep ties with Konoha's administration. Moreover, Tenko and Sento's identities were too awkward. Therefore, they only brought a few snacks and dried fruits when they went visiting. Then Shikaku got scolded by his mother again. While other kids knew to visit their classmates, Shikaku slept until the afternoon every day, and it was always like this. Shikaku, brimming with resentment, also brought gifts and took Tatsuma and the others to visit the 2 other families, gleefully watching his 2 companions also get scolded, feeling better and better. In the evening, they parted ways. Minato followed Tatsuma back to the Senju territory, partly to get his ninja ID card, but mostly out of habit. Whether Minato came or not, Mito would always prepare his meals. After dinner, Tatsuma was pulled aside by Tsunade, who asked, "What are your plans for tomorrow?" "I don't even know them all." Tatsuma took out the strategy he had prepared in advance and said, "I've already inquired about it. Here are the addresses and family members we need to visit. I've also planned the order. Tomorrow, you just need to give out the New Year's money. By the way, Sensei, you didn't go to the casino today, did you? The banks are closed now. I guess you won't be able to withdraw money." Seeing that her disciple didn't trust her willpower so much, Tsunade glared at him and said, "I've been preparing lessons all day today. And why do you assume I went to the casino? Just because of that, you want to withdraw money again? Tsunade, have you ever won? You just wait and see." Noticing that Mito was watching them, even though she was angry, Tsunade dared not act out. She turned around to leave, and Tatsuma quickly said, "Sensei, take the list with you, or you won't even know who you're meeting tomorrow." "Humph. Give it to me." Chapter 206, The Older, the More Stubborn, just to prove their worth. Thank you, thank you. Next time you come, don't bring anything. What the village provides is enough. Beside the edge of the death forest, at the doorstep of his house, an old man wiped his tears as he spoke to Tsunade and Tatsuma. Tsunade, who had been impatient and annoyed before setting out, now wore a rare gentle smile. She said, "Grandpa Namama, make sure to come to the Konoha hospital when you have time. I'll give you a checkup." "Okay, I'll come over as soon as I finish repairing the fence here." The old man nodded, glancing towards the fence not far from the house, which had a large hole in it. He had been repairing the fence all along, fearing that wild animals might escape and enter the village. But with his old and ailing body, he couldn't repair much in a day. In the past, when his son and grandson were around, he could order them around. But now, when he looked over, he couldn't believe his eyes. He rubbed his eyes in disbelief, fearing that tears had blurred his vision. But after wiping away the tears and looking again, the fence that should have had a big hole was already repaired. Namama turned to look at the toolbox in the corner. He used it every day, so his memory was clear. In an instant, he noticed that the tools had been moved. Suddenly remembering the child who had just said he needed to go to the bathroom, Namama looked at Tatsuma and asked, "Did you fix it?" Tatsuma waved his hand and said, "I just fixed it casually. Don't blame me if it's not done well." Namama pursed his lips, feeling relieved. That big hole couldn't have been repaired so quickly. It must have been ninjutsu. But he didn't say anything, just nodded and said, "That's good. The sooner it's fixed, the less we have to worry about wild animals coming in and out. Grandpa Namama, these can all be reported to the village. If there's anything found again, you can have other ninjas come to fix it. There are many wild beasts in the Death Forest, and some of them can even unconsciously use chakra. It's the village's job to hunt down and control these beasts to prevent them from escaping. It shouldn't be left to an elderly person who can no longer fight." But when Namama heard Tatsuma's words, he responded somewhat stubbornly, "I can't go to the battlefield anymore. Can't you let me repair things and help the village a bit?" Upon hearing this, Tatsuma felt somewhat helpless. The character of the Senju clan members was indeed quite unique. Today, he had encountered several individuals with similar attitudes. Especially the elderly of the Senju clan were even more stubborn and determined. In just one day, Tatsuma had seen people aged 70 or 80 sharpening their knives at home in preparation for conscription, or lying in bed claiming they could still get up and fight, even though they needed crutches to walk, insisting on demonstrating their taijutsu and claiming to pass it on to Tatsuma. In any case, if they are not allowed to serve the village, their gentle and kind side will completely disappear, becoming extremely resentful. It was once thought that Tsunade's easily angered and irritable nature was an exception, but now it seems that Tsunade is actually quite calm. If it were any other day, Tsunade might have been stiff-necked at this moment, retorting or even physically defending her disciple. But today she was unusually gentle, just standing in front of Tatsuma and saying, "Grandpa Namama, children don't know any better. Please don't take it to heart. Whatever you want to do for the village, whether it's repairing alongside Tatsuma or having other ninjas do it, it's all helping the village, isn't it?" Only then did Namama nod, the tense muscles in his face gradually relaxing as he said, "That child is not bad. Don't blame him when you go back. It was my own impatience." Seeing Namama speak up for Tatsuma, Tsunade also breathed a sigh of relief and said, "All right, Grandpa Namama, you go back and rest now. Remember to come to Konoha Hospital as soon as possible to find me. All right, you two should head back early. Feel free to come over whenever you have time. Oh, I have another ninjutsu. I've killed quite a few Uchihas with it. Kid, come learn it when you're free." "Okay, Grandpa Namama, I'll definitely come when I have time." Seeing another elderly senju offering to teach him a ninjutsu that has killed Uchihas before, Tatsuma reluctantly agreed. He dared not refuse, especially after another similar elderly person in the morning insisted on showing him, which he politely declined. That elderly person, despite being sickly, wanted to refine chakra to demonstrate to Tatsuma. If it weren't for Tsunade, the medical prodigy, and Tatsuma, who was quite skilled himself, something might have gone wrong. Seeing that Namama had no intention of demonstrating on the spot, Tsunade immediately said, "Goodbye, Grandpa Namama." "Goodbye, Grandpa Namama." Tatsuma also quickly added, thinking that Namama, who was pondering whether his body could still refine chakra, had given up on the idea upon hearing Tsunade's words. Namama nodded and said, "All right, take care." Tsunade immediately took Tatsuma and left, their footsteps quickening until Tatsuma almost had to use body flicker jutsu to keep up. After running for quite a distance, Tsunade finally stopped. Phew, it's finally over. But these old folks, despite their serious injuries and illnesses, not a single one of them wants to go to the hospital. Tsunade sighed in relief and complained. Tatsuma responded, "They just want to help the village without causing any trouble." Hearing this, Tsunade nodded and said, "I've heard from my grandmother before that. When the village was being established, there were many clan members who could no longer continue as ninjas. They refused to stay in the village's accommodations. They knew that the village was just getting started and needed to save money, so they preferred to hunt and plant outside the village rather than let the village spend a penny on them. There were also many who couldn't stand the Uchiha clan and, after handing over all their belongings, left secretly without any farewells from their grandparents. On the contrary, those Uchiha shamelessly moved in as if they were extremely united, but in the end, they betrayed their own, that's all." Hearing Tsunade using the term clan members to refer to those people, Tatsuma finally understood why Mito, who was originally just a figurehead head of the clan, had asked Tsunade to come and comfort these clan members. For the tradition of senju to criticize the Uchiha in the end, is it? Tatsuma finally understood why even the usually rational senju Tobirama would easily label the Uchiha as evil. As the two slowed down, they walked towards the senju clan's territory. Along the way, Tsunade asked, "By the way, did you say you're leading the village with people from the Uchiha and Hyuga tomorrow?" "Yeah, 2 classmates. You're not the type to leave the village for fun," Tsunade insinuated, and Tatsuma was somewhat surprised at his sensei. His sensei was actually thinking today? What's with that look? You guys just want to fight, right? Why do you have to leave the village for this? Tsunade raised her fist, and Tatsuma quickly withdrew his surprised expression, then said, "After all, it's the Uchiha and Hyuga. If they fight in the village, it won't be good, so they arranged to meet outside the village." Tatsuma didn't tell the truth, but Tsunade, upon hearing this, didn't show any doubt. Instead, she nodded as if she suddenly understood and agreed, saying, "Then make sure you and Minato intervene in time. That Uchiha is fine, but I heard that Hyuga is from the main family, right?" "Yeah, the 2 of us will go together. We're afraid that one person won't be able to stop them, and it'll end up being biased." Seeing Tsunade's slightly smug expression, as if she felt she had figured everything out, Tatsuma simply went along with it and confirmed this reason. You and Minato both know medical ninjutsu. Treat them before you come back, at least don't let the villagers notice. Tsunade's tone suddenly became solemn, with a hint of preaching in it. Tatsuma felt like Tsunade was in a different mood today. In terms of interacting with the Senju descendants, Tatsuma felt a bit unfamiliar, but today, Tsunade, who shared the same temperament, was surprisingly adept at dealing with people. Perhaps for this reason, Tsunade felt she had the ability to teach Tatsuma about interpersonal skills. Seeing her disciple deep in thought, Tsunade's mood became exceptionally good. Continuing to act like a qualified sensei, she asked, "By the way, how's your progress with the Flying Thunder God technique and the medical ninjutsu you're developing?" "I've only just started researching the Flying Thunder God technique, so I'm far from learning it. As for medical ninjutsu, I've made some progress. I've been able to make cells temporarily store the chakra of a jutsu, rather than just pure chakra. The only thing left is the instantaneous release of chakra. Currently, the release of chakra is still too slow to achieve immediate healing upon injury. Without meridians as pathways, the speed at which chakra spreads between cells is severely limited." Hearing Tatsuma's progress report, Tsunade also began to think. She didn't understand the Flying Thunder God technique, so Tatsuma skipped over that part. However, she was a master of medical ninjutsu, so Tatsuma mentioned the issues he encountered, probably hoping she had a solution. After some thought, Tsunade spoke up, saying, "There are many ways to achieve the instantaneous release of chakra, such as the Senju's enhanced strength and the Hyuga's vacuum palm. However, these techniques are mostly from the inside out, which is different from what you're trying to develop. When you go back, you can consult Granny. Sealing jutsu should have similar theories and applications. If that doesn't work, you can refer to the Yin seal. Granny won't hide anything from you. Alternatively, you can change your approach. Instead of releasing medical ninjutsu chakra in a specific part of the body, you can first store it in the meridians. Then, by using enhanced strength to burst out chakra, you can push the chakra to the injured area. However, this method may not provide continuous healing for sustained injuries." Considering that Tatsuma was developing this medical ninjutsu to complement a technique that would continuously harm himself, Tsunade didn't have a perfect solution. She could only let Tatsuma decide for himself or find another way. Upon hearing this, Tatsuma pondered the feasibility of the various solutions Tsunade proposed and said, "I'll think about it some more, or maybe I'll consult Hyuga Sento tomorrow to see if it's possible to temporarily store chakra through acupoints. After all, there are more acupoints, and they cover a wider range, allowing for the timely delivery of chakra to various parts of the body." "Yeah, handle it yourself. By the way, when you return to the Hokage building in a few days, help me investigate something." "What is it?" "Help me look into Dankado. I feel like he's been turned against me. Lately, he's been subtly probing for information about me, and I suspect he's planning to ambush me." Upon hearing Tsunade's words, Tatsuma's mouth twitched, and he asked back, "Is he asking about what you like to eat, drink, your interests, hobbies, relationships, your routines, and movement patterns?" "Yes." "You also sense something fishy, right? Do you think I should strike first?" Chapter 207, Leave and Vacation Shouldn't Be Replaced by Shift Changes and Days Off. At the entrance of Konoha village, Tatsuma looked at the hurried Uchiha Tenko and chuckled, "In such a rush? Also, why are you wearing the uniform of the security department?" Tenko took a few breaths and then said with a displeased expression, "The security department doesn't allow leave, we can only swap shifts or take days off. I swapped for a daytime shift yesterday, just finished it, and didn't have time to go back and change clothes." Upon hearing this, Tatsuma was momentarily stunned. He hadn't expected such a situation to exist even within Konoha. Indeed, wherever there are those who control the means of production, their hearts cannot be pure. Truly, the sinister Uchiha. In fact, Tatsuma himself had misunderstood the Uchiha bit. If this had been 2 years ago, a member of the security department wanting leave would surely have been approved unconditionally. After all, the Uchiha didn't lack one person like that. However, that's not the case now. After all, with more than a year of war, although the Uchiha only participated for a year, the high-intensity and high-frequency clashes with Cloud Ninja have led to a severe reduction in the number of Uchiha ninjas. Moreover, it's still the New Year period, and there are too many outsiders coming and going in Konoha. The security department has to deal with countless incidents, so everyone is working overtime. Squeezing out a system of shift changes and days off is already at its limit. Minato and Sento haven't arrived yet? Finally catching his breath, Tenko, without waiting for Tatsuma's answer, continued on his own. The Hyuga clan members are never on time. Tatsuma chuckled but still explained, they just arrived, it's just that Sento didn't have breakfast, so Minato went with him to buy some food and water. Hearing that Sento had arrived earlier than himself, Tenko looked a bit embarrassed, but Tatsuma quickly diverted his attention with a different topic. I have to say, the Uchiha's sense of aesthetics is quite good. This uniform looks pretty nice. The security department's uniform is indeed good-looking. Tatsuma's previous world had some high-end ready-to-wear clothes that might not even compare to the Uchiha's uniform in terms of appearance. Moreover, it greatly enhances the figure, making everyone look smart and handsome. Don't say that. I don't know who designed these sleeves. If you're hiding shurikens in your hands, you could easily cut them open. However, Tenko shook his head and raised his hand, showing Tatsuma the traces of mending on his sleeves. Tatsuma looked at his somewhat loose sleeves, silent for a moment before saying, is it possible that it's your habit that's the problem? I often wear loose sleeves too, but it doesn't happen to me. As he spoke, Tatsuma also raised his hand, showing that the clothes prepared for him by Mito all had loose sleeves. He never cut his sleeves because of concealed ninja tools, nor did he pay attention to it. At first, Tenko was incredulous, but then he became somewhat embarrassed and angry, saying, are you questioning our Uchiha's ninja tool throwing? I'm just questioning you, don't casually belittle your own clan. Tatsuma quickly denied it. He didn't want every encounter with an Uchiha to be met with disgruntled looks. Seeing his attempt to shift the blame fail, Tenko's face turned red, and he said, it must be the sleeves, it's definitely a problem with the sleeve design. Isn't this uniform designed by you Uchiha yourselves? Tatsuma smirked. Tenko realized he had fallen into a trap. He had intended to make Tatsuma bear the guilt of defaming the Uchiha, but in a blink of an eye, it turned into him defaming the Uchiha himself. While Tenko struggled to clear his name, Minato and Sento returned. Seeing Tenko, Sento directly remarked, did you feel guilty about your lateness until your face turned red? Who's late? Seeing the two about to clash, Minato quickly intervened, smiling, no one's late, right? We still have a few minutes. Tenko, did you have breakfast? I packed an extra portion. Tatsuma observed the people around him and noticed that many were paying attention to their conversation, mentioning Uchiha and Hyuga repeatedly. Tatsuma chuckled inwardly, it seemed their alibi was becoming more convincing. Given the state of Tenko and Sento, no one would believe they were leading the village for anything other than a private feud. Alright, time to leave. Or do you two plan to turn this place into a battleground? As the two were about to end their argument, Tatsuma intervened along with Minato, smoothly pulling them apart. Tatsuma even stuffed a bun into Tenko's mouth, rendering him unable to speak for a short while. Senpai, hello. Here are our permits to leave the village. Tatsuma approached the guarding ninja at the village gate and handed over their permits. After a brief glance, the guard ninja remarked, spring outing? Is it with the Uchiha and Hyuga? Tatsuma gave him a knowing smile and chuckled, yes, we are classmates. Apart from missions, we haven't had a chance to leave the village together before, so this time seems like a good opportunity. The guarding ninja nodded and said, you have permission for only 1 day. If you don't return within the specified time, an investigation will be launched. And please, no accidents, especially no casualties, or the investigation will become very troublesome. Understood, Senpai. Any other questions? Tatsuma accepted the permit returned by the guard ninja, who shook his head and said, "The sooner you go, the sooner you come back." "Thank you." Tatsuma quickly pulled Tenko, who had already swallowed the bun, out of the village gate and then began to lead the way. As a member of the ANBU, Tatsuma also had the authority to view the village's internal and external defense maps. Therefore, he knew how far they needed to be from the village to minimize the chances of being detected. After the four of them left, the guarding ninja quickly reported the situation. In the Hokage's residence, Sarutobi Hiruzen also received the report. He looked at his two sons playing not far away and asked the masked mandrill, "Have the causes been clarified?" It seems that the day before yesterday, Hyuga Sento came to provoke. It is speculated to be related to 2 months ago when Hyuga Sento began to contact that jutsu claiming absolute defense. 2 months? Looks like I need to talk to Yakusha in a few days. As for today's operation, don't let Yakusha know about it. Also, inform the representatives of various clans and the Jonin class about convening the Jonin meeting. Upon hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen's words, Mandrill nodded. He understood that the Hokage was providing a legitimate reason for his actions today. Perhaps with Tatsuma's keenness, once he discovers today's actions, he might guess the truth. However, as long as there is this layer of reason, even if he knows the truth, Tatsuma would definitely know not to interfere. "Yes, Hokage-sama, I'll leave first." After Mandrill finished speaking, Hiruzen nodded. Then he raised his hand to stop Mandrill and gestured towards his two sons. He said, "What do you think of these two boys?" Upon hearing this, Mandrill also glanced over. Hiruzen's eldest son had just turned 8 after the new year, while the younger one was only a little over a year old. It was hard to tell anything from the younger son, so Mandrill said, "Shinosuke has always been the top of his class, combining talent and hard work. He will definitely achieve something in the future. Asuma is very healthy." Hiruzen nodded but didn't immediately give his opinion. After a moment of silence, he asked, "How do you think Shinosuke compares to Tatsuma?" "Well..." Mandrill couldn't answer. However, Hiruzen had already nodded, understanding his answer. Then he asked, "What about compared to Minato?" Mandrill remained silent, and Hiruzen nodded again, saying, "In a few years, you'll take charge of Shinosuke. When the time is right, he can join the ANBU and take over your code name." "Yes, Hokage-sama." Seeing Mandrill agree so readily, Hiruzen smiled. Then he continued, "Do you know? I used to often think about a question: what did it feel like to face people of the same generation as the first Hokage and Uchiha Madara? I couldn't understand before, but now I probably do. Among the peers who can contend with Tatsuma, perhaps only Minato remains. Of course, it's best not to contend." "Minato? His talent is indeed extraordinary, but when compared to Tatsuma, don't underestimate Minato. It's just that their past growth trajectories overlap too much. Minato's brilliance was just overshadowed by Tatsuma, but now, they have begun to move in different directions. Let's wait and see." Hiruzen shook his head. In fact, he wasn't entirely convinced. He was just afraid that if Tatsuma grew up without someone like Minato, as warm and radiant as sunshine, his future would be too bleak. Thinking that Tatsuma could unhesitatingly unleash his dark side for the village, Hiruzen felt extremely worried. If this darkness couldn't be controlled, he might become like Danzo. If Tatsuma could hold on, like Tobirama-sensei did in the past because of the first Hokage, then the village would have an extraordinary Kage. The village now cannot provide an example like the first Hokage did. We can only hope that someone of the same age group will emerge to restrain Tatsuma's spirit. Hiruzen squinted his eyes, looking at the rising sun. He hadn't asked Tatsuma for any follow-up suggestions regarding the daimyo's demands. He hoped Tatsuma could figure things out on his own and handle them. "Mandrill, do you think I've reached the age to call myself an old man? You are already an elder in the ninja world." Mandrill knew, of course, that Hiruzen wasn't asking about his age. A ninja in his 40s could indeed be considered old in the early days of Konoha, even during the Warring States period. But now, it could be said to be early or suitable. Only an elder could call himself an old man without feeling awkward. The current Hiruzen had enough qualifications. He had achieved victories against the Wind and Rain countries, although Hidden Rock Village and Hidden Cloud Village had suffered losses as a result. In terms of appearance, Hiruzen started growing his beard early on. Initially, it was to appear more mature when he became the Hokage, and as a leader, his image was not easily changed, so he maintained it like that. After keeping his beard for so many years, even when walking on the streets, some children began to call him Hokage Grandpa. Therefore, calling himself an old man had gained a certain popularity among the people. Upon hearing Mandrill's words, Hiruzen also smiled and said, "Then I shall refer to myself as such in the future, and Yiksha can remind me when the time comes." "Yes, Hokage-sama." "Well then, you may retire and carry out the tasks I assigned for today." "Yes, Hokage-sama." Chapter 208, Time Can Dilute Everything, including ambitions. Is it necessary to run this far? Having patrolled all night yesterday, Tenko, who stayed up all night, followed behind Minato and Tatsuma. His facial features converged towards the center, indicating that he was exerting considerable effort. Sento was in a similar situation, but being from the Hyuga clan, he focused more on physical fitness and taijutsu training. He hadn't stayed up all night, so although he gritted his teeth slightly, he didn't look as distressed as Tenko. Upon hearing Tenko's complaint, Tatsuma and Minato intentionally slowed down. In fact, they hadn't realized that their speed was making it difficult for Tenko and Sento, as neither of them had exerted much effort to travel. They had simply been out of touch with peers for too long and thought they were just taking a leisurely stroll. Minato's teammates were Akimichi Doto and Inazuka Gaku, both of whom were their senpai. In a couple of years, they could even be recommended as Jonin and Special Jonin. Compared to them, Minato's current speed was only average. Tatsuma, on the other hand, was the one who needed to accommodate others. Having been with high-level ninjas for a long time and lacking experience in leading teams, neither of them knew how to restrain themselves or adapt to their teammates. After slowing down, Tenko and Sento finally felt less strained. Tatsuma then responded, "It's almost here. Actually, this area is fine too, but a few kilometers ahead, there's a hill where we can fight with the hill at our backs, providing better concealment. Why be so cautious if we're just here to spar?" Sento, feeling puzzled, began to remove his oversized clothes, revealing the green tight-fitting garment underneath. Without the bulky clothes, Sento felt much more comfortable. Tatsuma didn't explain but continued to lead the way. Soon, the four arrived at the location Tatsuma had chosen, a place with a hill at their backs and not too many trees, suitable for arena-style combat. Stopping, Tatsuma asked, "Do you guys need to take a break?" Tenko nodded quickly. He was here to test his limits, so he needed to adjust his condition accordingly. Sento shook his head and said, "This amount of exercise is just right for warming up." Hearing this, Tatsuma looked at Minato and asked, "Minato, do you want to practice today?" Minato didn't need to think twice, he knew what Tatsuma meant. He nodded and said, "Sure, it's perfect. I need to get used to my new kunai." "Sento, how about I be your opponent?" "Sure, why not?" Sento replied. Before agreeing, Sento glanced at Tenko, his eyes showing reluctance and a hint of disdain, as if silently asking, "Can you handle it, kid?" Tenko was itching to step up, but he remembered the purpose of today's training and held back. Minato placed the purchased drinks down and ran to a distance with Sento. After forming the seal of confrontation, they began their fight. Or, more accurately, it was Minato assessing Sento and honing his own skills. Minato didn't use ninjutsu, he relied solely on taijutsu and ninja tool throwing, which made Sento somewhat flustered. Although Sento, with his Byakugan, could see the trajectory of all kunai, it was too dense to keep track of. It wasn't just the frequency of Minato's consecutive throws that was impressive, it was his quick retrieval and reuse of kunai, coupled with occasional taijutsu attacks, which left Sento struggling to keep up. The gentle fist of the Hyuga clan, in Sento's hands, couldn't trouble Minato in the slightest. Fortunately, Minato gave Sento some leeway. After suppressing Sento for about 10 minutes, he exposed a flaw, allowing Sento to land a palm strike, before finally subduing him. "It's my turn now." Feeling sufficiently rested, Tenko jumped up, but stumbled for a moment. After a fast and prolonged run, while his stamina had recovered, his muscles hadn't fully regained their strength. Seeing Tenko's condition, Sento turned to Tatsuma and said, "Tatsuma, I still want to spar with you." "Sure," Tatsuma agreed readily and asked, "Are you okay in terms of stamina now?" "No problem. I haven't even faced Minato yet, so I haven't used any chakra," Sento said as he formed the seal of confrontation, and Tatsuma also formed the seal of confrontation, saying, "I watched your fight with Minato just now, and your progress is remarkable. The coordination between the Byakugan and Taijutsu is already quite good. However, you're unable to drag your opponent into a Taijutsu battle. Once you encounter an opponent like Minato, who's much faster than you, you're at a loss." Upon hearing this, Sento nodded and asked, "So what should I do?" "Don't stand still. Take the initiative to let your opponent block your path. Whether they use ninja tools or ninjutsu, just keep forcing them to expend their resources. You're accustomed to fighting in one spot, which is why Minato was able to leisurely retrieve his ninja tools. If, during the process of him retrieving his ninja tools, you move in the opposite direction, he'll have to make a choice, either chase after you or use ninjutsu. As long as you can exhaust your opponent to the point where they find ninja tool attacks and ninjutsu ineffective, your victory will come. With the Byakugan, achieving this isn't difficult for you, unless your opponent excels in all aspects." Upon hearing Tatsuma's advice, Sento nodded vigorously, then withdrew the seal of confrontation and assumed the gentle fist stance. Seeing this, Tatsuma also withdrew his hands and said, "But between you and me, let's stick to Taijutsu. I also want to see how much you've improved during this time." With that, Tatsuma vanished from the spot. Sento immediately activated the Byakugan to swiftly locate Tatsuma's position. To the left rear, Sento swiftly launched a back elbow strike, completely opposite to the style of gentle fist, directly aimed at Tatsuma's face appearing to his left rear. Tatsuma pressed down with both hands, thwarting Sento's attempt. However, Sento's response was not comparable to his inexperienced self from last year. Changing the elbow strike to a single whip hand, he extended the distance and struck towards Tatsuma's abdomen. "Do you want to inherit my title?" Tatsuma even found time to jest while raising his knee to block. As the knee collided with his whip hand, Sento felt a numbness in his hand, completely unable to use the gentle fist to strike Tatsuma's pressure points. The real crisis had just arrived. With both hands pressing down on Sento's elbow, Tatsuma swiftly attempted to lock Sento's wrist with one hand while the other formed a spear finger, aiming for Sento's throat. Sento's breathing stalled, but his body quickly reacted. He executed a turning high leg sweep, avoiding Tatsuma's hands and aiming a kick towards Tatsuma's head. Seeing Sento instinctively evade and counterattack, Tatsuma was also surprised. It seemed that Sento's training under Due and Nawaki had been effective. Tatsuma abandoned his countermeasures, stepping back lightly to evade. He intended to let Sento showcase more of his skills. Subsequently, Sento continued to demonstrate himself, seamlessly transitioning between Hyuga's gentle fist and Konoha-style strong fist. It was astonishing that he could master and switch between two different taijutsu styles with such ease. Tatsuma also behaved like a qualified sparring partner, sometimes even actively feeding moves to Sento to allow him to perform better. Sento, completely focused on the fight, surprisingly didn't notice the pair of crimson eyes within his 360-degree field of vision. At this moment, Tenko's eyes, with double tomo spinning, continuously observed and learned the taijutsu demonstrated by the two. Minato noticed the change in Tenko's demeanor, but having been spoiled by Tatsuma earlier, he wasn't surprised. However, Watching Tenko's increasingly reckless and rampant smile, Minato suddenly had a feeling that this classmate was in trouble. Minato speculated that Tenko might believe he had seen through and learned Tatsuma's taijutsu, thus giving him a chance to defeat Tatsuma. Such a thought was undeniably dangerous. The taijutsu Tatsuma used was never about the techniques themselves but rather based on strength and speed, with insight and adaptability being the focus of combat. Minato knew that Tatsuma had been trying to integrate his unique taijutsu techniques with chakra to form a taijutsu similar to Konoha-style taijutsu, but that was still a long way off. Tatsuma's unique taijutsu is currently somewhere between street fighting and structured taijutsu. Even learning and replicating it is futile because the same move, when faced with different people and different techniques, has different applications. And these aspects require time, experience, and practical combat to gradually hone and summarize. Minato wanted to remind Tenko, but, looking at Tenko's expression of "I gradually understand everything," Minato chose to observe quietly. Tatsuma's battle with Sento lasted longer, and Sento paid a higher price. Not only did he exhaust his stamina and chakra, but his body also suffered countless bruises. But unlike the frustration after fighting Minato, Sento wore a smile of happiness this time. Ding, stamina +5, strength +3, would you like to claim? Claim. As the saying goes, little drops of water make a mighty ocean. Even if he had experienced picking up talents thousands or tens of thousands of times in one go, Tatsuma would not disdain these talents that only increased by single digits. After claiming the rewards, Tatsuma turned to Tenko and asked, "Are you ready?" "Humph. I've already seen through your taijutsu. There's no chance you can defeat me," Tenko said proudly, with his head held high. Minato, upon hearing this, couldn't help but smile strangely. "This Tenko. Have you stayed up late and gone crazy? Your eyes are all red. Go back and rest," Sento said without giving face. Tenko pointed at his own eyes angrily and said, "This is the Sharingan. The mighty Sharingan." Sento was taken aback for a moment, then observed carefully and decided to play dumb to show his disdain. "What's the use? I can see through all taijutsu and replicate them," proudly answered Tenko. Seeing Sento's ignorant look, Tenko generously explained. But Sento smiled suddenly as Tenko fell into his trap. "So you've learned all my 8 trigrams gentle fist techniques?" Seeing Tenko's expression, Sento knew he hadn't learned it. He rolled his eyes and said, "As expected, Uchiha aren't capable. My Hyuga clan has the best dojutsu. You." "Enough. If we delay any longer, we might not make it on time," Tatsuma interrupted the two. He was also eager to have a match with the Sharingan user. Tenko, upon hearing this, snorted and walked up to Tatsuma, crossing his arms in front of his chest, saying, "Come on. This is your only chance. Let's form the seal of confrontation, or else I won't hold back," Tatsuma said with a tug at the corner of his mouth. Tenko realized and quickly formed the seal of confrontation. The little momentum he had just built up dissipated instantly. "I've always heard about the marvel and power of the Uchiha Sharingan." "Tenko, let me witness it," Tatsuma said. "As you wish." As they withdrew their hands, Tenko quickly raised his hand and threw several shuriken. Swish! Before the shuriken could be thrown, his sleeve was torn. For a moment, the 4 of them fell silent. Tatsuma didn't even dodge. Tenko's mizane shuriken only grazed his body. "Ha!" Sento mercilessly laughed. Tenko, frustrated and embarrassed, turned red with anger and snapped at Sento, "Shut up." With that, he turned back to Tatsuma, forming hand seals and then spitting out several small fireballs. Along with the fireballs, he rushed towards Tatsuma. Fire release, Phoenix Sage Fire Jutsu. Seeing the fist-sized fireballs coming at him, Tatsuma didn't dodge or retaliate with ninjutsu. Instead, he struck the fireballs directly with his hands. Thanks to his enhanced strength, the surging chakra shattered the fireballs. As Tenko rushed towards Tatsuma, intending to attack, he abruptly stopped, not daring to approach Tatsuma, whose chakra had exploded, completely altering the atmosphere around him. Is this your determination? The determination to kill Jonin, to avenge your family? Tenko's ridiculous performance irritated Tatsuma. He frowned and pursed his lips. The pressure he exerted on Tenko was reminiscent of the oppression felt by the Uchiha clan in the past, constantly labeled as evil Uchiha by others. Hearing Tatsuma's words brought back painful memories for Tenko, memories that he had buried deep in his mind. His expression changed, and he took a step back, unzipping his robe and removing it. With a serious expression, Tenko put aside his earlier arrogance and said earnestly, "I'm sorry. From now on, I will approach our battle with the attitude I would have for a real fight. Then, let's begin." Chapter 209, Don't Falsely Accuse Innocent People. Fire Release. Great Fireball Jutsu. Starting anew, Tenko no longer played around. A great fireball formed in his hand, followed by over a dozen shuriken suspended on wires. With a swift motion, shuriken flew from both sides towards Tatsuma. From Tatsuma's perspective, the blazing fireball obscured his vision, making it impossible for him to see the shuriken flying towards him. Facing Tenko, however, Tatsuma didn't need to strategize. Forming hand seals with both hands and then clasping them together, in the intensely dry air scorched by the fireball, droplets of water unexpectedly appeared. Water Release. Water Colliding Wave. The droplets spiraled and instantly converged into a water vortex, heading towards the massive fireball approaching him. The shuriken from both sides were caught up in the spinning water vortex as well. Clang clang clang, the wires snapped, causing Tenko to lose balance and step back. At the same time, tiny cuts appeared on his fingers, caused by the wires strangling him. However, Tenko didn't hesitate. He swiftly wiped his hands behind him, summoning another dozen shuriken, which he hurled towards Tatsuma. Simultaneously, he formed hand seals with both hands and spat out fireballs from his mouth. Fire Release. Phoenix Sage Flower Nail Crimson. Fireballs enveloped in shuriken flew towards Tatsuma. At this moment, the water colliding waves surrounding Tatsuma had just dissipated, meaning as soon as Tatsuma regained his vision, he was surrounded by shuriken. But Tenko's keen eyes seemed to catch Tatsuma forming hand seals even before the water curtain completely disappeared. By now, Tatsuma had finished forming seals. Ninja Art. Needle Jizo. Tatsuma shook his head, causing his tousled hair to straighten instantly and grow at an incredible speed, entangling himself. The shuriken landed on his hair but were immediately deflected. However, upon seeing Tatsuma's hair catch fire, Tenko couldn't help but clench his fist. Rip, but the next second, a blue chakra glow emanated from the cocoon formed by his hair. Tatsuma burst out from it, holding a chakra scalpel in his hand, indicating he had immediately severed his own hair. Watching Tatsuma charge towards him, Tenko felt a slight tension but still drew the ninjato provided by the security department. His eyes constantly observed Tatsuma's shoulders, waist, legs, and elbows. Tatsuma noticed Tenko's agile focus and changes, while also observing his stance for weaknesses. Immediately, he approached Tenko, slicing downward with his chopping hand, aiming towards the side of his neck. Almost in the instant Tatsuma made his move, Tenko tilted his head to evade, simultaneously using his ninjato to deflect his hand. Tatsuma immediately halted his action, pivoting his body swiftly with his left foot as the pivot foot. The chopping hand changed into a fist, and his body completed a fast turn, delivering a backhand punch towards Tenko's neck on the other side. Facing Tatsuma's change in technique, Tenko bent over and swung his sword towards Tatsuma's waist. Tatsuma altered his backhand punch into a horizontal chop, aiming towards the back of Tenko's head as he leaned over. If Tatsuma didn't dodge, he risked being cut across the waist by Tenko. If Tenko didn't evade, he would receive a blow to the head from Tatsuma. Tatsuma was confident he could withstand Tenko's strike, but whether Tenko could withstand Tatsuma's palm strike remained to be seen. Tenko opted to change tactics, abandoning the sword slash towards Tatsuma's waist. He executed an Uchiha-style shoulder throw, taking a sudden step forward and ramming his shoulder into Tatsuma's ribs while exerting upward force. Almost lifted by Tenko's maneuver, Tatsuma's descending hand lost its strength and landed lightly on Tenko's back. Sensing Tenko's hand wrapping around his waist, about to embrace him, Tatsuma didn't wait passively. The hand that lightly landed on Tenko's back pushed gently, while his feet exerted force. Swoosh! Tenko found himself hugging empty air as Tatsuma appeared above him. With one hand supporting his back and the other brushing past his waist, he grasped a kunai, swiftly thrusting it viciously towards the back of Tenko's head. Although unable to see Tatsuma's movements at all, Tenko felt a tingling sensation at the back of his head. This sense of danger reminded him of the feeling he had when his uncle and aunt angrily told him to leave quickly that day, such a chilling feeling. It was this chilling feeling that made Tenko disregard his own image. Without attempting to regain balance after his failed attempt to embrace, he instinctively rolled away, narrowly avoiding Tatsuma's attack. Sento, watching the scene unfold, wore a serious expression. In the span of almost an instant, 4 or 5 exchanges of combat had occurred. In such a taijutsu battle, even he admitted he couldn't perform better than Tenko. No, he couldn't evade Tatsuma's continuously changing attacks, they were simply too fast for him to keep up with. Minato also looked very serious. It was his first time seeing someone of the same age besides himself who could contend with Tatsuma in combat based on improvisation. The Uchiha Sharingan truly was both miraculous and powerful. After rolling away, Tenko quickly got back on his feet. Despite the taijutsu exchange lasting only a few seconds, excluding Tatsuma's charge and his own evasion, the actual combat time was just 1 or 2 seconds. Just those 1 or 2 seconds left Tenko panting heavily. It wasn't just physical fatigue but also a sudden onset of mental weariness. Without the insights and dynamic vision provided by Sharingan, he couldn't keep up with Tatsuma's rhythm. Even his final evasion had relied on uncontrollable instinct. Do Jonin have such strong taijutsu? Tenko couldn't help but ask. Tatsuma shook his head and replied, "They'll only be stronger than me." Tatsuma wasn't trying to deceive or intimidate Tenko. He hadn't even exerted full effort. If a Jonin were in his place, their mastery of taijutsu might not surpass Tatsuma's, but relying on greater speed and strength, Tenko would find himself in an even more difficult position. He wouldn't even have the opportunity to be in difficulty. "Next, it's your turn to attack, and I'll counter," Tatsuma reminded Tenko. Gritting his teeth, Tenko lunged towards Tatsuma. Seeing his move, Tatsuma raised an eyebrow and his eyes widened slightly. Because Tenko's movements were too familiar to the point that Tatsuma hardly needed to think before countering. Bang! Tenko was sent flying backwards. He got up, unwilling to accept it, and charged towards Tatsuma again. However, the versatile taijutsu techniques that Tatsuma had used effortlessly against Sento just moments ago now seemed ineffective. They became mere gymnastics in his confrontation with him. Learning from Tatsuma's use of the leg trip, Tenko struck Tatsuma's chest with his arm and positioned his leg behind him. But the scene he anticipated, Tatsuma being tripped and falling, did not unfold. Tatsuma stood firmly in place without losing balance. Tatsuma smiled at Tenko and swiftly countered with a variant of the same technique, also transforming into a leg trip. At the same time, he inserted his foot to anchor himself, his knee pressing against the back of Tenko's knee pit. This move, executed just 1 second after Tenko's previous action, was not merely similar, it was identical in every way except for minor adjustments in foot placement. Bang! However, this time, Tenko was slammed directly onto the ground, hitting his coccyx on a rock. The pain caused him to turn over and lie face down on the ground, his buttocks raised high, grimacing in agony. "It's impossible. I don't believe it." It was clearly the same. Hands and feet out of sync, surely a stolen art. "How about it, Tenko? Doesn't this stolen taijutsu work well?" Tatsuma smirked provocatively. Tenko, filled with shame and indignation, gritted his teeth and painfully stood up from the ground. Minato, watching this scene unfold, couldn't help but smile. He had foreseen such a situation long ago, but seeing it happen before his eyes still made him want to laugh. It had been years, and he himself hadn't mastered Tatsuma's bizarre and ever-changing taijutsu, let alone Tenko, who had only watched for a while. Fire release. Roaring flame ball. With his face flushed red, Tenko dared not use the stolen taijutsu again. Instead, he formed hand seals, exhaling a large fireball. Tatsuma also formed hand seals simultaneously. Once the seals were completed, he squatted down and clapped his hands on the ground. Earth release, earth-style wall. A wall of earth rose up. Upon seeing this scene, Tenko's face, which had been flushed red, suddenly broke into a smile. Indeed, Tatsuma didn't understand them Uchiha well enough, actually using earth-style wall to block. Bang 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 at the moment of collision between the fireball and the earth wall, the fireball exploded. In an instant burst of energy, the shockwave shattered the earth wall directly, sending chunks of debris flying in all directions. Standing behind the earth wall, Tatsuma bore the brunt. Countless fragments and exploding flames assaulted his body. In such a short distance, there was no time to form hand seals to release ninjutsu. Tenko's crimson eyes locked onto Tatsuma. Sento furrowed his brows, his body instinctively tensing up, wanting to move forward but unable to do so in time. Even Minato, who had been watching Tatsuma without any action, couldn't help but feel anxious. In truth, Minato knew that if Tatsuma wanted to escape, he could definitely do it, and not just through one method. However, Tatsuma was not attempting to escape, and time was running out. Bang 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 boom, debris struck Tatsuma, and flames engulfed him completely. Tenko, originally wearing a confident smile, froze in shock. He hadn't expected Tatsuma to stand still without dodging. If Tatsuma had just moved his feet and used body flicker to escape, he might have been hit by some flying debris, but not severely. But Tatsuma! Tenko shouted loudly and dashed into the still burning flames. As he entered the fire, the scorching air caused pain in his skin and respiratory tract, but he continued searching for Tatsuma's figure. Bang! In the next moment, Tenko felt a sharp pain around his waist. He was thrown out of the range covered by flames, crashing to the ground. As he rolled, his clothes caught fire, but the flames soon extinguished. When he climbed to his feet, the flames had dissipated. Within the glow, Tatsuma's clothes bore faint scorch marks and several cuts, as if slashed by flying debris. There are also scattered bloodstains on his body, but no matter how Tenko uses his double Tomo Sharingan, he can't find where Tatsuma is bleeding. Tatsuma wiped away a little blood from his face and murmured, "Still too slow, but the direction should be correct." Minato also realized that Tatsuma was testing his own ninjutsu. "Are you playing with me?" Gritting his teeth, Tenko stared at Tatsuma. The Tomo in his eyes kept spinning. Tatsuma was momentarily stunned, then looked at Tenko with some anticipation. Tenko roared and charged towards Tatsuma. Snap, however, much to Tatsuma's disappointment, even after Tenko exhausted his chakra and fell to the ground, his eyes did not gain an additional Tomo. Watching Tenko's eyes return to clarity, panting heavily, Tatsuma shrugged and said, "Tenko, your strength isn't enough yet." "I know." With a grim expression, Tenko replied. Tatsuma nodded in acknowledgement, then listened to the system announcement before turning to Sento, who was approaching quickly beside him, and said, "Sento, the injuries on Tenko today were caused by you. Understand?" Sento slammed on the brakes and pointed at Tatsuma, shouting, "Sakamoto Tatsuma, don't falsely accuse innocent people." Chapter 210, People who can see the future have more motivation and goals. After much difficulty coordinating their stories, Tenko and Sento both agreed with Tatsuma that if anyone asked about it in the future, they would say that it was just the two of them sparring. However, the two were still very displeased. Tenko, with his head held high, said, "For the Hyuga clan to injure me like this, hardly anyone would believe it if I told them." Sento was equally defiant, saying, "Yeah, if it were me taking action, you, a mere Uchiha, would have had to retire and couldn't be a ninja anymore. Boastful. What, you want to fight me? Bring it on! I'll show you the power of my Sharingan. Getting thrashed by Tatsuma, that's really impressive you. The two suddenly started arguing. Tatsuma felt his head buzzing, but fortunately, since both of them were boys and about to reach their voice-changing period, their voices weren't too sharp. Otherwise, he might have had to intervene and teach them a lesson. Alright, Sento, Tenko doesn't mind revealing that he has already activated his Sharingan in front of you, which shows his trust in you. He just loves you but can't express it. Tatsuma quickly intervened. Sento, who was originally still defiant, was stunned for a moment when he heard Tatsuma's last sentence. His face immediately turned dark, and he pointed at Tenko around Tatsuma's body, saying, "You disgusting guy. I forbid you to love me." "Who loves you?" "I'd rather fall in love with Inuzuka's Nindog than love you." "Haha, an Uchiha who loves dogs, I can't trust that. Stay away from me in the future. I wonder who shamelessly ran to my house the day before yesterday. Clearly, it was you who wanted to get close to me, right? If you dare to enter Uchiha territory again, I'll throw you out." Seeing the two of them switch topics and continue arguing, Tatsuma was relieved that he wasn't getting dragged into it. He was also thankful that they both only looked at each other with disdain, clearly not wanting to engage physically. At least they weren't going to fight. Moreover, this kind of genuine argument would be more convincing when they got back. The two of them bickered all the way, while Tatsuma and Minato occasionally handed them water to soothe their throats so they could continue arguing. Finally, by evening, the group returned to the village. After exchanging some harsh words, the two of them parted ways at the village gate without even taking back their exit permits. The guard ninja who was verifying the information saw this and said to Tatsuma, "The conflict still isn't resolved, huh? At least they're willing to talk, right?" Tatsuma misleadingly replied. The guard ninja nodded and said, "That's true. Kids your age, whatever the conflict is, a fight and an argument usually settles it. But from the look of you, mediating must not have been easy, right?" The guard ninja looked at the tears in Tatsuma's clothes and the occasional bloodstains, and remarked. Tatsuma did not confirm or deny anything, he simply took back the verified exit permit and said, "Senpai, I'll be going now." After saying goodbye to the guard ninja, Tatsuma walked over to Minato and asked, "Are you going to Grandma Mito's house for dinner tonight?" Minato thought for a moment. There were no special activities planned for today, and Kushina likely wouldn't return to the Senju clan's territory. Considering the time, there was still a while before dinner. After thinking it over, Minato shook his head and said, "No need, I'll eat out tonight. Please give my regards to Grandma Mito." "Sure." When Minato mentioned eating out, Tatsuma had a hunch. If Minato were alone, he would either cook for himself or go to Mito's house, not eat out. "By the way, Tatsuma, tomorrow is probably your last day of vacation, right?" As he was about to leave, Minato suddenly remembered and asked. Tatsuma nodded, and Minato continued, "Then let's go back to the orphanage tomorrow. I'll check later if the grain and oil we ordered have arrived." "No problem, I'll wait for you at home tomorrow." Tatsuma nodded again. The two of them had previously discussed buying some grain, oil, and stationery for the orphanage. The stationery was easy to buy, but given the time of year, bulk grain and oil were hard to come by. So they had only paid a deposit and asked the store to stock up from nearby towns. After they parted, Tatsuma returned to the Senju clan's territory just in time for dinner. At the table, besides Mito, the other three casually discussed their activities for the day. Nawaki had once again gone to pursue his youthful endeavors. He mentioned that Dewey's son, Guy, could already join them for runs. Nawaki's assessment was that Guy was another good kid living up to his youth. As for Tsunade, she had been conducting her counter-reconnaissance mission today. Since Dan Kato had been secretly investigating her, she decided to investigate him in return. Hearing Tsunade's words, Nawaki got angry too, saying he had misjudged that guy Dan Kato. Mito had a complicated expression as she looked at her grandchildren, sighing helplessly. She then glanced at Tatsuma, who clearly knew everything but chose to say and do nothing, and sighed again. Tatsuma described his activities for the day in vague terms, not going into detail. He just mentioned that he had gone out of the village with Minato, Tenko, and Sento to find a place to spar. Tsunade had a smug expression, as if she knew everything but chose not to say anything. Nawaki, on the other hand, complained about why Tatsuma didn't take him along. In terms of trust, Tatsuma did trust Nawaki, but the problem was Nawaki's tendency to speak without thinking, which made Tatsuma uneasy. After dinner, Tatsuma took the opportunity to consult Mito about some sealing jutsu issues before she rested. However, Mito didn't provide a good solution. Instead, she suggested that Tatsuma study a different area of knowledge, the cursed seal. I need to find an opportunity to get in touch with Uncle Snake again. Lying in bed and pondering the difficulties in ninjutsu development, Tatsuma felt a sense of powerlessness. He had initially thought that having the ninjutsu development talent would allow him to develop some of the whimsical ideas in his mind or some ninjutsu from the original work that were supposed to appear later. However, in reality, the effect of the ninjutsu development talent wasn't that magical. This talent allowed Tatsuma to understand the principles and difficulties of a technique faster. Combined with a modular learning approach, it enabled him to learn new ninjutsu much quicker than ordinary people. It also helped him think of the steps to implement a technique more quickly when he was developing one. But all of this depended on the accumulation of knowledge. The talent couldn't give Tatsuma the ability to create something out of nothing. To develop a technique, he still needed to rely on the knowledge he had accumulated. The talent only allowed him to recall and combine the knowledge he had already comprehended more quickly. Therefore, when encountering difficulties that require new knowledge during the development of a technique, his progress would also halt, awaiting the acquisition of new knowledge. For instance, the technique he was currently trying to develop, similar to Yakushi Kabuto's Yin healing wound destruction, had reached an impasse. In fact, Tatsuma's current development progress had already reached the level of Kabuto's Yin healing wound destruction. After all, Kabuto couldn't achieve real-time healing either. Such an effect was only attainable by Senju Hashirama's self-healing and Tsunade's creation rebirth. But Tatsuma was still dissatisfied. He felt that his technique hadn't reached its potential. What he aimed for was genuine real-time self-healing. Achieving real-time self-healing would allow him to safely attempt perfecting wind release, Raisin Shuriken, and other similarly dangerous forbidden techniques, like mutually multiplying explosive tags jutsu. Tatsuma was quite envious of the mutually multiplying explosive tags. It was a battlefield miracle technique since most ninjas would be harmed by an explosive tag, let alone multiple explosive tags. Mutually multiplying explosive tags is a sacrificial art of explosive mastery, where even the practitioner could accidentally get caught in the explosions. When Senju Tobarama developed this technique, he considered using it in conjunction with impure world reincarnation. However, the village would probably not agree to using impure world reincarnation. Ninja methods can be dirty, but they cannot be openly displayed. There are also ethical boundaries. That boundary is the sanctity of life and death. Impure world reincarnation treads on this minefield in order to be executed. Therefore, while both are forbidden techniques, impure world reincarnation is almost impossible to be taught. As for mutually multiplying explosive tags, if someone could address the issue of harm to the practitioner caused by these tags, there is a chance they could persuade the village. If that person were Tatsuma, the likelihood would be quite high. Unlike other ninjas who might think becoming a jonin is enough to be considered a strong force, Tatsuma stands apart. In the shinobi world, he has a certain level of self-defense. But Tatsuma, who knows the strongest enemies in the shinobi world, is not content to stop at the level of jonin. Compared to others, Tatsuma has a significant advantage. His potential for growth is limitless. Through the wars of the past 2 years, Tatsuma has learned the quickest way to enhance his talents, commanding victories in Ninja Legion battles. Tatsuma never refuses a battle victory or a sparring match because every bit of growth could potentially play a larger role later on, but this is far from enough. Only victories in Legion battles, where thousands or even tens of thousands of talent points are at stake, can possibly lift Tatsuma beyond the limits of an ordinary ninja. Even when facing the power of a 10-tails Jinchuriki, he can still make an impact and perhaps even overcome such formidable opponents. The key to victory in Legion battles lies not only in military tactics but also in possessing formidable forces that can decisively influence the outcome. In the realm of widespread destructive ninjutsu, Tatsuma has chosen his path. Mutually multiplying explosive tags are among the most potent techniques in this category of ninjutsu, and Tatsuma would not hesitate to seize the opportunity to acquire them if it arose. Half asleep and muddled in thought for a long while, Tatsuma finally drifted off to sleep. Meanwhile, in a laboratory within the village, Orochimaru, who had been researching the special chakra possessed by the snakes from Ryuchi Cave, paused and looked towards an ANBU operative who had appeared in the lab at some point. The ANBU spoke up as Orochimaru glanced at him, stating the purpose of his visit. Orochimaru, Hokage-sama and Danzo-sama have summoned you to the Hokage office. Upon hearing that the two were collaborating again, Orochimaru narrowed his eyes slightly, nodded, and replied, "Understood. Please wait a moment. I won't keep Sensei and Danzo-sama waiting too long." That's the end of this tale for now. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in part 8. Peace.